Hello? Hello. Oh my gosh. I need to put the camera like this way because I keep looking over that way and that's my ugly side profile. Hello. Hello everybody. Hi. I'm here to give you the spiel because I usually give you guys the spiel. Can you guys hear me okay? You can hear me good?
Everybody sounds good.
Everyone sounds good? Cool. Hi. So, we are all here. We made it. I'm sorry about the delay, but we had technical difficulties and we're trying to figure shit out, and that's all good. But, yeah, but we are here. We made it. But, oh, is there an echo? It might be because, of Jazz is in the other room, so it kind of echoes a little bit. Bub, do you want to close my door, maybe? That'd be fabulous. So yeah, we're gonna get started very soon. We won't delay anymore. Volume's a bit quiet. Let me turn myself up a little bit more. How's that? My mic is over here, so how's that? Is that better? Turn me up a little bit more. How's that? That better? How's that? Is that better? Talk at this volume the entire time. Is that good? That's good. Much better. Okay, cool. Okay, because I can turn myself up more. I can do it. I'll do it. Okay. So, we all have made it. We're doing okay. Poor Jamesy is feeling a little bit sicky, icky. So we're gonna take it easy and just vibey. And if we take frequent breaks, then that's we're taking frequent breaks. So it's all chill. But without further ado, I think we'll get started soon. I think Dee's trying to turn themselves up on the microphone more because they're on their laptop because their computer for some reason just was not liking their internet. I think for some reason, I don't know. But yeah. Oh, sorry. Am I like a lot louder now? I can turn myself up down more. Hello. Maybe that's better. Okay. Ooh, am I like too loud now? Hold on.
You're good, baby. You're good.
I'm good? Okay, cool. So, yeah. So, I was gonna say something else. Oh, yeah, the little spiel that I usually give. Thank you guys for being here. It's been a while since we did a stream, a RAVENWOOD stream. I'm really excited. So this is gonna be a very interesting session, a very different session than what you're used to, so that's cool. And yeah, so as I usually say, if you like talk in chat or if you donate anything or anything like that, I probably won't see it until the end of stream because we're all very busy just in the world and I have a lot going on, so it's hard for me to keep up with it. But yeah, so are you okay, Dee?
Drama the voice. It's been a month.
Oh, valid. You are a little bit quiet. I'm trying to get you turned up more. It's okay. Just yell.
Turn me up.
Turn you up. I don't know how to turn you up, but
Is my volume good now? If I talk like this?
you're good, but like you're just a little quiet.
I'm a little quiet. Okay.
Yeah.
My app isn't opening. I don't know why.
What if you disconnect it and just use it like regularly? Is it still icky?
Like my headphones or my mic?
Sorry, I was adjusting the headphones thingy.
You're good.
Oh?
Okay. I'll see if
that's better.
it's better.
Yeah,
That's
you're
better.
a little bit louder.
I just brought it closer to my mouth.
Okay, that
so.
works.
Hey,
That
you do what
works.
you got.
So,
I'll
oh,
just eat
sorry.
the microphone.
Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. I put my cowboy hat on just for you. This is a clue for the episode. All right. I'm not gonna delay any further. Let's just get into it. I have no idea how long this session will be. I think it's gonna be shorter than a lot of the other ones because my notes are much shorter. So we're just gonna take it easy and we're just gonna vibe. And yeah, is everyone good to get started? Y'all feeling good? Notice I changed the color because the vibes for this session are a little different. So yeah. I'm also gonna change that because, oh no, I can't change that. You know, it'd be like that sometimes. Okay. Okay, we all feeling good? Vocal confirmation?
No, but I'm ready.
Aw. James is going through it today. We're gonna take care of the baby. We're gonna take care. Okay, let me, if I try to, sorry, you're gonna have to ignore the mess. We're still moving into this place, so we're just gonna take it easy. Oh wow. So, me adjust. There we go. Okay, nice. Okay, Smokey. Are you guys ready? Are you ready?
I am indeed.
Poggy Woggy. Okay. We got there, guys.
Let's go.
We prevailed, okay? We prevailed. We got through obstacles.
We overcame every
we did.
single
We
obstacle.
did. James is still overcoming, but he's doing amazing doing
I
it.
believe in you, James.
Yeah,
I
we all believe in you, Jameson.
I'll send you.
Oh, we love you. We love you.
I send you every good vibe in the book.
All the
okay?
good vibes. All the good vibes. We got you. We got you.
Thank you.
Just let us know if you need anything, literally ever.
I'll jump over.
Yeah, we'll jump the couple states over. It'll be great. So, I'm gonna move my notes over here real quick. Okay. So, when we last left off, lots happened. Quite a bit happened. You guys ended up in Aviosis, which was not the plan. You ended up in Arthros' neck of the woods. And it was chaotic. Lots of things were revealed. You met her family, which you did not want to do, but kind of had to. And you met some very nice innkeepers who unfortunately was not able to leave Aviosis with you, but we can hold that out for a future side quest. You all came face to face with the blonde-haired man that you saw go into the portal initially. So that was a little sus. You don't really know anything about this character, but he seems to know a lot about you guys. And with a very easy method, it seemed he murdered Arthros' parents. With a little flick of the wrist. And yeah, so that went great. You also found out that Zephyrus, Andromeda's betrothed, that she met on Earth was not, in fact, this is the actual Zephyrus. The actual Zephyrus was in a cell in the Devil's Gate on Aviosis for probably the entire time that the rupture happened and Andromeda ended up on Earth. Lots of stuff happened. There's your recap. And it ended with you guys outsmarting, in a way, the blonde man who dropped one of his little spheres, and you were able to break that and teleport through another portal. To where, you do not know, but you know that you have teleported. So, bear me a little bit of, what's it called? Grace, I guess? I don't know, because I'm out of practice. It's been a while since we've had a session, so we're just gonna go on through, okay? We're gonna go through. I need to warm up my improv skills, okay? Anyways, yeah. Does everyone sound good volume-wise? We all sound Gucci? I think we all sound pretty good. Everyone's muted right now, so you won't hear them. Huh? Test.
Testing.
Very nice.
Test.
Thank
Wow.
you. James is so clear.
All right, I think everybody's good.
Yeah.
Okay. And let me know if, as we go, like, if Haley's quiet, because I can hear you clearly, Haley, but, like, I think it
Haley sounds about the
fluctuates a
same
little bit.
level that we're at right now. So
Okay, good. Awesome.
I talk loud.
Okay. Yeah, the closer you got your microphone to, it worked fine, so. Alright, so, Season 2, Episode 2 is called The Grief of Guilt. Everyone was expressing their concern before we started with that. I'm gonna turn you guys up on my
It's a
mic, too.
concerning title, alright? It's very concerning.
Quite
by
concerning,
nature.
actually.
Inherently.
Quite concerning.
Because of you.
I'm sorry. Hold on, I'm adjusting real quick. I don't know if that did much, but you know what? We're just gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with it. Okay. So, let me know as we go, chat, if we get too loud or whatever, if it's not right, because I'm still not used to this, like, setup. So, alrighty. Here we go. Episode 2 of Season 2. Wow. You all wake, sprawled out across the ground to the feeling of sand. Your hands and feet and bodies sit sinking slightly in the grainy texture. A cool wind whirls against your cheeks, pushes at the layers of clothing that you all still wear, and wakes you, quite frantically, from your slightly unconscious state after having leaped through yet another mysterious portal. When you all open your eyes and lift your heads to the world around you, it is a desert of nothingness. The horizon is bare of any trees, and any buildings, any other beings, aside from a deep, dark, purple wasteland. There are some hills, some inclines across the Dust Bowl, but it mostly sits flat and stoic. The sand is the color of plum, and the sky around you sits in a strange, unchanging state of lilac and lavender, an ombre purple sunset. Everything feels as though it's growing dark, as though the static world is nearing evening, and the air around you feels as though it's slowly lowering, a brisk chill nipping at the tops of your ears and the plush of your cheeks. Dust floats past, and for some of you, it surely burns your lungs and stings your eyes. This is familiar to none of you. Arthros only stares at the world around her in a blank, mindless awe, whilst Mud gets to his feet and gazes, eyes wide, as though in a state of absolute shock. Zophiel is coming to, hunched over slightly on the sandy ground, purple grains marring his dark gray feathers, tattering them with a lavender splattering. Zephyrus is still holding on to you, Andromeda. His hand is gripping so tightly to your shoulder it probably hurts at this point. He's clearly leaning the entirety of his weight onto you, barely able to stand up, let alone stand up in the wind that brushes past, strong and determined. What do you all do?
Shit, we dived right in open.
No hesitation.
God damn. That is...
Wow.
It's very purple, I gotta say. It's very purple.
It's very purple.
Oh, purple.
In my brain, it looks like Lamentis 1 from Loki, from the 3rd episode of Loki. The apocalypse world that they end up on that's, like, all purple and, like...
Lamentis
They have to, like,
yeah.
escape.
It's called Lamentis 1.
Oops.
Oh, I see.
It's very pretty.
Lamentis
So it's very pretty.
Oh, it's been too long. I don't know things back. Oh, I see. Okay.
Julien thinks about everything that just happened, and then throws up.
Oh.
Julien is sick this episode, okay? Julien is not feeling well. And that's okay.
I'm doing what you did.
He's been through a lot.
Portal
He's been through a lot.
traveling is not for everyone.
Maybe he's motion sick. Maybe he gets motion sick. I would. Turtle traveling can do that, you know?
Aria just, like, walks up behind him and just pats his back. Just, it's okay. Get it all out. Go let it all out.
Andromeda is, I'm assuming she's like taking his full weight on with Zephyrus, and
Zephyrus
she kind of
is holding.
slings an arm like underneath his like shoulders and everything, and like hauls him up to his feet.
No, he just
and
kind of
like she's just full on like holding him up, and she's like checking him over to make sure he's okay.
He stays very
part.
quiet, but he gives you like a little smile, like as a thank you, almost like he's too exhausted to say anything else or do anything else. Do you guys? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Theron's just like, holy shit, we're alive.
Yeah, it's like checking himself.
Left an insane battle, barely made it out into this strange new world, like, and Arthros's parents just died.
Yeah,
A whole lot going on.
there's a lot
Not
of
that
stuff
their life
happening.
right now is kind of insane.
Mm-hmm.
He's stuck on that a little bit.
Valid.
Looking around, did Apollo and Abaddon follow us through?
There's
or-
no one else. It's
one
just
else,
your
okay.
group, yeah. your group, and then Arthros, Mud, Zophiel, and
Well, they
Zephyrus.
can fucking figure it out. All right.
Very true.
Rest in peace to
they're
their
gonna
parents.
do some growing. All right. They're gonna go on their own little arcs. And
Maybe you'll meet them
Grow
again.
with it.
Who knows?
well, we're gonna
Yeah.
go back for the tavern people. So,
Yes,
or at least I
Valid.
would want to.
Valid.
we're going to.
No, we won't see him again. Those were just one-off characters.
Nah.
No.
You have
Okay.
to see the
You
have to see the baby, right? You have to see the baby.
The baby.
The little baby.
Okay, I guess.
I'm sure.
It's
I guess
gonna be
my
a
dad
baby,
will.
a baby banshee and a drow put together.
Banshee drow.
What is that
That's
even
gonna be a
gonna
cool
look
ass
like?
baby.
Honestly,
Oh,
Who
Wow.
knows?
He'll be a
Who
badass
knows?
baby.
True.
Awesome.
Drowsy.
Boss baby.
A-
Yes, indeed.
Drouchy?
A drowsy.
A drowsy. Aw.
Drowsy.
A
Yowchi.
banshrow. I don't know.
Banshrow.
Banshrow.
That's somehow worse.
Do
Never
you
mind.
all simply stand there, or do you head in
Can
a
Theron
direction?
check in with Arthros real quick?
You can if you want to.
Probably be smart.
Okay. I mean, what is she doing currently? She was just like looking around.
She's
like,
looking around, yeah,
okay.
like taking in everything. Not that
Then
there's much to
there's
take in,
just-
but
yeah, 'cause it's like empty
mm-hmm.
wilderness or whatever. Theron's just gonna go up to her and be like, "How are you?" After all of that.
She just like looks at you, glances over at you, like kind of shakes her head a minute, like to get her out of her gazing, and she frowns and she's like, "I'm fine."
Oh, okay.
Roll
And then-
perception check.
And then she
Roll
turns
perception check.
she turns to all of you and she says, "Anybody recognize this place?"
Nah.
No.
No.
Wonderful.
Julien? How about you?
Is he still puking his guts
still
out?
Still puking.
Oh.
No! A constant stream. I hate this. I hate this.
No.
Theron
No,
is
I-
as distant
like
as
that.
he could be.
It's portal travel. Motion
Look
sickness.
at that.
Is Julien going to die?
No. No.
Was he hit?
No. I think he's just sick. It looks like a lot of sick.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I can smell it, unfortunately.
Oh God. Your nose got nice. No, you got a nice nose there. Sorry.
Sorry.
Can I take a look around, like in the distance, to see if there's like any lights of like any
Any
cities, or
landmarks at all?
you know, landmarks, a tree? I don't know.
Roll a two d6s for me.
Oh my
Got
god.
I'm gonna
Nice.
grab our dice.
Oh yeah, I have them in here, I think, don't I? Oh no, they're in the room. Yeah, they're in the bedroom.
It's a dice song. We're getting the dice to roll the dice. Yeah,
Nice.
that was an 8.
Okay. Okay.
Wonderful.
Well done.
If you look very closely. Oh, hello. Thank you very much. If you look very closely and intensely, you do see off in the distance beneath the like fog and the dust and everything that's building up, as it kind of looks like this area is falling to dusk at this time. You do see the oh god, I was thinking of the word, the illumination of what seems to be like a lantern light. But instead of a warm glow, it's this like cool blue purple toned glow.
I love it immediately. It's the only light that matters.
They really like purple here. Things.
The aesthetics of that are good.
What would you like to do?
Is it moving or is
It's
it
not
just stationary?
moving. It's stationary.
Okay. And how far away was it again?
It's pretty out on the horizon, but not far enough that like you'd be walking for a while.
Okay. Andromeda is gonna like kind of adjust Zephyrus on her shoulder, and she's gonna look at the rest of the group and be like,
There's a light. That way.
Should we go towards the light or should we go the other way?
Well, considering everything is just purple and dark and sandy everywhere, I think the light might be our best.
Hate the sand.
way.
Yeah, I also don't like
It gets
the sound.
everywhere.
It's
It does
coarse.
get everywhere.
You phased into, is it Anakin? Who is it that says that?
Yeah.
Oh.
I hate the
It's
sand.
rough and it really gets everywhere.
It's rough and coarse and it gets everywhere.
I was referencing Lord Olympus, but that's fine.
Oh, cute.
Also that.
Cute.
But also
Also
Star
that.
Wars does work.
Yes.
Arthros is also gonna step forward and be like, she's like,
So I do just
yes,
need the sand.
everything is very barren, and if this is a sign of life, I would like to go towards it.
Yes, we will probably die out here, so we should
I agree.
Okay.
right away.
And
Okay,
I have
well,
lived through far too much now to die this easily. Thank you very much.
Very true.
Valid. Very valid. All right, then let's collect ourselves and head towards the light then.
Okay. I assume you all go.
Arya's gonna kind of try to one hand make sure that Julien isn't falling over, and then also
Valid.
like walk next to
The two
Zophiel.
boys. The two boys.
Yeah.
Check on him. Gotta check on the boys.
No.
I like
Very nice, very
little strong girl pick up Zephyrus and do a
Aw.
piggyback ride for him.
You
To
have
carry
the
him the
strength.
rest of the way.
You have that
Yeah.
strength.
I did that. He's
Arya's
piggyback.
gonna like wave over Mud to like watch the other side of Julien while they're walking.
Oh.
Mud is kind of hanging back a little bit. He like nods and he starts walking with the rest of you as you start walking, but he
Thank
takes
you.
up the caboose in a way.
Appreciate that. Just make sure he doesn't, trip or anything.
Yeah.
If he
Julian's
keeps just kind
100%
of, like,
stumbling hazily.
Aw.
Yeah.
Don't step in it.
Still
alright?
getting his bearings.
We love that for him, but we don't.
I don't love this for either of them or me because it smells bad.
Aw. So you all walk the best that you can, pushing forwards through
Sand.
purple dust and tough to navigate sand.
Disgusting.
There's no doubt that surely there's a storm brewing in your minds, questions falling from every direction like scattered rain. Theories and mindless ideas are striking from every corner. You've all found yourself suddenly so much more aware of the world around you, faced with the idea of a threat you can't even recognize, of course, aside from you, Julien. Faced with the idea that portals aren't entirely gone, and that maybe there's a way home. Faced with the impossible notion that there's so much more brewing beneath the surface. As you all walk, I'm sure some of you are more focused and quiet than others. Zephyrus uses you as his crutch, Andromeda, or I guess in this case, he's basically on top of you. And his chest feels as though it's kind of heaving, and he's got his arms, he's like hunched over around himself, seeming as though like he has kind of an intense pain in like his ribcage. And he's gripping onto you like you are like his life right now, like he's gripping onto you for dear life. Zophiel stays at your side, Arya. He's well enough to walk on his own, but he favors one side. One of his wings hangs lower than the other, as though perhaps one of its many bones was broken beneath the feathers. Arthros stays at your side, Theron. Close enough that your shoulders brush, but she keeps her head down and stares emptily at the sand beneath her boots. Mud hangs back, securely taking up the rear of the group, his eyes trained forwards, stoic and concentrated, and looking everywhere but at Andromeda and Zephyrus. Everyone seems shaken, and if not shaken, simply exhausted. It's definitely been a long day, or a few days, even, for you all. The group of you walk onwards the best you can in your current situation, but thankfully it's only a matter of a few strained minutes before you see a rather large building come into view. As you approach, more of its detail is revealed to you. It appears to be a house, or moreover, a ranch, but a rather sizable one. It doesn't look prim and polished, simply made out of wood, but it looks clean and secure, as though meticulous work went into its architecture, its creation. Panels of scrap metal, or some kind of material, rest atop the roof, and it looks to have a second story, tall and looming, intimidating in the wasteland of sand and purple. Wooden pillars frame the front door, and a small lantern holding a blue light shines from above the entrance. A cold-toned beacon in the dusty air. On the porch of the home sit two old, cracked rocking chairs. Are you guys good with like a 5-minute intermission so I can go pee real quick? It's a good place to stop, trust me.
Let's go piss.
Okay, cool. My body was like, we gotta piss.
Piss, girl.
Piss time.
Okay, we'll be right back, chat. Hold that thought.
Piss
Do
time.
you guys want to actually do 5 minutes, or do you want me to just pee and then come back?
We can do 5 minutes.
Whatever.
It'll probably take me 5 minutes. I'll pee and
Alright,
come
just
back.
yeah.
Just take it. Take the 5 minutes.
We'll just hang out. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just.
I shall
Yeah.
return. Okay,
Okay.
cool. I will return, laddies. We back.
On you.
I'm sorry. I pissed. I'm back.
Bye-bye.
Oh my goodness, sorry.
We're
Okay.
back.
Alrighty. So, literally the next thing I was gonna say is, what do you all do? Now that
Okay,
you see
so-
this home in front of you, this ranch
It's
house
free real
of
estate,
sorts.
guys. It's free real estate.
Free real estate.
I want.
Question, do
all
we do
those
this-
rocking chairs.
Do we do this? The hard way or the easy way?
Do you do this the polite way or the impolite way?
Break
Yes.
it through
More
these people's
so.
lives?
This is not Red
who's
Dead.
around,
Keep in
all
mind,
right?
we're not
Yeah, okay.
busting open doors.
Valid. Maybe
Well,
we
you
might not
can,
talk
but
about
Also,
can if you
what
want
if there's
to.
no cops like in Red Dead? Like you could just sneak in.
That's very true. That's
But
very
we're
true.
nice people, right?
We're good
guys?
people.
Are you?
Mostly.
Are we?
We
you?
are
I mean-
morally gray people. Is there a
You're
light
fluid,
on
all
inside?
right.
Like, do we see a light, like a light?
You can see.
Is it just like a warehouse or is it like an actual house?
It's a ranch home.
Like a
Little
ranch
ranch.
Yeah,
house?
it's like a ranch house with like with a top floor.
Okay.
Very much like, I don't know, this is very specific, but in Red Dead there is a place called Ridgewood Farm, and Ridgewood Farm is exactly what it looks like. It's like a 2-story ranch house.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah. I can probably find you a reference if you want.
I got you.
Okay.
Hey, no thing. I mean,
Oh, that's nice.
I like
Oh,
just from
very
you saying
nice.
that, I get the idea. So
Mhm.
I got it.
Mozzie in the chat said, I know where that is. So
probably been there 1,000 times.
yeah, we've run through it a couple times, and they do like quests there and stuff. But yeah, there is a small bit of light coming from the front like window. There's like a front window. But it's not very bright. It's not as bright as the
I
lantern.
see. Where all the horses are.
Yeah, they always have horses.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, it's not
Are
as
there
bright as the
horses
lantern.
around? I want a horse.
Okay.
Anyway, sorry.
None that you can see at the moment.
Okay.
I say we knock on the door.
Yeah, I also say
Politely,
we knock
I
on the door.
guess.
Given we have a lot of people who look injured, maybe we won't be seen as a threat. Hopefully.
Also, we are like a large group of clearly like
Strangers.
yeah.
Yeah.
Middle of
Strangers.
nowhere.
We're strangers.
Stranger danger.
Stranger
But,
danger.
You know, if it goes south, then there's enough of us.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the least intimidating to like knock on the door?
Intimidating.
Well, you're carrying
Oh,
a
yeah.
man, so maybe not you.
I am carrying.
I am carrying
I
a man.
mean,
Because I was gonna say
I
you.
feel like a golden-eyed like tree
I think
woman
instead
is
of-
terrifying.
You're right.
There's also Arthros who
With
looks
like,
like the devil.
gold eyes that are just, you know, I don't know.
Honestly, I think we should put
Arthros
the
is a
sick man
devil.
to
I'm
do
a
it.
dragonborn.
You
I
have
was gonna
Arya
say
will knock on the
Julien,
door.
but what if he like knocks and they open it and he
Throws
just
up.
I need comments, and then
Arya's
bad
just
first
gonna walk
impression.
up.
Mud's giant
Okay.
and terrifying.
Arya.
Yeah, Arya's just gonna just a good 3 hits.
Okay.
That's fair. Arya's probably the safest bet.
There's no movement for a moment. As you knock, it's quiet for a bit. But then you feel like you can hear a little bit of shuffling on the other side of the door. And the door, I should explain, there's a small little, almost like a peephole. But the peephole's where you would like slide a piece of wood and slide it
okay.
open.
Like those old-timey bars.
Yes.
What's the password?
Yeah, exactly. What's the password?
Yep.
And you hear a bit of shuffling, and then you hear some noises on the door before the latch slides open, quick and loud, and in a very sudden movement. And before you can even register the movement itself, the nose of what looks like a sort of weapon slides out of the rectangular hole
But of
and
course.
points directly at you. And you hear a rough and quite gravelly deep voice and the drawl of an accent. And they say, "Who in the purple tumbleweed are you?"
Purple tumbleweed. What a cutie. Sorry.
That's really cute.
Hello. My name is Aria, and me and my friends would like some help if ever possible.
But I understand if you're busy. It's totally fine if you're busy. We can leave if you don't like people at your doorstep.
Drop it.
We are lost. Help.
That also, yes, we are indeed. So
He turns the gun towards you, Andromeda, and says,
Oh
You.
shit.
"What's your name?"
Andromeda, 𝙍𝙬𝙫𝙬𝙬𝙬. I don't do well when weapons are pointed at me.
Zephyrus is slowly just sliding off of your back, like,
Andromeda.
Please.
The barrel of the weapon freezes for a moment, and you see it kind of move as though it's like scanning all of you.
Hello.
Looking at the ones of you in the back, like Julien, it freezes on you for a moment, and then it moves to you, Theron, and then it kind of seems to ignore Zophiel and Mud and Arthros, and only fixates on the four of you before it slides out and back in.
But also good.
And you see the weapon drawback, and you hear metal scraping against wood, and the unlatching of a lock. And it sounds like many locks. You hear one unlatch, and then another unlatch, and then another unlatch, and then another unlatch. And the man on the other side maybe clearly harbors a little bit of trust issues by the sound of it. But the wooden door then opens with a violent swing.
Oh.
And the man is standing there, and he's not what you would have expected. So I do have a reference for you.
Hey,
Yes!
So, I
love
will
a
send
reference.
it.
I
Love a reference.
Reference.
I will say that, like, the pose I put him in for the reference is not the pose that he is in, but it was fitting for his character, so that's just how I drew him.
Very good.
Fair enough.
Just because he has a book in his hand, and he doesn't have a book in his hand right now. So,
Fair.
Why
keep
is
that in
it
mind.
not accurate? He needs to have a book.
I know.
Salvation.
I drew it literally, like, before I even wrote the episode, so,
Oh.
as I had
He's
him
a long time
in my
coming.
brain. Yeah. So, I'm gonna send it in the main chat, or the references, sorry.
Yep, sorry.
And then I will send it and show the stream, because I have to figure out my reference screen, because I think it's a little bit fucky-wucky. So give me 2 seconds to send it to you. Okay,
Hey, yo.
here we go.
Two others.
Just sent it.
Oh.
Oh,
My gosh, it's so...
what? Okay, Mr. Dill.
Oh.
Okay, Gil.
Oh no, the double horns add on so much when you make that face. Alright, we're gonna switch over.
Oh, I forget to have
So,
them sometimes.
let me
Gosh, it's really
change
interesting.
this picture.
I
I
am-
am
This picture
looking-
of Arthros real quick. There we
He's
go.
giving me like
Disrespectfully.
explorer vibes.
I'm looking disrespectfully.
What?
He gives you what vibes?
Like
He genuinely
explorer
looks
and,
like a
powerful
character
man.
from Red Dead. And
Oh, good.
I like that. I like that a
Good.
lot.
That's the
Without
vibes.
being-
I agree.
Sorry, I'm
pretty. He
adjusting
pretty.
your faces real quick. Real
Mm.
quickly.
Oh.
Why is this one showing? This is not. We don't need
He
two
looks
V's
like
on
somebody
here.
I could take on.
Okay, there we go.
Excuse you.
I had two
But
V's on
also,
my
that's
reference screen for some reason. I mean, like,
You just need
I'll
two
take
of them,
it,
alright?
but-
It's fine.
there we go. So, yeah.
Okay.
He does look like a grumpy
Okay.
grandpa.
Grumpy Grandpa.
Hello, Grandpa.
Hello, Grandpa. There's the reference
Hiya,
chat.
Grandpappy? No.
Grandpappy.
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 Ew, ew, ew,
I like
ew,
it.
ew.
Looking.
No.
That's funny. I like
I
it.
hate it.
Picasso.
I love it, but I hate it.
So,
Picasso.
he looks at the group of you for a moment and
Look right back.
looks you all up and down, and he says, do I dare ask what brings this many strangers to my door this close to dawn?
Dawn.
Oh, was that the time?
They said it
Oh,
was
to dusk. Sorry. This close to dusk.
Whoa. Jesus Christ, that
I got
went
my
by
dawn
fast.
and dusk mixed up. It's okay.
It took
That's
them
okay.
a whole like
He's
8 hours.
putting that
Yeah.
down for a long time,
We're
It's
guys.
close to dawn.
This close to dusk. Fair enough.
We are tourists.
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 I mean, technically, kind of, yeah. It's a long story.
Yeah.
A very long one.
Perhaps you don't dare.
Maybe. Maybe.
He squints at you all, and then he looks at Zephyrus and Zophiel now, and he has an expression of like concern that dawns on his face.
Yeah.
And
Concern. Good.
yeah, and he looks at you and he says,
Expression.
"What happened to your friends there?"
Again, very, long story.
But they are hurt, and we need to get them
A lot of us are very hurt.
Be a bath, and like the sun, if you have it.
Oh, if you have some hanging around.
If you have any like sun in the fridge, sure, that's fine.
Does the sun come out here, or is it just always, purple?
He's like frowning, and he's like, no, we have the sun.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Gets hotter than hell out here.
Ooh.
Not at night, though. Night, you have to make sure that you don't freeze to death.
Yeah, we are going to freeze to death out here, so...
Yes.
Oh, yeah,
Yes, I would
yeah.
like to
he's like realizes, and he's like, oh, yeah. And he like holds the door open for you guys, and he says, welcome to my humble abode. I'm Joseph Gray. Nice to meet you all. You can call me Joe, if you're too lazy to struggle to the end. Or even Seth, if you don't like saying either. But I take it you all need a place to stay.
Yes, that would be lovely, thank you.
Right. And he steps aside so you guys can like walk on through. And he seems like he's very hospitable. He seems like kind of happy now to let you guys into his space. And he looks at you all. I assume that you all are walking in slowly. And he says, I've got plenty of room to house a few strangers, so long as you don't try and steal anything.
No, we're not stealing type.
No.
I can assure you.
All
We
right.
have no need for material objects.
Arya just looks at Theron and is just like...
We are, in fact, not stealing types.
Definitely not.
Arthros follows in behind you guys, and as she follows in, she tries a little bit to, like, get the sand off of her boots as she walks in, like, looking around
Very
nervously. And Mud just, like...
She's a lady.
Just clambers in.
Because she's a lady, that's why.
She's a lady, that's why. And, when you walk in, the house that he kind of lifts his hand and he gestures to the house, from what you can see when you walk in. And it looks very cozy. The room that you're all standing in has an array of different lounges and couches and chairs. They're all cushioned with blankets and pillows, and they're sitting before a warm flame of a fireplace.
Cozy as fuck.
Oh,
Except the
shit.
flame of the fireplace itself is a sharp ethereal blue rather than a warm
Aesthetic
glow.
as fuck.
There's a small kitchen that you can see around the corner from the living room that doesn't have much aside from what looks to be some sort of Frankenstein type refrigerator. The device has metal surrounding it, seemingly cut and adjusted. And there's a few glowing lights that layer the outside of it, almost as though someone built this thing together. There's a table and chairs beside a few shelves that most likely hold canned foods, and atop them sit a vase of long forgotten flowers that are wilting and hunched over. On a large wooden piece of furniture near the bookshelf, there's a chest of drawers, and an old photograph sits atop it, frayed and sepia in tone. The photograph depicts a younger version of Joseph, as you, or you guys can assume, and beside him looks to be another younger elf.
Is there a reference of that?
No, there is not, of the photograph.
Oh. Birthday present, babe. Birthday present.
But what you can see of Joseph, obviously, you see that he is a type of elf, or just an elf, supposedly. And beside him looks to be another younger elf, much younger than he, perhaps a teenager in age. Towards the back of the house sits a staircase that surely leads up to a top floor, and presumably a bedroom or two. And there's another door on the ground floor that sits tightly shut towards the back. And the man speaks to you all once more, and says, I've got a spare room with 2 beds upstairs. I'll get them set up for your injured fellas here. The rest of you are welcome to take advantage of the spacious living room. And he glances at Zephyrus and Zophiel and says, I'll be right back. let me just grab some things for you. And he looks at you all with a friendly smile and doesn't even hesitate before he heads towards the door that sits tightly shut towards the back. He opens it a moment and stops before turning to look at you all. And he says, by the way, there's some clothing in that chest right there. He points to a purple velvet-covered chest with a wooden exterior that looks absolutely ancient. And he says, if you need any new ones, they're old and probably smell of 10 years ago, but everyone still dresses the same here, and I ain't gonna judge you. And he points to another, much smaller door that's tucked near the staircase, and he says, that there's a washroom, should you need it. And with that, he vanishes behind the door. Do any of you look for new clothing? You don't have to, but...
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
You
Hell
bet your
yeah.
purple
Yeah.
tumbleweed we do.
Outfit picked out for a month. Let's go.
Alright, I'm still trying to get my shit together.
You're
so
good.
whoever
Who
wants
would like to go
ahead.
first?
I'll go.
Okay.
Andromeda's she's gonna set, like, you know, put Zephyrus down on one of, like, is there like a seating?
Yeah, there's a bunch of like chairs and lounges in the living room.
She's gonna like help him down and kind of like guide him over to a chair and set him there.
Okay.
And she's gonna go look over in the chest and open it up and start digging through it.
Okay.
And she's gonna pull out what she wanted.
A lot.
And it's a little dress.
Oh.
And I'll send it in live stream references.
Let me just grab it first. It's like a. Actually, no. I'll just send it.
Okay. Oh yeah, thank you for sending the Ridgewood Farm picture, bub. That's basically exactly what the house looks like.
So it's a little well-worn looking, but still very pretty. It's a black top, and it has like these cute little, like, I don't know, they're like balloon sleeves, almost like that.
Mm-hmm. Like poet blousey, kind of.
Yeah, it's little flouncy sleeves, and it has like a little simple ribbon tie at the very top, and it has this like long blue, like midnight blue kind of skirt,
Mm-hmm.
and it goes out to her ankles or so. And it's just very, like, it looks very well worn, well loved, but very, very comfortable, very cute.
Love.
Yeah, it's a little button.
Cute.
Yeah.
For
And
chat,
it does
it's in the
her back.
live stream references.
Yes. Yeah. And she does her hair back in this big ass braid
Oh, cute.
all down her back.
So southern. You're gonna look like Jessie from Toy Story because she's got the yarn hair, so it's like big braid.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that all that you wanted to say? Okay. Who would like to go next? If any of you would like to go
I can
next.
go.
Okay. Go for it.
I just wanted to keep the same pants that Aria was
Mhm.
wearing from the last place, so the very like asymmetrical, flouncy pants.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to see like if there was just like an old, roughed up, like leather jacket that just it looks like it's been just like it's got bullet wounds in it, just like
Absolutely.
the biggest Dean Winchester jacket you could think of.
Yes. Absolutely.
That she's gonna take that and just like wrap her body in it,
Oh.
and then probably help Andromeda out with the braid at the very bottom because she got a lot of hair,
Love that.
and then she's just gonna toss hers back in a braid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who wants to go next? Theron or Julien? If you
there a
guys
cowboy
want
hat?
clothes. Is there a cowboy hat? There is a coat rack, or not a coat rack, where I guess a coat rack or a hat rack. I guess they're technically two different things, but they kind of look the same. I don't know. There's one by the door that you came in through that has a couple different like Stetson hats on it.
I grab a hat.
Do
Okay.
I dare? I dare. I take one too.
Please,
Nice.
please, Jay.
I will say
that
also,
sounds phenomenal.
Arthros does
With
not
migrants.
change her clothes. She keeps what she was wearing on Aviosis, but she approaches the door and does put on a black cowboy hat.
Oh!
And she kind of looks at it for a moment,
I'm
like
fine. I'm fine. I'm
she's like turning
fine.
it. She's turning it around in her
fine.
her like hands as though debating if she should put this on because it's gonna break it if she puts it on. So she looks for a moment, shrugs a shoulder. She seems like she's fucking defeated at this point. So she just shakes a shoulder and then just goes, and her horns just go through the hat, and she wears the cowboy hat on top of her head.
I love this so much.
I'm gonna dig through the chest as well and grab.
Move your microphone a little bit closer, Haley. You're good. You're good.
Dig through the chest as well and
Okay.
see if we can find like a pair of like a shirt and a pair of pants for Zephyrus because he probably needs a new pair of clothes.
Valid.
Yeah,
Oh, that
probably.
just whatever you just did with your microphone just made it so much better. I don't know if you moved it like even closer. It was
Yeah,
like,
that's good.
yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Mud does not change his clothes. He stays. He doesn't even go for a hat. He's just kind of hanging back behind the group, kind of just like taking in everything, and taking in the surroundings. And Zophiel does not. He doesn't even understand what's happening really right now.
No.
He's like, clothes? Why are they changing their clothes? That's not necessary. So he's standing there in his like prison garb, and he slowly kind of lowers himself on one of the cushioned like seats, and he like
Can
puts
I
the
say
pressure.
that Arya helps him?
You can,
What is,
yeah.
like what
she
is
goes
his
to
Oh,
chain
yeah,
outfit
for sure.
again? I forgot what that
It was a oh god.
I also don't remember.
My notes have it more descriptively. I don't want to say something and then it's like
I forgot,
off.
like what the colors were. But if he's changing anyways, then I bet you
I was also gonna ask if because I'm assuming like when they got in and he like motioned to the like couches and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
Arya probably helped like Zophiel sit down, and then like Julien probably meander over to a couch to
For
take a little
sure.
bit.
that makes sense.
But when
Or
she went to go
Julien.
get hats, she went and grabbed 2 hats, and she put one on Julian's head and the other on Zophiel's head.
Aww.
Stop!
And just like
That's so cute.
I want
adorable.
them to have a little bit of fun, even if they're feeling like complete.
I need
Icky
to
boys.
Wow.
Icky
They're a little
boys.
bit icky boys. That's okay.
They're a little under the weather.
Are they still
Um,
like bleeding profusely?
Zophiel wasn't really
they're-
bleeding all that much. His kind of soaked
just
into
battered.
his
Stuff
soaked into his
close.
back mostly.
Okay.
Why
Just going to
can't
eat on back.
I can't find my freaking notes. If I remember
a sand
correctly, it
I'm
was
gonna
like
Because he's not voting.
I don't quote me on this because I'm not even quoting myself directly, but I believe it was like a maroonish colored like jumpsuit, almost not jumpsuit, but like bottoms
So
and a
blood
top.
doesn't show.
Fair enough.
It probably shows like a darker red on the back.
Mm.
I think it was red. I should have written it down.
Well,
but
if not, it is red.
It probably was red, honestly.
It is done.
Given the
it's
world.
red now.
God,
I think
God
it was
said-
because I was making it in theme with like Devil's Gate and stuff, so I think
That's what I was thinking
it
as well.
was maroon colored. So yeah, he's got like the blood on his back from his birthday treat. And Zephyrus is in a worse state, but he's not bleeding actively from anywhere. Because it's mostly old wounds or like wounds that have like caked over
Yeah,
and like
he's just
scabbed
like
over and
literally
stuff.
starved and like a frail
Yeah.
shell of himself.
He is just a frail boy. So Julien and Theron, do you grab any specific stuff from the chest? Anything specific look?
I mean,
At all?
Theron's going to keep most of what he was wearing already. He's gonna like trade out his light coat thingy for similar to Arya, like a long leather black coat, kind of
Okay.
like the ones that I wear in Red Dead, like the very
Yes.
long one. That
Yes,
one,
sir.
Love
that
that for
one
him.
specifically.
I love.
So he'll
I
take
love.
that, and then after he saw Arthros, like he's also gonna grab a hat and just shove it through his horns so they like stick
Aw,
out.
Love. We're just breaking Joseph's hats. It's fine.
I'll reimburse him at some point,
It's
maybe.
fine. They're just hats.
He didn't say we
And we
couldn't
can
have
have
the
the
hats.
clothing.
True. He said make yourselves at home. So
That's as homey as it gets.
yeah.
A hat fitting through your horns.
Yeah. And he already has
That's
one on, so he's
perfect.
fine. He has his.
I mean, yeah. Who needs
Julien?
extra hats?
Julien, my love, would you like to wear anything specific?
I don't think Julien would change his clothes as he's probably too distracted.
Valid.
Constantly thinking about
He's got no
everything
hat.
that happened back
Everything
there.
that just happened, valid. You just have a hat now because
Okay,
Arya
just,
gave
like-
you one.
Passed out on the couch.
Valid. Okay.
just staring off into the distance,
Aw.
just
Trying
Just
not
associating-
to
1,000-yard
have your
stare
inside
You
dissociated.
have-
outsides.
You have this whole thing going on probably in your brain right now, also of this person that you recognize, but you cannot pinpoint why.
Mhm.
Who
So
also recognized you and was like,
and
oh,
talk
for
to
old
you.
time's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, called you out
Um,
specifically.
Exactly.
We all heard that.
So when the man returns, after you've all kind of gotten
Joseph.
changed, Joseph Gray, when he
Joy.
returns, you see the door that's towards the back open wide, and you see that he's not alone this time. Following behind him is another man, or perhaps more so a creature. And you do notice that he looks similar in his facial features to the boy that's in the photograph that sits on the small table. But only in his facial features. And I have a reference for you guys.
Turn into a creature.
I have a reference.
Reference.
Give
Let
us
me
the
make you guys bigger.
reference.
Love me a reference.
Love your
Reference.
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 A reference.
Wow. Get into it, guys.
Yeah. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. Let me do it on stream real quick. Okay. And I'll send it in here. And then I will...
Like going back and forth.
I'm going to describe also for a moment what you see before I send it.
Wow.
A little bit more in detail. So... You see that this creature or man, the reason I say creature is because he definitely has things on him that do not look just like an average man. He, from what you can see, oh no, I'm just gonna send it. This is really hard to describe without you guys seeing it. So let me send it. Hold on. I'm sending it.
Send it.
I'm sending it. Okay. I will
Please, I
describe
am so
after
curious.
it
Me
is on
too.
screen. Okay. And then
Gimme.
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 Okay, I sent it.
Ooh. Cool.
Okay. Okay.
So,
What
So
the hell?
what you see of this character person, their hair is white, like very white, to the point where it's like that. It's like pristinely white. There's no other colors in the hair that look human in that way, where your roots showed through or anything of that nature. Along his body, he has very pale skin, but along his body are markings and like almost like the way metal would rust along his arms. And it's in this purple hue, and atop his face, on his face, other than the facial features you can see, there is this lining of skin that fades and shows just this metal interior across his eye. One of his eyes is this like light shade of purple, and his other is a bright white that almost looks like machine-like, I suppose. The whites of his eyes not white, but instead a gray on that side. He's holding a bunch of things in his arms that look kind of like elixirs that may be for Zophiel and Zephyrus that you can assume. He also has like some sheets and things like that in his hands that I didn't draw in the picture. And there's a little part on his shoulder that is kind of like torn and shows more metal. He looks to be in not a great state. The like all the scratchings and markings on him look like damage. And he looks rough, essentially. And as the man walks up, the being follows behind him, and he stands very still, following right behind Joseph, as if very loyally behind Joseph. And his eyes are staring lifelessly at the group of you all, as though studying you all very carefully. And Joseph steps forward and out from behind the store, and the person follows him, and he says, friends, this is X. I've programmed some medical information into him, so he'll be able to care and nurture you with his software. So I reckon he'll be able to make sure your boys are well looked after. And Joseph,
One more time, say the name.
X.
X.
He gestures to Zephyrus and Zophiel for a moment, Joseph does, and he smiles at all of you. And it's within seconds, though, as he continues to smile at you, that his smile drops, and he turns to glare at the being next to him, at X. And he says, what are you waiting for, then? Get to it. He snaps at the creature, and X nods very quickly and begins to move, stepping forward towards Zephyrus and Zophiel and staring very blankly at them. And he says lightly, follow me, please, and turns to ascend the steps. And Zophiel glances at you for a moment, Aria, like, almost as if a little nervous, which he doesn't usually show that much of his nerves, but he looks at you for a moment before he kind of nods in encouragement towards you and follows behind X.
Should I, here, Zophiel, let me help you get down wherever you're going. Up? Going up?
Up.
I'll help you up. Let's go. And
He
she's gonna kind of, like, slide, like, right next to Zophiel and just, like, hold, like, his shoulder.
Okay.
Trying not to touch his back as much as possible, of course, but...
and sorry, I'm going back to my other screen. He nods at you and, like, lets you help him. And he still favors that one wing more than the other, kind of walking a little bit, like, hunched and limp on one side. And his wing is, like, hanging low and kind of offset. And Zephyrus looks at you, Andromeda, in that moment. And he has a worried, kind of fearful look in his eyes. And he glances at the staircase and at X that's waiting atop it. Then at Joseph, and then back to you. And he says, will you come with me? I've just gotten you back, and the last thing I want is to be without you right now.
Andromeda has flashbacks to, I just got you back and I don't want to lose you. And she's like, and she kind of like snaps out of it.
I'm glad that clicked. I was hoping that would.
Rapidly fast in my brain.
Yeah.
She like has a little flashback moment. She like shakes her head to like shake herself out of it and has to remind herself that yes, this is the real Zephyrus in front of her.
Mm-hmm.
And she reaches for it and takes his hand very firmly within her own, and she's like, of course I'll go with you.
And
She leads towards the stairs.
he nods and he takes like a breath that seems like a breath of relief before he starts to take up the stairs with you. So it is Mud, Arthros, Theron, and Julien still downstairs. And Joseph is smiling again, as though nothing disturbed him. And it's wide and it's polite, and he gestures to his kitchen very proudly and smiles, and he says, feel free to help yourself to any grub, should you find yourselves hungry. I've got ale in the refrigerator there and water in that there barrel. And he points. And then he looks at you all and he says, my home is your home for the time being. It's not often we get visitors. It's quite refreshing, honestly. So please, make yourselves comfortable. And he kind of looks around for a moment, kind of like apologetically, and says, unfortunately, I do have some rather immediate work downstairs, but should you find yourselves bored, help yourselves to my bookshelf there. And he points, and Arthros immediately like looks, and she's like eyeing the books very curiously, a little spark of something flickering in her eyes that wasn't there for the majority of the day so far, or the night or evening, I guess, more so. And he smiles back at you guys again, and he says, should you need me, feel free to come on downstairs. And he smiles again and says, I'll pop back up from time to time and check on your friends, not to worry. I'm sure they'll recover just fine. I may have something downstairs to even speed up the process. And he begins to move back towards the stairs before kind of stopping in his retreat. And he turns and looks at all of you and says, X should be up and down. Feel free to order the tin can around if you need to. And the man kind of shrugs and snorts to himself before stating, he aims to please. So, and with that, and the flick of his hat, it disappears behind his door once more, and the group of you are alone.
Just
really
so that we know, I lied earlier. We are in fact stealing X. Just
Yes.
throwing that out. The second
We
hint.
will be taking.
We are, in fact, committing a
And
robbery.
we
Actually
are
going to steal.
adopting
We are
We
Android.
did adopt this android, I guess, on
This
site.
is
so.
giving something not good. This is
This
giving.
is giving slavery.
me.
This is
Not good vibes anymore. I
Not
don't
good
know about
vibes.
y'all.
this
not
is
good vibes.
giving Detroit Become Human. This is giving not a good situation.
This is giving
Ooh.
us taking.
Yes, this is giving us stealing.
Yes.
We will be taking this.
I will say, as soon as the man disappears behind the door, Mud shrugs a shoulder immediately and strolls over to the kitchen and starts scoping out the cabinets. He's picking up cans of whatever preserved vegetables and snacks the man has in his
We're gonna eat all
humble,
his shit.
in his humble abode.
We're gonna take this man for everything he's got. We got his clothes.
Mud
got his
is-
clothes,
Hey, yo!
we're taking his android. We're leaving.
Mud is pulling a Red Dead Redemption where they walk in and they just go,
Just, I do that. I do that.
I do that. Yeah, he's in there. He's taking whatever he wants to.
What a mood.
Good boy.
And Arthros clears her throat, glances at the books for a moment, and then hesitates. And frowns and takes kind of a deep breath for a second and says, I'm going to go get some air, even if it is awful and dusty and positively foul. And she just kind of shakes her head for a moment and scurries out, zooming past like all of you and towards the door and disappearing into the foggy world of purple outside that you can see.
They said it got freezing at night, that you could freeze to death at night.
Mm-hmm. It is the evening so far, so you know we're getting there.
It's dusk.
So,
It's not
Or it was probably after
is
dusk.
there anything specific you would all like to do? Aria and Andromeda, you're accompanying Zephyrus and Zophiel upstairs. Julien, you're still sitting on the couch, I believe. Theron,
Yeah.
you're-
Julian.
Yeah.
No, go on.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say where everyone was. You're good. Everyone's
okay.
downstairs.
Julian, as soon as Joseph leaves, is gonna take out his spell book and cast Prestidigitation to create a small illusory image of the guy, and he's just gonna stare at it.
Of Joseph himself.
What?
No, not Joseph.
Oh, the blonde
Blonde
guy.
fucker.
The blonde guy. Okay.
interesting.
I'm concerned.
Interesting.
I'm concerned.
That guy
I'm
just
concerned.
like pops up in this living room all of a
He's just-
sudden. Okay, we're not traumatized enough. Thank you. Thank you for that, Julian.
Julie just
It's a small illusory image. It's like
Get a
a.
tiny one.
You can
It's
tell.
small?
Tiny.
It's
Oh,
small,
okay. I thought it
and
was,
with
like,
Prestidigitation,
life-sized
it
there.
says that you can clearly tell it's illusory. So.
Okay.
Make
Okay.
me a little
This
bit.
tiny man is
That
just
makes me
like
feel better.
running,
Tiny
trying
boy.
to get.
I thought this
frickin-
man literally just poofed into the like
Me too. That's what I
We're all
saw at
gonna
first too.
freaking die.
My brain imagined that at first too. So, kind of gonna jump between you guys for a second.
Maybe
With
So-
that, because you just did that, Julien, I will say, as you're staring at this little version of the blonde man, Napoleon speaks up while you're watching this and says, you see his little glowing, entrancing thing. Now you guys kind of have a little visual of what I imagine, at least. You see the glowing of this purple, and he kind of fits in quite well in this place with all the purple. And the skull does not form above the pages, but the purple glows almost as though he's like waking and wants to tell you something. And he says, Master Julien, your ritual spell is ready to cast, should you like to do so. If you remember the ritual spell that you were trying to get Andromeda's brother's book, or the book, supposedly. So, would you like to cast it?
Oh, yes, right. That ritual. And then he dispels the the precipitation and the illusion, and then sets the book on the ground and starts doing the ritual.
Okay.
Also, I guess we know magic works here. Does it feel any different? Like, how does it feel?
It feels the same as how 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐸𝐸 felt, so you know the magic works. Sorry, I should have specified that.
No, you're good. I was just curious.
Yeah. And can you roll 2d6s, but with disadvantage because you're icky sicky.
Icky sicky.
Icky sicky.
Icky sicky man. Icky sicky magic man.
That's going to be plus int, which I think is just the one. 6.
Okay. So, what do you do, Julien, as you cast it? Like, how does it look when you cast it?
He reaches into his bag and starts drawing out chalk circles with glyphs around it, and with a single candle in the center, lights it. Waves over Napoleon as the pages flip to the spell, and the glyphs on the page light up as the chalk glyphs on the ground sort of light up in fizzle and sort of ember, as the chalk mark and the candle as the chalk mark all sort of fizzles and disappears, and the candle goes out as a sort of surge of energy, of magical energy, bursts from the center.
Okay. And as you do that, it kind of fizzles for a little while, and the magic kind of glows for a bit before, like a few, I would say like a minute passes maybe. Almost as though Napoleon is searching for the book to bring it back. And within a few minutes, he returns, and the glow subsides. I think that's the word, subsides. Both is good. And his skull appears in, like, above the book and floats there for a moment. And he then says, I'm sorry, Master Julien, but I cannot seem to find it. Something is keeping me from attaching to it. I must say, though, you casted that one perfectly.
Right. Shit.
So they're hiding it.
I suppose I should tell Andromeda. And he packs up the book, takes the burnt candle, cleans up the area, and makes his way to Andromeda.
Okay. All right. Does anyone else want to do anything specific? I'm gonna jump around because obviously I'm gonna jump to, like, Andromeda upstairs with Zephyrus and all that good stuff. But
So anybody downstairs?
It's Theron and Mud. It's Theron and Mud, and Arthros is outside.
And Aria.
Arthros is outside. Aria went
Oh
upstairs.
wait, no,
with
Aria
Zophiel.
went upstairs. Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I need to turn my light on real quick. Hold on.
I guess
it's
real
really
quick.
dark.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. It's so dark in here.
It did get really dark really fast.
It's dark. It's dark.
It's dark. You remember?
Dork.
Oh, they can't hear me.
Do you remember? Do you remember?
That's a little bit better. Ugh.
Bub, you have the ring light behind your.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that on too.
Okay.
But I just wanted more light because I just like so dark in here.
Night.
Can't relate.
And the spirit of night.
Ew.
Oh my god.
King.
Lion King.
I know, but
It lives in you.
Eyo,
Boop, boop, boop.
umbo, eyo.
It's me.
Ayo, wayo.
We're gonna get copyright. We gotta stop.
You're right. Let's stop.
Yeah, we're gonna get copyright from that.
Yes.
So,
Are you kidding?
But-
Screen accurate, babe. Screen accurate.
Mhm.
Wolf Army, babe.
Wolf Army.
Robbie.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll
so
do it
with that,
with that.
I have
Oh,
yes,
can I
Theron.
real quick, like, since I'm one of the ones
No, it doesn't have to be
Can I
real quick.
go? Well, can I go look through the books and find one,
Absolutely.
and eventually later on when we circle around, give it to Arthros.
Okay.
What kind of books are there? 'Cause I want to pick one out. there.
A lot of them are seemingly fiction stories. A lot of
Any
them
poetry?
all like Western themed.
Of course.
For the sake of it, I will say there is a Western themed poetry book.
What does that even look like?
And it's called
Your hair flows like a purple tumbleweed in the desert.
it's called For the Cows and the Boys.
I want this book right now.
I love it.
I need you
this
to
book
write this
right
book
now.
so that I can read it.
Wait, you
Just
say
out
cows?
of curiosity, are there any cowboy poems?
Are there any cowboy poetry books?
I spelled that right. I'm sorry.
I'm sure there is. Cowboy
There
poet.
sure are. Oh no.
For the Cows and the Boys.
There's a national cowboy poetry gathering.
Oh, that's sick.
That's
I
kind
love
of
that.
insane.
There's an
I love
event.
that.
It's awesome.
Hey,
It's awesome.
It's really cool.
the cowboy.
This is really fucking cool. I
Sorry,
wanna
this is
get
great.
tickets.
This
It's
is
okay.
fantastic. That book will
Tickets on
do.
sale
I love it.
now. What?
Okay.
After the tickets.
All right. So you grab that book then.
Oh,
Extra. Okay.
We will
And then
jump.
onward.
We'll jump back to you, Theron.
Mm.
And I'm gonna jump up to, the lot of you that are going upstairs. Yeah. Before all of this happened with Julien and Julien finding or using the spell, once you get upstairs, and Zephyrus and Zophiel have gone into one of the rooms, you see that, well, I mean, you're part of it, but X is tending to Zephyrus and Zophiel quite readily. The two of them have removed their shirts, and they're lying beneath the seemingly cozy cotton bed sheets. They are dying. Please control yourselves.
I can't.
Okay,
I'm
but they're
sorry.
dying and they're also hot.
And they're sexy.
But they're dying and they're shirtless and they're hot.
They're multitasking. They're multitasking.
They can be.
God.
They can be multifaceted.
Hot.
They can be
Um,
multifaceted.
Anyways, they
They can
are
do different
beneath
things at the same time,
cotton
too.
bed sheets on two twin beds that are kind of on separate sides of the room. And they seem to be kind of wincing from the pain stemming in their backs. Zophiel is turned on his side so that his wings kind of can flay out a little bit. And Zephyrus is laying on his stomach. And Zophiel looks rough, but most of his damage is old, faded scars that you have seen before, Aria, from when you walked in on him shirtless that one time. And none of you know the culprits of where those scars came from, obviously. His fresh wounds are stark on his back. They're red slashes that stand kind of bright in contrast to the pale shade of his skin. And he's dirty and sore, and his wings still tremble a little bit, but he's able to find a way to be comfortable enough. Zephyrus is another story, of course. His damage is far more recent and far more severe. The scars and cuts and bruises across his torso are extensive, and it's clear he's been under the watchful, cruel gaze of the peacekeepers of Devil's Gate for a long while. He's far more gaunt than you remember, Andromeda. His cheeks are thinner and more sunken, and the bags beneath his eyes hide the glow they once shimmered with. X is beside them. He has a small case that holds an assortment of oils and materials of aid, bandages and gauze, and what looks to be creams in small jars. Some of the properties might even be magical, if their odd coloration and glow is anything to go by. The machine works. the machine X, works carefully and diligently, dressing their backs with careful, precise fingers, meticulously going about his work without a single flaw. And I assume that you guys walk in, Aria and Andromeda, I assume that you are already in the room, them having gotten comfortable. And X moves and grabs 2 chairs that are kind of tucked towards the back of the room, and brings them forward towards the beds for you both. And then continues to fiddle through his assortment of bandages and things of that nature to find the right things that he needs. Could start with either of you if you guys would like to converse with either of the Z's. The Z boys.
Or Z boys.
Your Z boys.
Aria, I think, after like taking a seat, is gonna kind of like look up at X, just be like, your name was X, correct?
He looks at you and just says, yes.
Oh, actually, sorry, I forgot to ask this. Can I roll a perception check to see if I can tell that these, this damage on him is, not accidental, like it looks purposeful?
Sure.
Okay. What do you want me to roll?
I think wisdom. I think that's what we said for perception checks. I'm pretty sure.
And 2d6 or what?
Yeah, you can do 2d6s.
Okay.
Okay. How you guys feeling so far, by the way? Good.
That'll be an 11.
Oh my.
I got a +1 to my wisdom.
You can tell that the damage to his being is not accidental. It is absolutely purposeful. There are some damages that look to be as though they could be burns. Some that's just scratches, as though like, some that's like almost dented, as though like someone pushing, like could push and hit something or whatever.
Oh, hell to the no. We're
definitely
not doing this.
None of the damage is accidental.
Okay, you are coming with me, boy. Come here, boy.
Come here, boy.
Truly, babe. Aria's just gonna kind of like look at him and just like, X, how long have you been here with Joseph?
He frowns for a moment, as though like computing. Computing. And he says, a little under a year.
Under a year? Oh,
he did that in under a year?
Yeah, This prick. Okay. And how did he find you? How did you get here?
He looks at you for a moment and says, I was not found, I was made.
Joseph made you?
He nods at you.
To be... yeah.
Like, was there... Are you like his kid?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Oh. Do you like it here?
I am not capable of liking or not liking things. I'm a
Lies!
machine.
Bullshit! I call lies.
Oh wow.
I call lies.
Oh wow.
I'm about to make this android. What is it called?
He says, I am a machine. My master created me to serve a purpose.
Yo, this new Pinocchio movie kinda fucked up.
James, please!
What was it?
James said, "Hey, yo, this new Pinocchio movie kind of fucked up."
That's kind of literally what's
I love you,
happening, though.
James.
This is like the
Basically-
donkey scene,
I love
guys.
you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Always messed me up as a kid.
Geppetto.
Geppetto.
I
Uh,
want to be a real boy.
Both Aria and Andromeda go.
ooh,
Ooh, that's
why do you look broken?
It is of import that I aid my master with whatever he may need. On occasion, it is to expel his aggression.
oh, yeah, that's a big no.
Ooh.
Actually,
Hmm.
you know what, X?
Yike.
I think it may be important for us to have a conversation about
Sounds unethical.
yes, ethics and what
Morally wrong.
you want.
I do
I know
not
you said
want...
I know you said that, but I really maybe you and Zophiel could get along. Hey, Zoph. Is she just gonna look down at the bed with him in it?
Zophiel's wing just twitches in recognition. Like he's not moving.
Oh, buddy. Okay. I think you and Zophiel will get along. He's learning about free will, and I think that's something that you could also learn.
I've been asking him if he's in need of anything. He has said no up to this point.
Zophiel, please. Arya's just gonna poke his wig.
He just like flickers it, shifts it.
Zophiel.
And X walks forward and stands beside him and kind of says,
No, there's two.
I am tending to his wounds. Is there anything I can do for you?
Come home with us? I don't know. Don't stay here. I think I'm okay right now. But let me ask you this. You said Joseph made you to serve him, correct?
Yes.
Question. You said that X kind of looks similar to Sun,
To
right?
the person in the picture. You could assume
It looks
it
like
might be Sun.
Ooh. Oh no.
that's in relation to the picture downstairs with a younger. I'm assuming it was Joseph. I don't know, but who was that in the picture? Do you know?
I was made to serve, but I do not think that was the initial purpose.
But you're not saying that it's not the purpose now.
I don't quite understand your query.
Valid. But I think okay. I'll get back to you on that.
The boy in the photo below is Joseph Gray's late son.
Right. And do you notice any similarities?
He's like Astro Boy.
No, you all look very different to me.
I'm talking. No, X. I'm speaking about you and the boy, the son, late, dead son. He's dead.
He is
I
deceased.
see what it means by yeah.
Yeah.
Just clarification. Okay. Can we trust Joseph?
He looks at you and says, "He is my master. Of course. I trust him."
I'll take that into consideration. Thank you. Thanks. And Arya's just gonna like look down at Zophiel and then look at Andromeda and be like, "I will be right back. I'm just gonna go downstairs.
Okay.
Are you going to be okay?"
Yeah, why wouldn't I be?
Valid.
Zophiel looks over his shoulder at you, Arya, and just smiles and nods his head at you.
Arya's just gonna kind of like crouch down close to him and just be like, "I'll be right back." Watch out for Andromeda, please.
He nods and says, "I'll try my best."
Thank you. And she's just gonna like, all right, good talking. Drinks. And she's gonna go downstairs
Okay.
and just walk like directly to Theron if he's not outside yet.
Okay. I imagine
He's in bookies.
he might be outside, but then perhaps might be back inside by the time that you come
That's okay.
downstairs.
Then she'll go to Julien then.
So we can link up the timelines, you know? So we will come back to that with Andromeda and Zephyrus as well. And we will jump to Theron. We shall jump to you.
I'm in Spain without the S.
Yes.
I'm in Spain without the P.
I assume you go outside with the book.
Spain?
It's been a long day.
Same.
I haven't slept in over 24 hours.
I am
so
not
bear with
Spain
me.
without the
I'm
P.
not at all.
Sane.
Not Spain, actually.
I assume you go outside.
Anyways, yes, I take the book of cowboy poetry
Mm-hmm.
and follow Arthros outside.
For the cows and the boys.
And
And
the boys, that's it.
Arthros is sitting in one of those small rocking
Rocking
chairs. Mm-hmm. That you saw and coming in.
Are they next to each other?
Yes. They are next to each other. And she's just swaying back and forth, and she kind of has her cloak kind of like wrapped around her, and she's fiddling with her hands a little bit, as she does, as you've noticed she does. And you do notice the chill in the air that wasn't there before. And it seems like a sunset of sorts is forming across the horizon, and it's all cool toned. It's blues and purples and cyans, and there's not a cloud in the sky to cover the glorious sight. It's quite beautiful. It's unlike many sunsets you've ever seen, Theron, but it's still quite beautiful in its colder hues. And Arthros seems to be staring at the array before her, the light cascading across her, and painting her skin kind of an odd shade of lavender as the red meets that blue color.
Oh, it's pretty.
Yeah, and she glances at you as you approach, before she kind of ducks her head back and swallows thickly as if she's like preparing to speak. And she says, "Do you prefer sunsets or sunrises?"
Sunsets.
She smiles and says, "I used to enjoy the sunset, but now it only gives me this wave of anxiety having to go to sleep, laying there, thinking of the events of the day. And the sunrise, though, it's quite magical. It's like starting over, erasing the previous day. Like a refresh, or a second chance, I suppose."
Every day is a new day.
Yes, I suppose.
Real quick, out of character. Was there a sun earlier then?
It was like,
Because it was dusk?
it
Did we
was
see a
hard
sun?
to see because it was so foggy and like the sand and the dust and everything, but now it's
Okay.
kind of seemed to clear with the sunset.
Okay, but the sun is like behind the...
Behind the horizon, yeah. It's like the little tippy can be seen. Little tip, just the tip.
Yeah, I just was curious.
Yeah.
Back to...
Valid. She kind of goes quiet for a moment after you say that and is kind of blank-faced, a little stoic.
Theron's going to take his book. I am mostly certain you've probably never encountered this type of poetry before, but I thought it might bring you some comfort. Should you like to read tonight?
She looks and she frowns at it for a moment. She says, "For the
Yeah, same.
cows and the boys. I am neither a cow nor a boy, but I shall give it its best shot."
That's all that could be expected. I'm not sure what is inside or the quality thereof, but it is what is on hand at the moment. At the very least, it won't be boring.
She like kind of like not forces a laugh, but like a little laugh kind of comes out like she didn't expect it to come out, and she kind of
Yeah.
like covers her mouth for a second and says, "Thank you. I am sure it will be quite the read."
I'm so curious about this book.
And she she takes it from you and she puts it in her lap and then kind of fiddles with the corner of the book, like the side of the paper a little bit.
Can Theron like sit on the rocking chair next to her?
Absolutely.
Okay.
As you do, she doesn't look at you when she says it, but she clears her throat a little bit and says, I became an orphan in the span of a few minutes. That's got to be some kind of record, right?
Yes, I would expect so.
I lied earlier. I lied.
Oh. Yes.
And I've been informed by the green one that it is not good to lie and that you should tell the truth shortly after, so this is me telling the truth shortly after.
That's good policy, I suppose.
And she nods and she says, I'm feeling a lot of things right now. I'm sad, and I'm angry, and I'm relieved. But that's what I cannot stand. I feel the same. My parents just died, and I feel the same. It got me thinking that maybe I was really just an orphan all along.
I suppose in a functional sense, that is true. You didn't really have any parents to support you, or to guide you, or to love you. So in that way, it hasn't changed. But in a very real sense, a lot has changed. Some for the better, and I don't know, some for the worse.
I suppose I don't know what to do now. They always took so much from me. They took my freedom, my heart, my creativity. And now there's no one around to do that. So it's like this weight has been lifted from my shoulders, but I can't feel it just yet. It's like it's a phantom weight that I worry will always be there and make me scared to do anything.
Well, I am no expert, but I think there needs to be a grieving period. I think you still need to feel the loss, even if it is a bit of a relief. You still need to sit with it, to come to terms with it, and to eventually move on.
She nods and takes a deep breath for a minute and then looks at you, Theron, and like really looks at you, like she's like looking you like directly in the eye, which she's not really one for eye contact. So she's like looking at you very directly in the eye. And she says, I really want to kiss you right now, but I'm not going to. And she takes a deep breath and looks away again and says,
perhaps not the right moment.
She says, not until my head is clear of this fog. But I'm not going to push you away anymore. Okay?
I appreciate that. More than you know.
I will try my best not to let the past hurt me, now that it really is just in the past. And I want to be with you, because you're the most honest and kind and enthralling person that I've ever met, and you surpass any and all fictional characters that I've ever read about, Raffles. So, yes. Cat.
Oh my!
Anfisa.
There was in fact a cat behind your head.
Cat.
Okay.
Big old baby.
Big old baby.
Big old boy.
Jeez. Sorry, there's a lot going on. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna sit in this. I'm like gonna bask in this moment for a little bit.
It's the SpongeBob meme where he's like,
I don't know if I know,
"That's
but
there
yeah.
now. Hold
Yeah,
on, I got you."
That is what. Oh.
And she just continues to stare at you, and she's like smiling kind of hopefully, like.
Oh my god. Sorry. I'm emotional. It's fine.
I love that for you.
Yeah, I'm a fan. That's all.
Solid. Me too.
You're the one who created her, so props.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, Theron is genuinely grinning. His little like dragonborn eyes that are usually like kind of like slitted, they are full puppy blown right now, like staring back at her like
Puss in
when your
Boots.
eyes highlight to yes.
Oh.
Yikes!
What? Oh, is it the meme?
There's Patrick.
I mean,
thought
yes.
Oh, yeah, the... So
Oh.
cute.
but accurate. Awful, but accurate. Okay, as he's looking at her, he's going to... Oh, no, wait, there's another one. I feel like that's all of you guys listening to this. And also me.
True. You're right.
But yes, accurate. He is, for real, kicking his feet right now in this little rocking chair for, like, swing a little bit.
Precious.
His tail is just... Anyways. But he's just gonna look at her and... Likewise, you are, in fact, the most incredible person I've ever encountered. And I look forward to when the moment is right, and the past has hurt you, but I will strive to make sure that no future thing will ever hurt you again.
She kind of smiles and she looks down and she says, I think that I've experienced so much that the only thing that could hurt me now is you, really. And I have confidence that you won't. So.
No, yes, I will not.
Okay.
I would die before that happened.
And she goes like this for a moment.
No, I wouldn't actually die.
She goes like this.
I thought you were like...
No, she goes like this and puts like both her hands like over where her heart would be.
Mm.
And then she like goes like this.
Would be.
Well, like if it was out of her body, essentially, I guess. And she goes like this, and then she pushes her hands towards you, and she says, that's for you, and I hope that you take care of it.
I will.
There's nothing in her hands, obviously. But...
Right. He like, pretends to
Yeah.
hold it very gingerly, very gently, and he will cherish it forever.
And
He
she
will
smiles.
Likewise, return the gesture and take his heart
Well,
and give it.
she snatches it.
Long ago.
She snatches it. She goes. She's like, thank you.
Snatched.
She's like, thank you. And then she like looks down for a moment, and her cheeks are like even redder. And she's like, as much as I'm blushing, I'm very cold.
Yes. Would you like my jacket, or would you like to go inside?
What if we went inside and I will read For Cows and Boys with you?
Yes. I am wildly curious.
Okay.
And we can cuddle on the couch, if you wish.
She just goes,
For warmth. And
yes, because it is very cold.
And we should warm up,
Okay. If you're very cold, also, I can spawn in another me to cuddle on the other side.
Hmm.
James perks up. Theron
was feeling the cold. He is now piping hot. He is radiant.
I love it. I love
It's
that.
Molly, right?
I love that James has been so quiet, and then James just is like,
for that.
"Ooh!"
Ooh.
That deserved an audible.
Oh my god. I love.
Yes.
And so I assume.
Yes.
Okay. And so I assume you both go inside.
Theron X has stopped working, but yes, I'll go inside.
I love this for him. Okay. So, from there, I think I will move to Andromeda and Zephyrus if she is ready. If it's a good time. Okay.
Yeah, I was telling Alexia what just happened with that.
Oh, cute. That's cute.
Oh, the reactions are so good.
So, you are upstairs still with Zephyrus, and X seems to know at least the kind of common courtesy of like letting you spend your time with him for a moment while he tends to Zophiel. And Zephyrus is laying on his stomach, but he like opens his eyes and he kind of looks as much over his shoulder as he can at you beside him. And he says kind of in a shaky voice, he says, you have no idea how much easier it is for me to breathe now that I know you're okay.
Same for me too.
And he looks...
Okay.
He looks around for a second. He says, what happened to you, Andro?
Long story, but I can sum it up. Um, so my brother left, and they told me to stay, obviously, and I didn't.
I remember
And
that.
yes,
Mhm.
and I went to the desert too, like you did. Did your entire family go, or was it just you?
Most of my family went. We tried to find you. The grove just wasn't the same without you there. So, we left and we got lost. We got directions from someone, and then we got lost. And I lost everybody, and I was seeing things, and I thought I saw you once, and you were singing to me. But it couldn't be true because you weren't acting like you. And then I felt a hand on my shoulder, and everything went black, and I woke up on the floor of that prison cell. And at first I thought that was part of the Who Station too, and then they used their whip on me, and the pain was so real that I knew I couldn't be in the Redlands facade anymore. So...
Okay.
Mm.
Wow. Yeah. When I was in the Redlands too, I saw things. Some I don't quite remember. I remember seeing a horseman.
Mm.
His name was Vlad Ravenwood, apparently, which is important. So remember that.
Okay.
Later. And I fell asleep when the portals happened.
Oh.
And I woke up on this place called Earth. Have you heard of Earth before?
No.
Okay. Remember
That's kind
that
of a weird name for a planet.
it is very Earth. It's okay. So I woke up there, and the humans, so they're Earth humans, and they put all of the magical people that came from like Austradel and where we're from and anywhere else, they put us into these things called sectors, apparently.
Oh.
But I was asleep for a year, so I was.
But
kind
it
of
sounds like your prison wasn't any better than mine.
I mean, they did beat me, so
Oh.
I'm sorry about that. By the way.
It's over now. It's all right. And the thing that kept me pushing on, I suppose, was getting out and finding my way back to you and to the Grove and to our destiny together. So,
Yeah.
But now that I'm out, I had a very concerning thought. That with all this travel and where you were and everything, what if there is no Grove to go back to? Or what if everyone's gone? And what if 𝙍𝙘, did you find him again?
No. So landed on Earth. They put us into this school. So I had no time to search for him at all, if I didn't even have a clue where to start. But I found a book, and I think he is communicating to me through the book. I think.
He's never been one to like books.
Yeah, not very on brand for him, but it seemed like he was using words that I was like, yes, this seems like 𝙍𝙗, and this seems like it's related to us, so, maybe it's him. But I left the book back at the school that they put us in.
I see. But so then he's alive then?
It seems like it, hopefully.
That's wonderful.
But with the Grove, the eldest said that if the Grove fell, we all would fall, so We're still alive, so the grove must be alive still.
You're right. And we're gonna find it together again. And Andromeda, I'll tell you now, I'm never going to leave your side, not again, no matter where you go. And I just ask that you promise me the same. And, you see, the thing is we're all we have right now, and we might be all that's left forever. So, my duty is to you, and I swore on that. And we were chosen for each other, so I'm yours. And now that I found you again, I'll be everything you could ever need. I swear on my life.
Okay.
And he smiles at you, and, like, his eyes kind of droop a little bit as he lays there. And he says, okay. And he closes his eyes a little bit.
We will get married. And find the grove. And have dryad children.
And he just mumbles, he mumbles under his breath, he just goes, seedlings. And he nods, and then goes back to sleep.
Good night, Zephyrus.
She's just like, sorry.
And as he dozes, Andromeda, do you stay up there, or do you leave?
She's gonna look at X, like across the room for her, and is Zophiel still awake? Did he hear any of that?
It seems like he's dozed off at this point.
Okay.
And X is just like packing up some of the like bandage wrapping
Probably
and stuff. And X turns as you look at him, and he comes over towards Zephyrus to kind of dress a couple more of his wounds. And he looks at you for a moment, and he says, "Can I help you with anything?"
Ooh, is it just physical ailments you deal with, or do you do mental, emotional, anything like that?
I'm not quite sure I understand your query.
Do you have like a therapist function?
He like thinks for a second, and it looks like he goes to like look through his mind almost. Blinks, and then looks back at you and says, "What is troubling you?"
Do you ever wish you were, knew you had choices and, the ability to make those choices without facing any, outside repercussions from people you look up to?
He just, straightens and says, almost like his brain flickers for a second as you say this, and he blinks quick and then leans back forward and says, I make choices based on my master's needs. I'm not quite sure I understand your query.
But, what if you didn't have a master? What if it was just, just you?
That goes against my code.
But what if you didn't have a code, whatever that is?
If I did not have a code, I would be dead.
Okay. If I didn't have my code...
This is the wrong person for Andromeda to talk to.
So, stick to the code, stick to the higher being, and I won't die, right?
If you have a higher being, I suppose you could stick to what they ask of you.
Okay. But what if, it was a really hot orc man who wants to be with you, and, what if that was there? What do you think?
I suppose first you should cool down the orc man, and secondly,
Okay.
if he was to be your higher power, then I suppose you could serve his needs.
Wow. I was thinking more equals, but oh, geez. Okay. Yep. Therapist function off. I'm. Jeez, I'm gonna go downstairs. Okay, bye.
Just gets up, runs out the room, and scuttles downstairs.
Okay. So, with that then, I would like to pose also to any of you if you should like to. In this span of time, because I'm going to jump to Julien. So, Julien, I guess you kind of have first dibs if you would like. Joseph did say you are welcome to go into his downstairs. So, if you would like to, you can. Otherwise, it seems like everyone's kind of coming downstairs, so everyone's probably going to meet up downstairs soon. But in that span of time, while they're all having their conversations, should you like to, you can. Otherwise, you may stay upstairs if you like and hunker down.
I think Julien, after casting his spell, is going to wait for Andromeda to come down.
Okay.
So that...
Oh, yeah, because you're on your way up there.
Yeah.
What if you guys probably just met on the staircase?
Yeah.
Met on the staircase, just like... Okay, then. So, Andromeda, I suppose, as you're tumbling down the stairs,
she's like flushed, and she's like...
Julian's probably about to come. You guys probably are near inches from crashing into each other. Do either of you say anything to each other on initial sight, I suppose?
She just goes, Julien!
Oh, sorry.
Hi. What's up?
Hi. So I did that ritual that you wanted me to do.
Oh, yeah. Where is it?
Yeah. So when I tried, the spell, according to Napoleon, should have worked perfectly fine.
Uh-huh.
But there was some kind of interference that kept it from working. Meaning I don't have the book.
No.
Do you have any idea of what could have kept that from happening?
Like, would it be like someone's holding on to it too tight, or it's in a drawer, so do you think that would be a physical barrier for it?
No. If the spell was to work and to pull your book from what is essentially a different plane of existence, I would imagine it would also be able to pull it out of a drawer.
Well, that doesn't seem good.
Yes.
Well, hopefully nothing has gone wrong with the book.
Thank you so much. Oh.
Because that would be bad. I think.
Yes.
Thank you for doing the ritual anyways, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry it didn't work out.
No, it's not your fault. You did it perfectly, so. Are you feeling any better?
My only sort of conscious memory has been of is it a little under the last 2 years, and then all of a sudden the only person that I've ever encountered that I vaguely remember from a life before that tried to, well, did kidnap our friends and then tried to kill us. So I
Well,
don't know how to sort of put that on an emotional or mental scale.
Poor baby.
kind of a lot to think about.
Hmm.
Do you remember anything from the memory with him, like what he was doing or saying to you, or do you just remember his face from the memory?
Just his face. That's not anything I've encountered before.
Okay. Well, if we could beat him this time, like we did, then we can beat him a second and third and fourth time, and however many times.
Beat is a strong word for what we did.
I'd say that was a pretty good win for us. We escaped, nobody died. Ooh, shit. Some people died, but you know what? They were morally gray individuals. And you know what? We escaped together. So, that blonde man seems very scary, but he has nothing against the power that you have inside and in the book, Julien. Woohoo!
You flatter me. I'm not sure if that's true.
No, it is. I don't lie.
As you say this,
Sort of sighs a bit and sort of smiles.
Mud has a forlorn look on his face as he looks up at you and then looks back down at what he's doing.
Andromeda makes eye contact with him and goes,
Usually. Most of the time.
Julian sort of leans in and whispers, do you want me to just go downstairs and sort of leave, have you two, are you okay? What is...
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on with that. You know, my fiance is back, and
I am betrothed. I am betrothed.
You may go wherever you like, Julian. You're not a burden anywhere, so. Yeah,
Truth?
I don't mind either way.
Okay. Don't need anything from me, anything I could help with?
Just your emotional support. It's by the grove do I need it right now?
Yeah,
It's
I
the
can
glue.
do that, I think.
Oh, also, Julien, so me and Aria found out that the old man that we are staying with, so do you remember X, the robot guy?
Vaguely, I wasn't really paying too much attention at that moment, but enough to understand who you're talking about.
Yeah. So the old man, is not very nice to him, if you catch my meaning. And he has, Zophiel with his free will, there's absolutely nothing that free will with this X. So, yeah, just to let you know that me and Arlo did find that out, that the old man is kind of a little bit suspicious. So we should keep an eye on him and on X too.
Right, okay. Good to know.
But, anyways, thank you for trying to get my book. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And if you need me to speak to any tree or shrubbery or animals for you, then I will do that.
I'll be sure to let you know when I'm hankering for a conversation with a plant.
It can be quite fun, so I would recommend it. Okay.
It's just gonna like shimmy or hardly like step around him on
I
the
love-
stair, like kind of down the rest of the stairs.
Okay. So
I love these two.
they're
so much.
cuties. They don't interact as much, so it's cute to see them interacting. So they're babies. So Theron, I assume you've come in with Arthros. Zophiel and Zephyrus are upstairs. Aria, you had come downstairs briefly. And Andromeda is now downstairs. And so is Julien. I assume you went and stayed downstairs, Julien?
Mhm.
And Mud is still in the kitchen, looking through all the cabinets.
I'm gonna say because Andromeda told Julien, because what my plan was, because she was gonna tell Theron about what happened, but Theron
Yeah.
was outside.
Mhm.
She's just gonna go and like look at Julien, kind of like ritualing, because I'm assuming that's around the timeline when it would have happened.
Yeah.
She's gonna go to Mud
Okay.
and just be like, I'm just gonna let you know what's kind of going on upstairs a little bit with the X,
He's just nodding.
yeah, because Julien looks really busy, and I feel a little bit of tension going on with you. Are you right? Is there anything I could do for you? You seem to be kind of having an emotional.
He blinks a moment, and then you see him reach up to his ears, and he pulls out what looks to be 2 little earplugs. And he's like, sorry, I found these in a drawer and wanted to try them out. What did you say?
I said a lot of things. Anyway, are you okay? Let me start there. I think that's a good place.
Okay is a loose term. I think I need more specifics than that.
Okay. Are you? I don't know how else to describe okay, other than okay. Are you? Do you have what you need? Is there anything? What's going on?
Well, I found
What's-
some vegetables. Did you want any?
I'm okay for food right now.
Right.
I'm asking you, feeling wise.
I think I really need a conversation with Andromeda, but she is busy with her fiance, so, you know.
Right. Yeah, it seemed a bit like okay. That's good. At least you understand what you do need. That's a good thing. That's really. That's
I
really
always
great.
understand what I need.
That-
I'm a man of few needs, okay? I'm a catch.
You are a catch.
Yeah.
I didn't say that you weren't. Definitely didn't say that. I just wanted to check up on you.
I don't think Mud and Aria have interacted this much, and it's giving me serotonin.
Okay, Mud, I understand you have. So, you're a man of few needs. You're a catch.
And I'm sexy.
That is true.
You know what's not sexy?
I don't really know what is sexy, so go ahead and tell me.
Fiancés from different realms. That's not sexy.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
And he's not, I mean, there's no comparison. Like-
Okay. Again, I think this is something for you and Andromeda to talk about. I don't want to get in the middle of it. Your relationship is something And yeah, relationships in general are things I'm not very good at, so I don't know if I could really be
Yeah,
somebody.
I thought it was a relationship, but that's looking a little grim right now.
Oh.
And he takes a deep breath.
Oh, what?
Oh God.
Well, you and Zophiel together, right? So imagine if Zophiel came out and was like, I have a fiance, and then left you for the fiance. How would you feel then, right?
Ooh, no, valid. I don't know if I can say needs I'm in a relationship. I don't even know what that would mean. I've never even. Anyway, you and Andromeda were at a very different point in your connection. Is that a better term for you?
Yeah, we kissed once. It was really nice.
You did.
But now she's busy kissing her fiance, so I suppose I should just stay out of it, right?
Okay, no, okay. I think we need to take a moment. Just a minute. Just a moment.
I've taken several moments. In fact, I took a moment
good.
at the tavern and told her how I was feeling.
Good.
I gave her a choice. I think
choice?
she's made her choice, and so I'm just trying to come to grips with that. Seeing as how she jumped into a portal without even checking on me first, but you know, it's fine. Mud's fine, because Mud's capable, right? He's fine. He's been on his own half his life. He can manage. He's independent, right?
Mud. I don't know you.
He grabs a can of vegetables and just like rips the top off and like downs it.
It's very clear, Mud, that I don't know you.
What? We've met before.
No, I know that. But I don't know you the way that Andromeda knows you. And
Well, I should hope not.
Okay, we're gonna stop that line of thought.
Although I might be in the market after this, because clearly a fiance is more important.
Okay. Mud, can I explain something to you?
What?
I don't even know what the fuck a fiance is. So you're going to have to decompress this a little bit for me, because I think...
Betrothed, Aria. Betrothed.
You think that makes more sense to me. When I say I have no experience...
There's another man. Does that make more sense?
Okay, but don't treat me like I'm stupid, because that's not right.
I'm not. Okay, I was. I'm sorry.
Yes, you were. Thank you for apologizing.
Yes.
But this is what I mean by taking a moment. Because you're in a lot of pain. That's
Her
very
past
clear.
has caught up with her.
Okay,
I should have
but
known
what
it
has
was
caught
going
up
to
with
happen.
you? Okay.
Not my past.
Okay, but what has caught up with you? The fact that you have feelings, right?
I think I'm going through the 7 stages of grief.
Okay.
I believe 𝐄𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐸 is the first one. I think that's about where I'm at.
Ooh, okay.
Although Tree has not died, but in my heart it kind of feels like she has. I could commit to murder.
No,
Do you
you
think that would
cannot.
help the situation?
Okay.
Do you think that
maybe
would help the
so,
situation?
but-
I could just
And
sneak up there and
Arya's
just...
gonna like lean up and just like bring him down to eye level.
He's like, everyone could be sleeping. We'll all be sleeping. I'll just get up there and I'll just asphyxiate, you know? Just for a little bit.
Question, is this Julien like conscious while she's doing the ritual and in the same room?
I'm sure that he's done at this point.
Mud, please, listen to me. You don't need to kill anyone. Okay? That's not a necessity. Really. It really isn't. And you probably shouldn't say that when there is...
I didn't want to, but
I know you didn't
I'm
want
running
to.
out of
I can
options here.
tell. I can... That's... Let me tell you an option. You gave Andromeda choices, correct?
Mm.
Have you asked her about your choices?
Kind of.
And what did she say?
Well, I told her that she needed to decide whether or not she wanted to be with her betrothed or me.
Okay. And where did that lead her conversation for you?
Well, she kind of threw up at that point, so I didn't really get a clear image.
Like literally or like emotionally?
Oh yeah, it was all over the floor.
Oh.
Yeah. I cleaned it up first, and then I slept there. And I think that takes guts. See, I'm also brave. I don't think he's very brave. He's spent a year in a prison. Why didn't he try to get out?
Okay. Let's take a moment, because now you're getting a little petty. And I know that's not what you want to do.
I like
Right.
him, Penny. Oh, yeah.
You're a good guy, Mud. I can tell.
I wasn't. The
What?
only reason that I'm a good guy is because of Andromeda.
Well. Oh,
No, it's true.
okay. Why?
Because I lied and deceived and stole and hurt people.
And Andromeda.
Makes me not want to do that.
Why?
Because I like her.
No, why does she make you not want to do that
Oh.
other than you like her?
Well, because she's good. And I'm not good.
And she shows you good? Is that where you're going with this?
She's like walking through a dark tunnel, and she's at the end, and she's a beacon of light.
Okay.
Like
And
when
so
we got here and we saw the light in the fog on the desert, that was her.
Yes, that was her. Okay.
Yeah.
And without her, romantically, or just in general, you feel like that light is no longer there? Am I getting this
No,
right?
the light is still there, but I don't have the strength internally to not have her romantically, because she's already shown me the romance side, and I don't think that I could really do without.
And that's where we're at right now.
Yes. It's like I'm a baby, and you've given me a sucker
Oh.
of lollipop. And then you said,
lollipop.
here you go, you can have it for a month. And I said, yeah. And then I took the lollipop, licked it a couple of times, and then you came back and said, no, you can't have it, right? And then you stood there and you held it in front of me the entire time, but my small baby arms could not reach it. That's what happened.
I think that's a good image. Very good.
Andromeda's the lollipop, if it wasn't clear.
I can. Okay.
Not to
don't know if
say,
it makes-
not to say that I haven't done that yet with her, but
Okay.
let's just imagine that that's the fact, right? All right.
That's a fact. Okay. I don't want to imagine, but I've imagined for you.
And guess
Mud.
what?
What?
Zephy, whatever the fuck his name is, he's
Okay.
the one. He's the hand holding the lollipop, and he went. And now I
Okay.
can't get it.
Well, I think
What kind of name is Zephy? It's dumb.
I think his name
Dumb
is
name.
Zephyrus, actually.
No.
Okay, sure, why not? Mud, can I, do you want my 2 cents? It's okay
I'm
if
always
not.
honest, so I will say I'm not sure.
Okay, then, this was a great conversation. I'm gonna just say, please don't kill anyone tonight. Like, because you said you didn't want to kill anyone.
No.
You didn't actually want to do that. You just have that feeling.
And if I kill him, then I'm lying to myself, right? So
Kill him? Oh, you were planning on killing Zephyrus. Okay.
yes, who
Maybe
else?
definitely don't do that. I don't know how that would go.
I think it would go fine. Andromeda was fine without him here, so
Okay, so let's wait about that. Let's wait on that one.
okay.
I'm not going to give you any more tips. That's just my one. That's just the one I got. I think right now a good plan of action, a good action plan for us, is focus on Mud. Is think about getting out of here alive.
Well, I mean, I like it here. They've got veggies, fruit.
Okay, but we also have veggies elsewhere. So we can get veggies, I'm sure. Right?
What if some freak thing happens again and we go through another portal and where we end up is like there's no veggies or fruits anywhere. Like they don't have them there. Like they're not harvestable. It's like some kind of weird place where we just cannot get fruits and veggies. What then, Aria?
And
What then?
Okay. What then? Then I will have to bless you. Then I will find you fruits and veggies at the most quick, at the most convenient time. I don't know, Mud. There's a lot of things.
You best not be lying. You best not be lying.
Okay.
Okay.
Why would I lie about finding you vegetables?
Is this like a equal conversation? Do I need to give you relationship advice for you and Zophiel?
No, why? Not a relationship with Zophiel, so we don't need to have a conversation about Zophiel because Zophiel is currently upstairs, possibly dying. I don't know, and I don't even want to even think about what's going to happen with him or me or anyone for that matter. And also, Ku is still in a coma at home, and so I just want to get back home so I can find out if he's alive.
Yeah, I want to get home too.
Yeah. So let's just keep that in mind, and maybe we could do some good around here before we go, so I don't feel just this bundle of guilt.
You know what? When we get home, it's bros before trees. I'm gonna go see Ku, is what I meant.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Maybe you and Zophiel and I can all see him. I'm sure he'd really like that.
Right.
He really thought that you were a good guy.
He nods his head for a moment, and then he holds out the vegetables to you, and there's like a tiny bit left in the thing. He's like, hungry.
Aria just like, thanks. Very good.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate it. So, the whole X thing?
Oh, what?
X. The reason why I came up to you to talk.
One of the last letters in the alphabet.
You're right. Great job.
Okay.
But the person upstairs who's helping Zephyrus and Zophiel. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen. Focus. We are focusing.
Right.
We're focusing.
I'm focusing on the fact that Andromeda's upstairs with her fiance.
Oh my god, Mud, please.
What if
really
I just went up there? Should I go up there and should I go talk to Zephyrus? And just say, hey,
what will you say?
why are you stepping on my turf?
You don't want my advice right now. Why are you asking?
You're right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drink some ale.
Maybe
That's
not.
what I'm gonna do. Nope, that's what I'm gonna do.
Mud, I'm literally asking for your help right now. Please.
Oh. Why didn't you say so? Go ahead.
Oh god.
What's up? What can I do for you?
And
You're
she's
such a
gonna,
nice
like, lean in.
person.
Oh. Okay. I think that we should try to find a way to rescue X. I don't know what the situation is, and I'm gonna try and find out as much information as possible while we're here. Because I don't know how long we're gonna be here, but
He didn't seem in distress to me.
it was implied while I was up there with Andromeda that he has quite a few bumps and bruises and not good things that were not inflicted. No, not the thing. The person downstairs.
Oh. Joseph Gray? Yeah, he seemed nice. He's very welcoming. Hospitable.
Definitely hospitable. The most hospitable person ever. Complete sweetheart.
Is there something wrong? Why are you moving like that? Okay.
I had a tick in my neck.
Oh god.
Oh god. Okay, not the bug. Not the bug.
Oh.
Mud. Are we on the same wavelength? She's just looking dead into his eyes.
You want to take the...
Okay, yeah, we're done. I'll be back. And she's just gonna walk into the living room.
Okay.
Thank you for the talk, bud. You're great. Great
Okay.
talk.
Julien,
Yeah.
conscious halfway through this conversation, as soon as Aria leaves, he just goes, Oh wow, that was such a long ritual spell that I was completely unconscious for the entire time, meaning I couldn't hear anything.
Arya's
I'm
just
going
gonna
to go
walk
upstairs.
by him and just look down at his book. Just be like,
I love this boy.
𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐬𝐫𝐬.
And then Mud says, "Tell the truth." Shortly after.
I heard everything.
Good job.
And that's where he goes upstairs.
Okay.
Very good.
Amazing. So I believe at this point, everyone is downstairs now.
Yeah.
Arthros is inside. Theron, you're inside. You and Arthros are sitting next to each other. It's just you two at the moment reading, for Cows and Boys. And upon opening for Cows and Boys, and you start reading, Arthros starts to read the first poem out loud to you. But she stops as she kind of reads ahead. And then she, like, flips through a bunch of the pages and, like, looks at them, frowns, and then, like, looks over at you. And, she hands you the book and she says, "Did you look inside this before you gave it to me?" Okay. And she, like, hands it to you and she says, "You can read it out loud if you would like, but I think that I will not be reading it out loud."
What does it say?
You're gonna send this poem,
When you look in the For Cows and Boys, it's all of the poetry is just like smut poetry. Like it is all like very in-depth, like sexual, gay awakening, like it's just
Theron,
all...
you sly dog.
Theron, you
didn't know.
Theron, you slut.
I have a poetry book. Do you like poetry book? I got the poetry book.
It's a sexy poetry book, you know, if you like that.
Yeah, poetry.
For
There
Cows
are
and
subtler
Boys.
ways to flirt. That was unintentional. Oh no.
And Arthur seems very amused. She's just like smirking at
I
you.
think I will not read this aloud upon further inspection.
She just kind of
My
like
apologies.
giggles to herself and she's like, "That's fine. Maybe we can just sit here and talk."
Yes, that is also just as enjoyable, if not more so, than reading filthy poetry.
Fucking love. I love. So, from there, do you all get cozy for bed, or do you all want to do anything before you do that?
Is X downstairs?
X is still upstairs with the boys.
And then Joseph is downstairs, right?
Microphone.
Yeah,
He would have-
Yeah.
But yes.
Joseph's
Yes, he's
right?
downstairs in that where that door
Yeah.
was.
Because Theron's like, I don't know. If he got a
Okay.
chance alone with X, then like he fixated on that immediately, and then
Valid.
he's also very curious about if there's more androids. I guess is what the term that we're using
Mhm.
in the basement that Joseph is working on, because that would make sense to Theron. And
He
also
said you're
to me.
welcome to go down there.
Arya's gonna go down there after her
want
conversation
to.
with Mud.
Okay.
Theron is going to see Arya go down there and will follow her because
Okay.
he's also curious and strength in numbers for whatever's down there.
Valid. Arthur says like a quick like.
Arya's
"Be
got
safe to
Arya's got
you."
the blood boiling from her conversation with Mud.
Valid.
Of just confusion and just I need
Theron-
answers right now.
Yeah, Theron's gonna see that and be like, Arthros, I am going to check downstairs real quick. I will be right back.
She does a little like "be safe," and the little like she flicks her hat at you. She goes,
Oh,
Oh, she's so cute.
straight to the heart.
Mud
So
gets
cute.
cozy and sits like where all the cushions are and starts just shoveling more food in his mouth. I think he's a stress.
Valid.
He eats when he's stressed probably. At this point,
Did he get into the ale or no?
no. He's
Good.
stuck with
Good
just
boy.
his veggies.
Good boy.
Do
Very
That's
good.
my boy.
does anyone else go with Theron and Arya?
Andromeda is gonna stay up and she's going to start going through all like is there like cabinets and stuff like
Mhm.
where all the food was. She's gonna start going through it and like if there's any like closets or anything, and she's just like full on like combing through this place, just
Looting.
going through
We
the man's
looting.
stuff.
As you
Oh my
should.
God.
As
As
you
you should. Honestly, yeah, fuck Joseph.
Yeah, but if she finds anything like cool, like any kind of like
Pocket it.
weaponry left by,
Mhm.
or any
Steal it.
trinkets, she'll probably like just look at it and make a mental note. Not swipe it just yet, but she'll
Oh.
make a
Valid.
mental- Yeah.
Julien, do you want to go downstairs or do you want to stay upstairs?
I think he's gonna do what he did in the tavern. He's gonna take out the glasses and do a little scan of the house.
Oh,
Ooh.
interesting.
Just detect
Smart,
magic.
smart.
Interesting. Okay.
You're the most technological one of us.
Can you roll 2d6s for me?
Yes.
I did. We're coming up on a good place for a break too. I hope you guys are okay. You guys feeling good?
Yeah.
Buggy.
That is a math 8.
An 8. Okay. Julien, you see a couple things upstairs, which you might be able to assume it's some of the creams and things that X was using for Zephyrus and Zophiel. And if you are to look down towards the basement, your vision lights up with all kinds of colors of magical objects or things that are downstairs.
Oh. Taking a quick peek upstairs, is X? Does X have magical stuff on them?
There is a small bit of X that looks like it's coming from the chest cavity area. But aside from that, it doesn't look like anything is too magical on him.
Interesting.
Would you like to join the others now that you've done that?
Yes.
Okay. And Andromeda, are you still gonna stay up or are you gonna go down?
Andromeda sees.
Oh.
She saw. Oh God.
You
saw
good?
your son and Aria go down. She's like, okay, whatever.
Mm.
And then she saw Julien look and then start going after.
She's just there with Mud and Arthros.
She like looks at the two of them. She feels FOMO, so she's gonna turn around and go after.
Valid. I think when your mic is slightly above your mouth, it sounds better for some reason.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, yeah, it sounds kind of louder.
Huh.
I don't know. Yeah, like right there. Yeah.
Does this sound better?
Yeah,
Way
that's
better?
good. That's really good.
Okay, cool.
hmm
I think I'm gonna turn it.
Okay.
Nice.
So, you all go downstairs. Aside from Arthros and Mud, obviously. And as you descend the stairs and as you kind of come out and around like a little bit of a corner, you see what looks to be like the textbook definition of a laboratory. It's as you would expect a laboratory to look. It's messy and cluttered, and it's overwhelming, and it glows in all different hues. There's a mix of technology and Western flair. There's wooden countertops covered in tubes and corked bottles, potions and elixirs, and other bits and bobs that reek of magic. There are tubes extending from one contraption to the next, loose gears and bolts and scrap metal spread across the floor and the counters. The air is thick with vapor and damp with an aura that radiates from some of the concoctions. It's dark in the basement, aside from a few sporadic lanterns and the glow of some magic materials surrounding you. It is a world of unfinished projects, by the look of it. Two things, however, stand out to the group of you more than anything else. On a slab that looks like something you'd lay dead bodies atop, there lies a body. The person on the metal bed looks incredibly similar to X, the strange android of sorts that you'd met briefly earlier. Their eyes are closed, their arms and legs are still, and their body, aside from their face, is entirely metallic, but most notably, their chest is nothing but a gaping hole with nothing inside. Aside from such a jarring sight, there is something on the counter that catches your eye just as steadily. half of an opal sphere that looks exactly like the sphere you'd shattered against the floor to get away from the chaos of Abiosis. Joseph stands in the room, hunched over a different project currently grasping his attention. He's using a small vial to drop a colorful liquid into another, gloves covering the pale skin of his hands. He hasn't turned to face you as you enter, but he seems content and unbothered by your presence. Do any of you say anything to him?
So the entire party goes downstairs all together. Okay. Ari's just gonna take a look around the place and just look back at everybody and be like, "So, you're a scientist cowboy. That's really cool."
He turns to look at you and he's like, "Oh, hello there. Oh God,
Hello.
I'm in mud. Hold on.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there.
There you go.
Hello,
Hello there.
Save a horse,
Ride a cowboy. All right.
That's how you get it.
He
That's how
says,
you get it.
let me scroll up a little bit real quick to my noteses. One moment.
That's
my
me.
noteses.
I'm a scientist cowboy.
Scientist cowboy.
Smut.
Reads smut.
Read
Yes.
smut, gay smut.
It's poetry. It's poetry.
He looks at you and he says, howdy, welcome to my laboratory. But yeah,
Howdy.
I'm a gentleman too, you know.
So, you've got a lot of projects down here.
Well, yeah. There's nothing good to do in Ripon Ridge. It's just
And
where we
where-
are.
What?
Ripon Ridge.
Rip-
Oh yeah.
Rip-
Y-
Ripon Ridge.
Are you guys not from here? Or were you just passing through? Where?
Oh. Arya's gonna look back at the party like,
Well,
From-
what world is this?
Yeah, we're
He looks at you and he's like,
odd question.
Ooh.
no
"This is Grimmere."
Grimmere.
Grimmere.
Yeah. You guys
Ridge.
okay? Did you hit your head on the way? You good?
Quite a few times. Yes.
I see. Yeah, well, this is Ripon Ridge, where I live. But you're in Grimmere.
Right. Yes, of course. Good old Grimmere.
I'm sorry, I would have told you sooner, but I was under the impression that you all were locals and you just got lost on your way.
Well, we certainly got lost.
Yes,
Yes,
definitely
see.
lost. Quite lost. Very,
Right.
very lost.
Very turned around.
Yes.
But
So
of course.
What's
Very
the
much.
body? Why is there a body?
He he turns and glances over his shoulder. Hold on, I'm sorry, I just scroll back and forth between my little notesies.
That's okay.
He looks over his shoulder and he says, "Oh, that's my current project. I'm calling it Xander. One final piece and he'll wake up and everything will be as I remembered."
as you remembered.
Yeah.
Can you expand?
Oh, well,
He looks a lot like Oh, what was it? What was his name?
Oh,
upstairs.
ooh.
What was his name upstairs? Z.
X.
Oh.
Why?
X. Yes, X. Of course. I didn't talk much to it, so you know. But X.
Right.
Yeah. Look, he looks quite a bit like X. Do you?
There was also a photograph upstairs who, just some similarities I
Oh, was
noticed.
there?
There was.
I didn't see that.
I saw it
see
in
that.
passing, really.
Oh wow. Oh
So
gosh.
many,
You have
taste
quite-
buds.
I never forget a face, though.
Right. Well,
That is true. He's got a wonderful memory.
yeah, well, X was the first trial. And you know how first trials go. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And don't get me wrong, he's fine, but he's a glorified maid at this point. I don't want a butler. I want my son back. So, I'm going to recreate him with science.
Son.
Science has never failed me. Not yet, at least.
What made him into a maid or butler?
Well, I didn't have all the pieces yet. I found out recently that I'm missing something as part of the puzzle.
To remaking your son?
Yeah.
What are you missing?
Well, that's fantastic. What thing did you find that was the
Yeah.
missing piece?
Oh, well.
Congratulations.
I mean, my
That's
stories are
right.
mine, your stories are yours, right? I mean, I'm not going
We
to
have
look
lots
into
of
where
stories
you're
if you
from.
want.
So many stories.
You talk real fast, sweetheart. And,
So sorry.
you know, in Grimmere, it's real hard to keep up, I won't lie.
Right.
Yeah, so the missing piece, what?
Yes.
Yeah. It's no big thing. I'm working on it, and when I get it, I'll make Xander,
Well,
real.
Maybe we can help you.
yeah, you've been so hospitable to us. The least we could do is
Truly the least we could do.
help you get your
All
son
the
back.
time.
Well, I don't
Yes.
like owing no one. I ain't gonna be in debt to y'all, so don't
Well,
worry.
yeah.
No,
Oh,
we
no.
owe you, if anything,
Yes,
for
technically, if we're going
lending us
by,
our house.
Mhm.
We are simply
Right.
repaying a debt. Surely
Yes.
you can understand that we also would not want to owe
Of
you.
course.
Right.
Favor for favor. Woo.
Yeah, that's very good.
Okay. And before he can say anything, you guys didn't hear him come down the stairs, but Mud is standing behind you all.
No!
No! No!
Please tell me that I've read my signs.
And
Please tell me.
he looks and he says,
I'm gonna.
Oh, that sphere looks familiar.
No,
Isn't that the same one we
no,
used that we came here?
Oh no.
Yes. Oh.
No.
No.
And he
Julien
walks,
turns around
yeah.
and says, "No, Matt. As a practitioner of magic myself, these sort of objects sort of look like what we had was just an ordinary crystal ball. That we don't know what that thing is. Is that what you use for recreating your son?" And as he's saying this, he's going to telepathically say to
Is it
Arthros
Arthros.
right?
and
Arthros,
ask,
connected.
"Are you're much better in illusionist magic than I am. Are you able to create an illusory image of an object that is convincing?"
She sure
she
is.
comes through to you
Well,
and she
I guess
says,
just of herself.
if it's an object, I would need to be able to see the object in its finality, in its entire form.
If you could come downstairs and join us, there is the exact same orb that the blonde man had that we used to escape to here. If you can just come and see it, and if one of us can distract Joseph, one of us might be able to nab the orb, and if you could place an illusory image of it there, then hopefully you should not be of the wiser.
She doesn't say anything. Like, it's almost like she's nodding in real life. And then you hear, like, the door open above, and she comes down the stairs. And just so you guys know, the orb is in two pieces. It's, like, broken. Just so you guys are aware. Yeah.
Well, that's news.
Yeah, it's half of an orb. Half of the orb that you guys saw.
But there's two pieces of the orb.
Not yet,
Or is
sorry.
there
It's
only
just
one?
it's just one piece, and it's broken in half. Like, it's like a half of a piece.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
That's weird.
But she comes down the stairs, and she steps down there, and she looks around. She's like, oh. And she's like, and Mud, like, is still staring at Julien, like, and then he looks back at the orb, and he's like, no, I distinctly remember, because it looks like the bracelet that Andromeda had on her wrist. It's the same, like, stone thing, you know? I would remember because
No,
I
like-
whittled that together, you know? I
You
looked
know
at that
how
thing.
in like the English classes that we've been taking, the human English classes, that where there's certain words that have the same spelling but they mean different things. Sort of, it's like that, but with ball.
Books. Lots of books.
He
We read
keeps
lots of books.
frowning. And
Looks very good.
the Joseph is looking at you all, and he's just like, you know, there is no reason why you need to pretend with me. I am not anything to be feared. Do you recognize this thing here?
No, what is it?
Well, when it's in completion, it can basically take you wherever you want to go. Pretty wonderful. I keep slipping in the mud. Jesus Christ. Tell
Save
it
a horse.
location, and it remembers it. No matter how long it takes you to break it, it'll remember that, and you can hold on to it and use it in your journeys. Y'all in the market for one?
Hypothetically, where did you find it?
Oh, I made it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why is it only half then?
I get distracted. I work on different projects, you know, and I've had no use for it. It's just been half in the making. I have a buyer that comes by usually, but haven't seen him for a while.
Julian makes that noise.
Julian internally screams. Accidentally
Arthros
screams to
here, 'cause, oh my
Arthros.
God. Yes!
What does this bio look like?
Oh, that's confidential. I'm sorry. My customers, confidentiality between customers.
So you have the ability and the materials necessary to create a whole one.
Yeah, of course. I've made plenty in my lifetime.
That's quite cool.
Well, yeah, I dabble in magic, you know. I'm actually working on something right now to help your friends heal a bit better.
What is that?
Okay.
It's like an ointment, like a medicine. You put it on the wounds and they heal quicker than they would on average.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you're very smart then.
Very handy.
Well, I like to think so. Yes.
How did your late son die?
That's a long story. Listen,
We got time.
he was killed by a woman.
Oh.
Oh.
She tried to rob me, and unfortunately, it didn't end well.
Oh.
Anyways, maybe
sorry
we
to
should
hear
talk in
that.
the morning. You all look very tired.
Yes, it's been a long day.
I mean, I'm sure we can figure something out if you need one of these orbs here. I assume you're all trying to get home. Comes across to me that you're not quite from Grimmere.
Not quite.
Not exactly. No.
I may be old, but I'm not stupid.
Clearly.
Smart as a whip.
God damn it.
How about this? You all get some rest,
Right.
and perhaps we can come up with something, some kind of deal.
Oh.
You do something for me, I make the orb for you. Sound about good?
We'll think it over.
Right. Don't stress yourselves. We can talk more in the morning. Surely you all
Wonderful.
need your rest anyhow. I don't want to give you any more laborious tasks. You've been through enough, it seems like.
I'm sure we'll-
real idea.
Right. Well, I'm going to keep working on this ointment for your friends. All right? Should you need anything, you know where I'll be. And feel free to ask X as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. Shall we
Everyone's
go to
just standing
bed?
there. Just like,
Oh my.
Big day today, everyone.
Every day.
Mud's
yes.
just like, good night. And he goes back up the
Oh,
stairs.
right. Good night, bud.
Night, bud.
Arthros steps up to you, Theron,
Mud.
and like glances over at you, and then slowly takes your hand in hers, and like squeezes it for comfort.
Aria looks down at the hand, just like,
Theron will follow her upstairs.
Valid. I assume you all head upstairs. Do you all head upstairs?
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Julian will say, I'm sort of a bit of a workaholic, and I'm a magical practitioner myself. Do you mind if I sort of just watch or get a basic lesson of how you are doing your imbuement of magic?
He looks you up and down for a moment and he says, you want to watch me make the ointment? Is that it?
Oh, yes, sure. Any of your projects, whether it be that thing, and points at the corpse,
He looks over
or
and he's like, you know, I thought your curiosity would win you over. I knew you'd come down here eventually. You jumped out at me the moment I saw you. You're a man of scholar, Julien, I can tell. Welcome to my laboratory.
Thank you. I get that a lot.
And the doors slam. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
And
you're never leaving.
he smiles at you and he says, well, see, my magic is a little bit of my own magic as well as science, so try to keep up. And he starts like kind of mixing some ointments in this little potion bottle. And as he does, I imagine the rest of you have kind of gone upstairs, and it's just the two of you down there now. And as he's working, he doesn't seem bothered by like you just standing there watching over him, essentially. But he does turn to you at one point while he's working, and he says, I've noticed that you seem troubled. Any reason for that?
Major anxiety. I've been diagnosed with that for a long time.
Right. Well, something that my wife used to tell me before she passed on. Remember that we're all products of the past, but we're not prisoners to it. So, whatever it is that's giving you anxiety, just put it in the past. Focus on the now, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I have something next, but do you guys want to take a break now, or do you want to go a little further first? How are you all feeling? Are we all feeling okay?
I'm
Yeah.
chilling with whatever we want to do.
I think Aria's gonna go up to Zophiel
Okay,
and like just like sit up there with him for a little bit. Probably fall asleep.
cool.
Julian's just trying to smooth this guy up.
As
Valid,
you should.
valid.
Smooth them up.
As you should.
I have one more thing for Julien.
Mm,
And then Aria, if you want to have a conversation with Zophiel. Do we want to take a
Arthros
little break
can-
and then just keep going for now, and then keep going after the break?
That's good to me.
Okay.
How long of a break do we want to do?
What's up, Andromeda?
I was gonna have Andromeda go find Mud too.
You can do that, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do
Then
it!
we'll have those three things, and then it's basically going to be you guys.
It's just gonna be a quiet night with Theron and Arthros. They're just
Valid.
going to
Aw.
hopefully cuddle on the couch.
Valid. So we'll have that.
They're gonna
We'll
walk.
have those little 3 moments, and then it's basically like sleepy times, and then
Yeah, they're
the
just
next
fun.
morning. So, yeah. So
I like it.
do you guys want to do a 20-minute break?
Picasso.
Barbie?
Yeah, it works.
Okay,
That's
20
good
minutes?
so.
Okay. Sounds Gucci. Alright, chat, we're gonna take a 20-minute break, and we shall be back in 20 minutes, which will be essentially like on my time it will be 9:22. So 22 for you guys.
22.
Okay. Enjoy the lovely intermission music. It is a bop.
It's so nice.
I'm enjoying how this session is going so far. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
I love the Western
It's
vibes.
Me too.
Yeah. I like the fact that we're wearing cowboy hats throughout
Me
all of
too.
this. I keep forgetting that fact.
Oh,
I'm
everyone's
like,
got
oh,
their cowboy hats on.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's cute.
I was really excited about like Julien with this guy because I feel like they really have a lot in common. But anywho, okay, let's do
The
it.
fact I don't trust him. I don't like him.
See you guys in 20
I
minutes.
don't like it.
We shall be back. Chat, get your
Don't
snackies and your
like it.
sippies. We shall be back.
Bye.
Hello, and we have James.
Oh my god.
James is back from the dead.
James is
It's
back from
me.
the
Back
dead.
from the dead.
Back from the dead.
Back from
Thomas.
the dead.
Claim just dropped. James' face claim just dropped.
What?
Face claim for James just
What's his
dropped.
face claim?
Sure did.
Face claim.
Sure did.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
The
go.
face claim if I've ever seen one.
Let's go. Alexi said, "Hi,
Let's go.
James."
Hi, James. Also, Alexi
Oh,
in
hi.
the chat earlier was so funny. At the
He's
Bros
right.
Before
He's
Trees, no one laughed.
You laughed out loud when that happened. It was
Really?
like it's like a 0.5 second delay between the two of us. And I like laughed a little bit, like I laughed a little quiet.
Yeah,
And then he went, "What?"
I'm so honored. I'm so honored.
Bros Before Trees thing at that joke.
So funny.
no, literally, he
Honored.
was
That was a
like,
good one.
he
That was
literally
fun.
said, "How did no one laugh at that? Bros Before Trees? Come
Bros
on,
before
guys."
trees. Come on, guys.
And I could just hear it in Alexi's voice so much that it was so funny.
Aw.
He actually said that out loud before he typed
Yes.
it.
Come on.
I'm
Come
honored. I'm
on.
so honored. Okay, sorry chat if you see me shoveling potato in my mouth from every now and then. Okay.
It'd be like
Um,
that sometimes.
Are we ready, boyos?
Yeah.
Slide back into it. Let's slide back into it. Okay. So,
Let's get into it.
let's get into it. Sure. Rawr. I'm taking the dark.
Wow.
I'm taking the dark. Jackass. Okay. So, where we left off, Julien is in the basement with Mr. Joseph. The two J's.
Mm-hmm. The two J's.
Two J's, they hanging out. And Aria, you want to go back upstairs to speak to Zophiel. So,
If he has awakened.
we're going to do just that.
Great stone, Zophiel, have you awakened?
When you open the door to the room upstairs, he does stir a little bit. Like he hasn't been really sleeping in too deep of a sleep. Churning the butter. He hasn't been sleeping in too deep of a sleep, so he kind of hears the noise of the door, and that wakes him. Sorry, I lost my place of my notesies. What do you do as you walk in?
I hadn't really thought that far ahead.
valid.
She's just gonna kind of. I don't know. Did you?
Take a shot.
Hello. Oh no, I have to burp. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I
okay.
ate some potato and chili.
I can hear you guys better now. Go ahead, burp. Wow, I heard that. I'm sure they heard the echo.
Sorry. It's that loud.
It was pretty loud. It was impressive.
I could
I didn't hear anything, but I give it a 10.
Oh,
Very nice.
you sweetheart. You're sweet on me. But sorry, I don't know why that's my new phrase. Aria, sorry, I forgot my name. Aria is just gonna kind of waddle in, and like look over and just be like,
Hi. You okay? You awake? Asleep?
I probably should have waking you up.
His wings kind of flinch for a little bit, and he says kind of low and like under his breath, he says like, "No, I'm awake."
It's the whiskey voice.
The whiskey voice. It's the whiskey voice for me.
It's the whiskey voice for me. Whiskey voice. Not whisk voice, whiskey. That's bourbon. Oh, come on. I know you read Castiel fanfiction. Shut up, Faye. I love you.
No, whiskey.
I know,
The
it's
whiskey
just
voice.
the term whiskey instead of like
That deep baritone.
Warm
like,
amber.
or like I
Warm
don't know.
amber. You want me to describe this for you? I got you,
Can't say
babe.
I've ever heard
No,
of whiskey
no.
before, but I love it. I guess.
That's literally what they
The Destiel coming out.
I
I
guess. Don't make me pull out the Dom Brow. Anyway.
Oh, okay. Right.
And Aria's just gonna like waddle over to where I almost called him X put the chair, and she's just gonna like pick it up and kind of bring it over to his side and just like sit. Just I don't know why I exactly came up here, but I just felt the need to come see you after everything.
He's still facing like the wall, so he's not really like looking at you, but his wings are towards you. And he just says, "I appreciate the company."
I can say the same. And she's just gonna kind of stare at his wings. How are they feeling? I noticed when we were coming up, you were seemed like one of them was a bit bent, or just uncomfortable.
Yes, I think I landed funny when I rammed everything I could into that strange blonde man.
Right, it was very impressive. You did a really great job with what little energy you had.
Thank you. Now I have no energy.
Right. I have to burp again.
Do it. Do it.
Okay.
I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, it was a gentle one. It was a gentle
Nice.
caress.
Nice.
Well, it was very impressive.
Can I tell you something?
I mean, yeah, of course you can.
I thought for a moment when I was in that place that I would lose my wings. I've never quite been faced with that before, even when we got to RAVENWOOD, of course. They put the anklet on me and I couldn't fly, and that felt like losing my wings, but not actually losing my wings. He like clears his throat, and then he kind of looks over his shoulder at you for where he's facing, and he says, I knew someone. His name was Remiel, and he lost his own in battle, and no one in our home ever looked at him the same again. No one even dared love him anymore. Except for me. I couldn't understand it. I feel as though I would be lost without my wings, but shunned for their loss? I can't comprehend it.
It's beautiful, Zophiel.
He like almost like when you say that like realizes what he just like confessed a little bit, and he kind of is like looks back and turns to face the wall again, and he kind of shrugs his shoulders and says, anyways, it was scary, I guess.
That's completely valid. Thank you for sharing that with me. I'm sure Remiel was very, very lucky to have you. I hope they expressed that to you.
I should hope he's still alive somewhere.
Hope is a good thing. I'm sure they think fondly about you.
Well,
showing them that kindness.
He was my brother, so I should hope so.
That's really cool. I didn't know you had a brother.
I have many brothers and sisters.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Come from a big family?
Doesn't feel that way. But yes.
What does it feel like?
It feels like standing in a crowd of strangers. I don't really know them very well. We grow up in, well, training, and then we go and we fight, and not all of us live. But the way my family sees it is dying is better than losing your wings. So.
I don't have a ton of experience with family, siblings, or anything else really. But that seems a bit extreme.
I think everything in my family was extreme.
Well, you're a good kind of extreme.
He looks at you, back over at you, and frowns, and he says, I'm extreme.
I mean, maybe extreme isn't the right term to describe you with, but you make me feel extremely happy.
His cheeks kind of go a little pink, and he's like, I don't think
I mean, just like being in my presence, like, you're a really great person, and I really, really appreciate your friendship and all your kind words and thoughts. Like, they really, it's uplifting to me to see someone like you, and to have someone like you be this kind.
I don't think I've ever made anyone happy nor uplifted them, so it's a first.
Well, that's a lie.
But I think
Remiel
I
is
suppose
definitely happy that he had to. I know that for a fact.
he was always so plagued with grief. He never really showed any happiness.
Losing something like that can do that to you.
I suppose. I don't know. If I had someone to love me without my wings, then I suppose I would be sad, but not forever. While they are a part of me, it's like losing a limb, I suppose. If I had no arms, I would hope that Remiel would still like me. Or no legs. Or no eyes. Or no hair. Perhaps my nose.
Yeah.
I think it's one and the same.
Yeah.
I would just have to find freedom elsewhere.
Of course. And I'm sure, whatever happens, we're gonna find freedom.
And as you say this, you may notice out of the corner of your eye, X is like frozen in what he's doing, and he's just staring at you with like his eyes squinted, holding like the stuff that he has for Zephyrus's like wounds, and then he kind of like shakes his head and like straightens and then goes back to what he was doing.
Aria's gonna kind of look at Zophiel and just like do like the like eye flick, like back to X. And squint her eyes.
He squints back and then he's like, "What are we doing?"
Something with our eyes, obviously.
Oh,
Anyway, we'll talk about it later.
okay.
And she kind of just like looks back. Is he still like looking, like laying like this, or is he like sit up?
Yeah, he was kind of like looking at you from over his shoulder, but now he's looking like he's facing the wall again with his head laying down and his wings are towards you.
Do you want? Would you like me to take a look at your wing for you?
He glances at you again. He says, "Of course. If you are comfortable with it, of course."
It's one of the things I'm mostly comfortable with. And she kind of like sits up a little bit, and she's just gonna kind of like try and touch. Is it the right or the left wing that's injured?
It's left, so it's the one that's on top of his.
It's the one that's
it's the
on
one on top right now. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So it's like the one on top that's facing you.
Right.
In my brain, he's in the left bed in the room, so it.
Got it. I see.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
I see. She's just gonna kind of like take a hand and just try and like dust a little bit of the sand that's on it, just like as gently to see how, like, if it's like any pain is hurting it,
His
or if
feathers
it's
like flicker almost, or like flutter. Yeah.
flutter. Yeah. Right. Well, it looks like one of your bones is a little twisted, out of place. This may hurt a little bit, but I can promise you that it'll feel better after.
He shrugs and he says, "It's not the first time. Go ahead."
I was afraid you'd say that. And she's gonna turn like, X, can you get me some wraps, please?
X nods and just turns, grabs them, and hands them to you.
Right. Thank you. That's very nice of you.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
No, you're free. You're good. And she just looks at him.
He blinks a couple times, nods, and says, "All right," and goes back to Zephyrus.
She's just mumbling to herself, like, "I'm gonna get that." And she's just gonna, okay. And she's just gonna pick up the wing. And look at the broken one, and she's just gonna say, "All right, I want you to take a deep breath in with me. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1, whee!" And she's just gonna into place.
Before you do that, he just says, "Just do it like a band-aid."
This is not a band-aid, this is a bone, but okay.
When you do it, he flinches a little bit, like his body kind of like flinches, but then he kind of sags in like relief and nods his head and like shuts his eyes for a moment, and he just says, "Thank you, Aria."
Very good, very good. And she's just gonna kind of like rub her fingers through his feathers and just try and like pull some of them apart and make sure all of them look really nice. Start preening
the feathers. Cute. Okay.
And she's gonna wrap it up so that the bone is actually secured and stays there.
Okay. He seems to be readily enjoying himself as you do that. He's like, you can see he's taking like deeper breaths, and his eyes are like his eyes keep fluttering, like he's trying to stay awake, but it's like he can't help it. And he starts to kind of doze, and you can hear his breaths kind of even out as you're doing it, like you've put him into a peaceful slumber now.
Can I have her humming one of her
of course
songs?
Of
one
course.
Of the lullaby?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Mm.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
Adorable. I love them. I love them a lot.
Sure.
We're gonna jump to you, Andromeda, and your petty hot orc man.
Hot orc man.
Petty hot orc man. He's back upstairs with you. Or he's kind of probably got up there quicker than you. You followed up later. But he's sitting where, like, the cushioned couches are, and he's sitting with his back against, like, the bottom of the couch, so he's, like, sitting on the floor. And he's got, like, a little knitted blanket over his knees and his, like, legs, and he's just shoveling more vegetables into his mouth. The can that he left upstairs earlier when he came down. But when you walk in, like, when you come up the stairs, like, obviously everyone's kind of filing in up the stairs. I think, yeah, everyone. Aria went upstairs, and then Theron went to Arthros with Arthros. You guys sit down together, and Julien is still down there. He's having his little bromance moment with the daddy DILF man down there. So I'm sorry. Anyways, so it's more or less just you two and Theron and Arthros. And I imagine Theron and Arthros are, like, making hard eyes at each other right now.
Little goo eyes.
Little goo eyes, just like...
Puppy dog love eyes.
And Mud, like, almost glares at Theron and Arthros. And then, like, glances over.
It just hit me how insensitive that is in front, like...
I mean, you guys technically don't know what's going on.
But...
You don't really know what's going on. So to be fair, it's like
true.
You don't know the details, but the vibes are probably a little, yeah.
The vibes are
But he meets your eye, Andromeda, and then immediately, like, looks back down at what he's eating.
She, like, kind of, like, it's like basement stairs, right? That we went down. It was like another floor.
Yeah.
She, like, stands at the top of the stairs, kind of, like, looking in between the three people in the room. Wait, is Julien there? Oh, Julien's downstairs still. And she kind of, like, walks up to Mud, and she, like, stands in front of him. She's like,
hello.
He looks up at you, and he's like, oh, do you finally want to talk to me? Listen, he's in his anger stage of denial, okay? Listen. Listen.
I love it.
He's a little bitch, okay?
I always like talking to you.
I like talking to you too, but you've spent a lot of time talking to Zephy upstairs.
Zephyrus.
No.
Okay. Could we, talk, you know, privately?
Oh. Alright. And he just kind of stands, and he looks for a second at his, like, little can of vegetables, almost, like, thinking, like, should I put these down or should I take them with me? And then he just holds them to his chest, and then kind of, like, nods at you, and he's like, lead the way, then.
Okay.
And is there, like, a closet?
There's a washroom. There's, like, a bathroom.
Yeah, they'll go in there.
Okay. So it's a very small room, and also the toilets are like porta potties, basically. So it's like an outhouse, but that's fine.
Is there any other closet or anything that can
There's probably a closet. I could say there's a closet. There's a pantry. There's like probably a pantry.
They go in the pantry.
Okay.
That's where they're going.
So he follows you in there, and he's like looking around at all the food and stuff in there as you guys walk in. And then he leans against one of the walls and looks at you, and he says, so, what do you have to say then?
Well, I am not drunk anymore.
Yeah, thank God.
Sorry about that, by the way.
No, it's fine. It was my bad that I chose right in that moment to have such a serious conversation, I suppose.
I mean, yeah, I didn't have the words then to say things correctly.
Do you remember what I asked you, though?
Vaguely.
To make a choice?
I'm sorry, Alexia kicked the
Oh! He can walk across. He's fine.
No, you're fine. Yeah, he's fine. It's just
He's just a dark shadow on my end, anyways. Mm.
No, it's okay.
He's an apparition.
You know, there's a goat. He is the evil spirit
He
in the
is.
room. She is gonna like. What was the last thing we said?
Oh, that. That.
You vaguely remembered having a
And he
conversation
said
of a choice.
he said that that I asked you to make a choice, essentially.
She's gonna like look away from him and be like,
What was the choice again?
He looks down and shakes his head and looks back up at you and says, well, I told you that I would not be able to stick around if you were to choose him. Essentially. And it
So-
seems to me that you did remember that and you've made your choice. Have you?
But it's much deeper than it being just Andromeda making the choice.
He takes a deep breath and he like kind of shakes his head a little bit and says, so after everything, even so far away from your family, far from your grove, from their restrictions, you're still going to let yourself be ruled by the dictation of elders who don't even seem to believe in love.
It's different. If I went with you, Mud, my whole family might die.
He frowns at you, and he shakes his head and says, you don't even know where they are. You don't even know. So, what if you make it home, or if you find your family again, you're just going to marry him? Is that what I'm hearing?
If that is what the elders want for me, then that is what I want to do.
Andromeda,
So much.
I told you that I loved you. Why isn't that enough for you to choose me? Has he ever said it? Ever?
Many of times, I mean,
Oh, so he has then. So he does love you.
oh, definitely.
And you know for sure that he loves you, and he doesn't just love that it's his duty to love you.
Oh, I mean, we are connected through the grove itself, so, you know, our love is just so deep, and we want to have just a ton of...
You do hear yourself at the moment, right?
Yes, and oh boy, do I wish to...
Andromeda, I'm gonna make this as black and white for you and as easy as possible.
Go ahead.
Alright. He turns around to the pantry and he grabs a can of corn, or what looks like corn, and then a can of another vegetable. And he holds them in front of him. And he says,
Vegetables.
this corn, this is me.
Okay.
These
you
green
want-
beans, this is
Okay.
Zephy. Alright? Which one do you want?
But I do not eat vegetables.
You're not going to eat it. You're going to choose.
What if I really want to eat corn?
Oh, the implications, sorry. He like looks down for a minute and looks back at you and he's like, then choose the corn.
But what if by dietary restrictions I'm not able to eat corn, so I have to choose green beans?
Then choose the green beans. Because that's better for you, right?
But I would not like to lose corn.
But the corn will only hurt you.
Mud, I should have told you outright, and I'm sorry about that.
He takes a deep breath and he just says, he puts the vegetables down and he's like, you're not answering my question.
I don't want to answer it.
Then what am I supposed to do, Andromeda? While you're shacking up with your fiancé?
I promise you there is no shacking up right now.
It doesn't matter. It's the devotion aspect, Tree. You're devoting yourself to him. When you had said that you wanted to devote yourself to me. Do you see where I have a slight bit of conflict?
Well, I am sorry if I ever gave you false signals. That I would want to devote myself to you because I can't. And I should have never given myself the false promise that I would be able to.
He just stares at you, very, like, blank expression. And then he reaches in, he grabs the green beans, and he takes your hand, and he puts the green beans in your hand, and he looks at you, and he says, then I think you've made your choice. And he turns towards the pantry door, and then turns back around for a moment, and looks at you, and says, you should know that since coming here, that time in those sectors, I struggled to think about anything but what a walking disappointment I was. I'd let down my father, my mother, my brother, and then they were lost to me. I'll never know, even now, where they are. Everything was dark and awful, and I hated who I was and what the morning brought me, but then I saw you. And it was like I walked into that dormitory in that strange place, and you were the beacon of light that I was walking towards in a snowstorm. You are like the walking embodiment of hope, Andromeda. And you'll always be that. But I won't pretend, because you taught me not to. You taught me to be myself and live the closest truth that I possibly can. And I know we haven't known each other long, but I don't think love has a time limit nor a start date, because I know that I love you, so I can't be close to you. I can't be with you or beside you, because after kissing you, I can't be anything less than yours. Do you understand? It would be torturous. So you need to be sure, and you need to be positive. And it seems as though you are. So I'll let you be caged with him rather than free with me. And he takes the corn and he holds it up and he holds it to his chest and he opens the pantry door and he slams it behind him.
What? She starts saying it after him, just slammed her face. She's like, she looks down at the green beans in her hand and she just chucks it at the door. That was close to her.
These babies are going through it.
A can of green beans goes through the door. It just rolls in front of Arthros and Theron's feet.
They're just like,
oh hey, Arthros, are you hungry?
Green beans!
Green beans. Love green beans. They're so good and nutritious.
Arthros is like, oh, let's go get some corn. Let's go get some corn.
They go so well together. So tasty.
They do.
The whole chat just crying.
Oh my
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
That is owie.
The symbolism with the corn and the green beans was not planned, and that was very nice. That was very nice.
I
That
loved
was
it.
good. That was good.
Painful.
Yeah. From
And
that,
thus we will never look at green beans or corn.
No.
I,
Truly.
I will admit the only thing I can think about is like the corn song because you mentioned
Yeah,
corn.
it's corn.
It's
And that's me
It's
being
got
like,
the
it's
juice,
mud!
got the
It's
juice."
mud!
It's mine.
Jobs.
A big hunk of teeth. He's got the
He's
juice.
got
I can't imagine it more.
Yeah,
He's
Oh,
got
yeah.
the love.
He's a one-witted man.
Oh, love.
Yeah, I think
All right.
think the relationship is going strong, guys.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
going good. Yeah.
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 Ooh.
I'm gonna jump to you, Julien.
Time
and
for
say,
this romance.
yeah.
Hey, yeah.
Purely
Honestly,
physical
get
between
it,
these two.
Julian. Get it.
Oh god.
I feel like this man would be more of like a daddy figure, but all right. So, Julien, as you were downstairs, I assume that you have your backpack with you, correct? Because that was like the one thing, you were the only one who had your backpack when you left the ball, because you brought all your goodies
Yeah.
to show Silas. So, Silas, thou who shall not be named. So, while you were downstairs talking to this man, or you had your little moment, I was gonna do it right immediately after that, but we took our little break. So, after you guys have kind of conversed a little bit and you're standing there, you hear a familiar low-toned beeping coming from your bag. The same beeping that you heard the night after the sports festival from the scanner that you'd stolen from the belt of a human guard. Joseph hears the beeping and kind of frowns and like looks around, and it seems like he seems to think it's coming from one of his machines. And so he frantically kind of looks around. He's looking at all of his machines, trying to double check that they're not malfunctioning or anything of the nature. What do you do? Do you look then and there? Or are you gonna skedaddle?
He's gonna go.
Valid.
He's gonna go take. He's gonna.
So valid.
It's like one of those like Telltale or like Detroit games where it has like all the dialogue options, and I'm
Yeah.
just sitting there with the controller.
Just like, There's a washroom. Upstairs.
Suddenly, I have
He's
to
going.
piss.
He wants to present as trustworthy, and so he's gonna trust Joseph,
Okay.
and he's just gonna take it out right now. He's just gonna take it out right now, see what it is. If it's big important, then maybe he'll leave.
Okay. When you take it out, the screen flickers to life and glitches a moment. Static and like unintelligible, as though it has kind of like a poor connection. Before it returns to normal, and you can clearly see 3 prominent notifications on the screen. They are in, of course, the other language, but you have your TCD with you, unlike literally anyone else. So, would you like to try and translate it?
Yeah.
Okay. When you do get your TCD out, it flashes with a low battery symbol. But it seems like there's still enough battery left that you can look at the information. Joseph, meanwhile, is kind of just watching you. He's realized that the beeping has come from you. He's like kind of eyeing the technology, like looking at it interestedly, but he moves back on to what he's doing because this man's used to technology. He has his own technology.
Mhm.
He finds it quite impressive, but it's technology. He's made an android. So, it's not that impressive to this man, you know. One of the notifications states, urgent, requires your immediate attention. Another states, list updated, remain vigilant. And then below, a familiar sight that you know now, watch list updated. Which would you like to look at first?
First or at all? Are you gonna do the thing where the battery is gonna run out and I'm not gonna be able to read the other one, so I have to make the one choice that I really want to see?
Roll a D3. Is that a thing? D4?
I'm not saying no and I'm not saying yes either to that question.
I see through the lies of the Jedi.
You do. Don't trust them. Don't trust them.
What were the three choices again?
Urgent, requires your immediate attention. List updated, remain vigilant. And watch list updated.
The watch list is the stuff I already have, right?
Yes. That's the one you read after the sports festival.
So list updated would be a different thing?
Mm-hmm.
With the first one, it seems the most important. It's a low notification.
It says urgent. Valid.
Yeah.
When you open the message, it appears to be simply that, a message, written in a bold, basic font. It reads, to all it may concern, newly confined Subject 004 has yet to give us any information that can provide any service to that of our national security, nor the security of the Academy, nor the current case of disappearances. We will continue administering the necessary persuasive actions. She is not to be spoken to under any circumstances, unless given direct permission. Discrepancy, as always, is required. Subject 001 is well. No issues to be noted. Everything should be working and proceeding as usual.
Can you read it again?
Yeah, sure. I can send it too.
This is so...
This sounds non-suspicious at all, just a regular thing.
Sussy baka.
Very sussy baka.
Okay. She is not to be spoken to. Direct secret. Oh no. It's horrible. Are you going to quickly switch to another one?
Would you like to look
Yes.
at another message?
I'll go for the second one, list.
List updated?
Not watch list.
Okay.
Yep.
As you click on the list updated notification, it brings forth another sheet with a section of chillingly familiar names. It reads at the top, missing RAVENWOOD students. And below, a note that reads, discrepancy is advised. Do not inform other students of such disappearances. Do not seek out missing individuals, however, remain vigilant. Of the familiar names on the list, you read 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙘𝙀, Fennel Wistern, Beacon Petra, Arlow, Julien 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙤𝙀, Andromeda Chrysochoma, Theron Rasbor, Aria Lux, Arthros Elvoth, Zophiel Baratil, Mud Tarot, 𝙍𝙖𝙩𝙘𝙀.
Oh! No!
You better not be torturing Silky.
Silky's gone, and now
So is
Julian knows
Beacon.
about Arlo. We know in character now about Arlo and Beacon.
And did we know about Fennel?
No, you didn't.
We didn't know about Fennel.
No.
So now
No,
we know
didn't know
Fennel is
about
also
Fennel
gone.
either.
Okay, that's a shit ton of people to take out. Sorry, but that's a lot of people that
And
are missing.
that's only the
I mean,
names.
to be fair, we left on our own, more or less.
Yeah.
But the others were kidnapped.
That's
so-
only the
That's what I'm
names.
saying,
That's
like,
only the
people
names
that are
you
kidnapped,
recognize.
That's a
also,
lot of people.
How many more names are there aside from the ones I recognize?
there's about 10 others. So in total, 11,
That's a
12,
lot of fucking kids.
13.
Well, it has a real security issue.
14.
Okay?
That's that's the thing. That's
It's
at
15.
that point, that's like people are gonna notice.
It's 15.
Like no matter how big the school is.
I mean, it's a pretty big school.
Yeah, but we're all taking.
But like, if
like,
15 people were missing
Wait,
from like
missing?
my giant college, like, we would know. We would know. There would. Well, I mean, even if they were keeping it hush hush.
I mean
But to be
Oh my
fair,
God,
you're
that's
in a
so
place, in a strange place. You
I
can
swear
only
to
assume
God,
what would happen to them, right?
if they are hurting Silky, I'm going to riot. I'm going to lay down the line.
Ditto.
Julien,
Yes.
you have just enough battery left that you can look at the last message.
Look at yeah.
Would you like to?
It
Thank
does,
you,
yes.
Bob.
We love you for this. That
Thank
is
you,
so
Bob.
kind and also
You're
generous.
welcome.
What a kind goddess.
What a kind and generous God.
Thank you.
Truly.
You notice that the watch list looks slightly different, if only because a few names have been adjusted. Arthros' class distinction beside her name has dropped from a 3 to a 2, and Zophiel's seems to have dropped from a 4 to a 3.
Oh.
Aside from that, it doesn't seem as though anything else has changed, nor that there are any names that have been added to the list that weren't there prior. For Arthros, it has all the same information that it had before, for the most part. It's class 2 is the new thing, and it says dangerous lineage, providing for vast knowledge in areas that could pose severe threat, which we've seen before, powerful connections, possibility of corruption through manipulation, pressure points, Sophia, Theron Rasvor, Aria Lux, Andromeda 𝙍𝙬𝙬𝙤𝙬𝙬𝙬, Julien Archambault, and more to be discovered. What's been added, however, is in parentheses a note that says FN has reported newly concerning findings. Keep under close observation.
FN.
FN.
What?
Zophiel's class has dropped to 3, dropped to 3. And his is all the same, except for his 2 has a note beside it that says FN has reported newly concerning findings. Keep under close observation. And that's all that's different. And it has only been adjusted to those 2 names.
Can you also send us the list of people that are missing?
I'm going to send it to Julien,
James, okay.
but
That's
I will
fine.
send it
That's
to you,
valid.
I'll send it to you guys if Julien tells you about it.
Okay. Valid.
Yeah, Julien hasn't told you all about the watch list yet.
Yeah.
Oh my God, not at all. I forgot about that.
Yikes.
Yikes.
That's okay though. He's keeping his
I mean, to be
secrets.
fair, a lot has happened. But,
Yeah,
like, also
a lot
tell
happened
us,
before
right?
you were able to. You were telling Silas about it, and then all hell broke loose.
And then, yeah, we left.
Does FN sound familiar at all?
That's what I'm
No.
trying to figure out because
Nice.
Okay.
It's Frederick Boone's brother, Frederick Noon.
Frederick Boone!
ooh,
Frederick Noon! No, the FN does not sound familiar to you.
doesn't ring any bells.
Doesn't ring any bells.
Not to you, Julien.
Hmm.
Damn.
It's probably the blonde guy.
You still don't know that guy's name, so.
Yeah.
Don't like it.
Hmm.
What do you do from there, Mr. Julien?
Fuck.
Julian.
Aside from freak out, probably.
Julien screams internally again, accidentally not meaning to
Arthros just goes.
send that to Arthros.
And she's like, what the fuck?
Theron's just like, you good?
She looks at you and she's like, Julien just screamed. Internally. Mentally in his mind.
Is Julien okay? Did he say anything?
Isn't he downstairs with the creepy man?
Yes. Should we go check on him?
I don't know.
Will
Should
you ask him if he's okay?
Oh, sure. And she like thinks of it. She's like,
Mentally.
"Are you okay?" Mentally.
Do we need to come down? Can you ask him if we need to come down?
Sure. Do we need to come down?
I think we all need to have a big talk.
Julien says we all need to have a big talk.
Right now, or
Right now
when,
or tomorrow or later?
when we have more
Right now, I
privacy?
think.
Right now,
Right now he thinks.
house meeting in the living room. Where does he want to go?
House meeting in the living room?
This is great. Just back and forth.
Sure, we'll figure something out. And then out loud, he's gonna say to Joseph, what does he say?
I have to piss.
I have to piss.
They all fit into the tiny little bathroom.
What is it? It smells like rank in there.
Sardines. It's disgusting. And no, just kidding.
You're all just hiding out in the bathroom. Back to the pantry. Scarred place. A traumatizing place. Joseph notices that you're quiet for a moment, and he glances over. And then goes back to his work. And then he glances again. Julien still doesn't say anything. he says,
Julien X has stopped working.
Basically.
you know, you look like you need some sleep. Why don't you head on upstairs? We can talk in the morning.
Yeah. Probably right.
All right, then. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay.
And then he rushes upstairs.
Okay. And I assume basically at this point everyone is upstairs. Andromeda, maybe you're just coming out of the pantry. I'm not sure.
She comes out of the
Should
pantry.
we get like Aria from upstairs?
Oh, true. Yeah, Aria's upstairs.
Yeah. Andromeda's gonna like close the pantry door, and she just starts like, you know, when your mom like is like angry and she's like cleaning stuff and she's like sorting like cabinets
Yeah,
and like
Yeah.
Yes.
she's
Angry
like
cleaning.
Being too aggressive with stuff.
yeah, she's like walking around like putting stuff away or like looking at cabinets and like closing it, and
Yeah.
then every once in a while she just like turn around with like a huff and she's like, and she like stomps upstairs, goes around there a little bit, stomps back down, and
Yeah.
Just throwing a
She's doing
tantrum.
the angry pacing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Theron's just going to go around and like whisper to everyone. Emergency meeting, living room, I guess.
I assume you go up to Aria too.
Mhm.
Okay.
Emergency meeting. Fucking Among Us.
Emergency meeting.
When Theron comes up to Andromeda is like emergency meeting, she's like, it's an emergency meeting.
I'm just like,
I love them.
yes, okay.
So I assume you all
Mud
gather.
immediately votes out.
It is.
No.
No,
Vote Mud out. Vote Mud out.
Mud has been ejected.
He votes himself
He
out.
was not the imposter.
He voted
No,
himself
he was-
out.
He votes
no.
Zephyrus out.
Yeah.
Probably.
Surprise.
Zephyrus
Zephy.
skips. So, so
I
Mud
see.
kind of has just been kind of like sulking in the corner. But he stays there and he's kind of like listening in to the conversation. And I assume you all gather in the living room. Probably all eyes on Julien at this point. And Arthros kind of steps forward and she says, Julien screamed mentally to me. And so now we're going to have a talk because he is distressed.
He didn't really need to give that.
Well, I think
For
clarification
start,
is good and communication is really important, especially
That is
amongst,
accurate. Though. That is
especially
what
amongst
happened.
friends. Yes.
Yeah, communication amongst friends is very important.
Yeah, which is what brings
That's
me
agreed
to
right now.
finally communicate something important that I didn't get around to doing because a lot of things happened very fast.
Yeah, fair enough.
So, you know that device that I took off of one of the guards?
Yes.
I think. Did I tell you
Theron
about
saw
that?
it. Only
I saw
Theron.
it.
I think only
Yes.
Theron knows.
You did what?
Oh.
Oh, I didn't tell you about that. That's
I
not
tried to
either.
assist. I was too far away. It was very crowded.
I don't
Wow.
believe it.
Why just not mention a lot of things?
Oh no, I really do.
So I stole one of those scanners off of one of the guards, and I
It was a beautiful
looked
moment.
into it,
Very impressive.
and there was a watch list of a bunch of students, ranking them on a scale with lower numbers, meaning they were to be watched much more. And
Well, that's news.
so we were all in that, and
All of us
We're all on the
here-
list. Where
yeah,
are we?
with a lot of sort of personal information that I probably
Personal, like
should
what?
have-
Personal?
Personal information.
Yes. And
Yeah,
you read
like
it?
what-
Like
You read
Kind
the personal
of personal
information?
information.
kind of background stuff and what they call pressure points, which I assume
I'm going
is...
to need you to recite them exactly.
I'm very
I'm not going to have to need you to say them aloud, please. No.
To us privately at different instances, not right now.
Good.
Is it like,
Smarter. I like that. Yes, I like that
like
thought.
physical.
But also, I would not
pressure
like you to say it
or
aloud.
like-
I would like to.
No, more like life pressure points for ways for them to sort of manipulate us, I would
Weak
assume.
Points, emotional, mental, physical, not physical,
All of
intellectual,
All of the above.
Wow.
and physical.
How would they know that?
How did they find that out? Great! That's a wonderful thing. What else did the watch list say? What?
No, yes.
And this is something-
Continue. Questions at the end. Continue.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that was the major gist of that, which is what I found out right before the
Before what?
and then
Oh, he's trying his best.
right before the dance, and then
Before the
Oh my god, before the dance? You've known for this long?
well, I sort of went to the dance, and then
Huh?
you know Andromeda got and then we
Yeah, that was, yes, my
and
bad.
then we're there.
Nice,
And
nice.
then
That's
there
understandable.
was Arthros' parents, and then there was blonde guy, and then
Okay.
here,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, a lot's happened.
Okay, a lot has happened.
Julian,
It's
we
okay.
understand why you couldn't tell us the full story because a lot of stuff was going on and it was just complicated.
Yes, there was never a good moment.
why are
It's
you
okay.
speaking like that?
I'm just passionate. Anyways,
Okay. Um.
Okay.
So
Continue.
lots of very specific stuff on that watch list things,
Right.
which I probably shouldn't say.
No.
And
Probably
probably should have
We'll
not
question you about
read.
that later.
But we're going to move past that.
For now.
And just right now
now.
that me screaming in my head accidentally.
Yes.
No.
Yes, I almost
no
pissed
scenes,
myself.
What?
Yeah,
You
a
what?
Also
lot
been
of
quite unfortunate because I was currently right next to her.
You will. Right next to
The way that the topic changes immediately from this
I'm
really
sorry,
serious thing.
Anyways,
what
that's not important.
what's
that
to
later.
about standing next?
What was the
being next to
new?
someone?
No. What was the new information?
Me and Theron are kind of like
No, well,
together.
that's true.
That's true.
Oh,
you are getting married?
Okay, no, not married. I don't think that's. I just
we haven't discussed that yet.
Mud from the back just says, "Not everyone gets betrothed immediately." Andromeda.
Oh my god, Mud, please, Mud.
Well, not everyone assumes.
Continue, Andromeda.
Continue.
Continue.
To Arthros, I think they're having issues.
Oh, perhaps I should not exploit our relationship because it might upset them.
Okay, we're talking about the punch list. That is the thing.
Just because we're very happy.
You said you had new information.
Yes, what's the news?
What is it?
It gave a different list
Okay.
that contained the names of all the people that went missing.
Oh wow, yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
So they know. Do they know that we're gone?
You have the list. Do you remember them? Who?
Yes. So there's 𝙍𝙬𝙫. We know about that.
We did.
That's official now. Apparently Fenrir's also missing,
What?
Tree Boy.
as well as Beacon.
I don't know that one.
Well, okay. Yeah, Beacon is gone.
You know Beacon?
And
I do. Mainly. Mostly. I don't know. I know. Yes.
and Zinalo.
Okay. What?
What?
Arlow?
One more time.
Our
Fish boy.
Arlow.
With the and the ears? He doesn't make that sound, guys. He's a fish, not a seal.
Oh, right, sorry.
Oh no, the fishman that told me about the Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Oh god.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Is there details or
I
like?
thought
No,
he was at the ball.
Just
Wasn't
a list of people
He was
who
at the ball with us. We saw him.
I assume
hadn't
so.
seen him for a bit after before we left.
I wasn't really paying attention.
I saw him with the
that.
goat man.
The goat man.
Yes.
Oh, the announcer.
Yes, he
What is
speaks.
his name? Clip Clop.
Oh,
Claude.
I would
Just
assume
You did not just go Claude. Clip Clop.
I'm so
We
sorry.
are not walking.
He does make that
Very
noise. He does make that noise. He makes that noise when he walks. Yes.
Because every time I hear the Clip Clop, I
name is
assume
Claude.
it's him, and then I started mentally calling him
Okay.
that, and it was nice. But I know his actual name.
The chaos is just delving, and Julian's telling you all this important information.
Okay, so he was
Clip Clop.
Arlo's kidnapped guys.
I
though.
would
But yeah.
assume that they were also
Did Claude
taken
kidnap
around the
Arlo?
same time as
Claude is very attractive. That might be a front. He might pull him in, and then
Was Claude on the list of kidnapped people?
no. Silky
I don't
is
think
also
Claude would have done that.
missing.
No.
Apparently,
Little mouse.
What?
Not small mouse, but like a normal sized mouse. In fact, a very regular mouse.
Theron, you really
good
gotta start
size.
learning people's names.
I'm not going to tell Silky that you said that for your sake.
Thank you for that.
You really gotta start learning people's names. You can't be
I also Silky was also
I never
at
forget a
the ball,
face. I
so
won't forget
I
a name.
When was the last time you
assume
saw her?
maybe they were at the ball.
Well, I know that. I
don't-
just
Who went to the ball with you?
did Silky have a date?
Did you see anyone with her?
Silky's
No.
date?
We
Silky,
sort of
Silky,
went together,
Silky.
and then I had to go
Oh my gosh.
do something.
what?
and
What did you do?
What did you do?
Listen, we need to have kind of a play-by-play to figure out when they went missing.
it
When
was
when
a
did you
sort of
lose her?
they stayed behind at the punch place where the snacks were, and then I had to go.
Okay.
Sin was there, so I had to go talk with Sin.
Since Shadow was
Okay.
there?
Yeah,
Oh my god, so much is coming out.
and then
When did
said
she get
some very. I
And
don't.
then
She
where did you
sort
go?
of just appears, and then she told me that there was very ominous things on the horizon or whatever. And
Well,
wow,
this
she
is
was
very
right. Who
ominous.
would have thought?
That was correct. That was very correct.
That was in fact accurate.
But
Well
is that
told.
new information? I thought she already told you that last time you talked to
Oh
her.
my fucking god.
Literally
That
okay.
was creepy things
Good lord.
happening.
Her prophecies are sort of a blur at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Okay.
you didn't see
And-
Smokey again that night?
Did you
What
sneak
happened
anyone else?
after?
After that, after Sin.
Where did you go next?
After
Did you see
that,
Oh,
no,
Or did you
after
see
that was
anyone?
no, after that was the whole Andromeda thing. I was just talking with Sin, and then
Can I see if he's
I got
lying?
searched
that
with him.
long?
is he
Can I-
active?
can
Is he
I roll
actively?
for
That depends on Julien. Is he actively trying
Well,
to
because
like
he's
not
talking
tell them
like
about
this.
Silas?
He's doing this thing where he's like, and then
Mm-hmm.
I
I assume you're actively trying for them not to know about him. Yeah,
Do
go
you
ahead.
want us to not
I'll
know?
roll
Can we
with
find
deception.
out?
I'll roll with disadvantage if he wants me.
No,
If
it's
you
okay.
want.
You can roll with. You can just
If
roll
you think
regular.
you're a good liar.
Roll regular with
No,
wisdom.
you
Just roll
stated it
against each
earlier.
other.
Julian is not a good liar.
True.
That's true.
Okay, well, I got a 6 and a 5.
Oh yeah,
11.
you can tell he's lying, or he's leaving something out.
He's leaving. Julien, and she's gonna step like right in front of him.
Oh no, she's doing the look. What did you do, Julien?
No.
Julian, did you do something?
Look, I didn't do a look. What did I do?
Julian,
I don't have a look.
did you
It's
do
the
it?
look in her eye. You can't.
Okay, I don't know what that look means. But anyway, Julien,
It's like
are you
Well, okay,
are you leaving something
I
out?
didn't do any
What
anything,
happened?
and so
You've been hiding too many secrets. What's going on? Be
what
honest.
did you do?
Spill everything.
which is why I am saying all of this.
Okay, but you're aloof. You're
Julien,
aloof.
friends
Something
do
else
not
happened.
lie.
True. You are like Papa.
Friends don't
We
lie.
don't know everything that happened that night. We can all
Friends don't
account
lie.
for each other, more or less.
Yes. But I didn't see you for like 20 minutes.
Well, I wasn't
Like
really paying
30
attention. But
seconds.
also,
Sus.
No! I was mostly on the dance floor
24
with.
minutes of that? Mm.
Oh, right, I forgot.
You forgot. What did you
Oh,
forget?
what?
I had a conversation with what's his face. I told them about the scanner thing, and then I was going to tell you all about the scanner thing.
Who's-
You
what's his
told
face?
them about the
You
standard
told
Uh,
someone else before
I
us.
don't
We had
remember
plans to steal
his
the
name.
What are doing all this?
Sort of the snake guy.
Silas?
Silas?
Oh.
Right, yes,
You told
that's
Silas
his name.
before me
You
about the
Well,
scanner.
he's
Silas?
sort of, the archetype of the, the,
You told
ooh,
Silas?
I'm against the system.
Oh, you told
He's a
us.
delinquent.
Well, I sort
I
of
hate that
wanted
guy.
someone who had
I also don't
experience
like
with.
him very much.
Hmm.
Kind of. I don't know. He confuses me.
He confuses me too.
He's mean.
He's fine.
What exactly did you say to him?
I
How much
just
did you tell him about
showed-
the scanner?
We barely know
I
the
ju-
guy.
Wait.
Okay, well, I barely know the guy. I guess I don't know. Maybe you. Do you know him better than we do?
Maybe.
think I know some decently well.
Okay, well that's good. But
How
also
well
he's,
do you know him?
that's important to note. This is kind of really
Do you trust him?
yes. That's a good question, there. Good question.
Good question. Good question.
Yes.
Okay, me too.
We
Are you
sort of
being
both sort of
truthful?
came up. Yeah, we both sort of came up from the same grounds here on Earth, with
Okay.
being beat down by the sectors repeatedly.
Wow.
Not gonna get into that.
Okay. A
But
different time. Maybe. I don't know.
If you're comfortable.
Yeah. Close. We're not gonna
The
open that.
ADHD of this one conversation. I swear to fucking God.
I love it. I love it so much. I'm thriving currently.
Okay,
He
so
said
you
about
told him you
and
trust
then
him.
And then what?
we stopped talking, and then I came out, and the Andromeda was.
You stopped talking and did what?
You talked for 20 minutes?
And you
Only
came
about
out?
the watch list?
Did you like read it out loud to him?
It was a thorough conversation.
Did he
Yeah,
read it?
something like that.
You
Huh?
read it out loud to him?
Oh no, not that. No, I didn't read
All
it
of
out loud.
our-
I just showed it to him.
Oh, you showed
You showed it to him? That's you know him?
pulled out
Oh, I
your
didn't
You
show
showed
him all of
our
your things.
personal-
I just showed him
What did
like
you tell him
his and mine.
exactly, Julian?
Okay.
Are
This is
you
a
being
personal
honest?
safety, like privacy issue. Did you tell him about us?
Because the thing is,
Our precious
the
Or
thing
that
is
we
that
were
we're
on
kind of a
it.
team. We're kind of a party together, right? And a lot of things I'm pretty sure a lot of us would be uncomfortable knowing about each other, and we're pretty close at this point.
I can tell you guys everything about you.
What exactly? That's a good thing about you, Andromeda. That's very good.
No worries.
No worries there. Very good. But what exactly did you say? Because you're kind of mincing it up a little bit.
This is important.
It is important.
I showed him
There's a risk.
what it said on my watch list description, and I showed him what it said on his watch list description.
And you're being
He's on the watch list.
truthful.
Yes.
Okay, so
Entirely so?
you showed each other
Yes.
descriptions.
You want to shake on it?
How sweaty are his hands right now?
That's
Out of
your hands
character.
right now.
Julia did just show him
I'm pretty
his
sure.
and
Technically,
Sally's.
yes.
I'm pretty sure,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Okay.
He
yeah.
did, yeah. I think he
I
did.
was-
I think
We're
he did.
literally just trying to
I think
give
you-
a
I
think
beta
you-
beta.
I think you only showed Silas his own. I don't
Yeah,
even think you
'cause I
showed him
think-
Yeah, you
yours.
probably wouldn't show him.
Yeah,
Mm.
I don't think you
I
showed him
remember
yours because he was like,
thinking about it.
he looked at
I
it and he was
remember-
like, abandonment issues.
Yeah.
He was like insulted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember you literally
anyways,
saying,
let's
like,
make out.
specifically showing him.
I'm sorry.
Anyways.
I laughed for a solid 5 minutes at the fucking little mouse, regular mouse, completely regular. I was
Completely
like,
regular
You
It's
were
like, wow.
absolutely
I couldn't
losing
breathe.
it.
Little, not
like
inside,
you
but
stumbling
like-
to save yourself was just what made it better. It was like
She's not even here, but he's very mindful that she's
it
sensitive
was
about
so,
it.
it was so
True.
good. My goodness. Oh my god. So are you gonna shake on it?
Take his
Yeah.
temperature, also his heartbeat and heart rate. Feel how cold his skin is.
What?
Has it dropped?
How sweaty is he right now?
Insight. Perception. Roll them all, kids.
Fuck.
This turned into an
That's
interrogation
a
immediately.
8. So a lower one.
Well,
I
you
don't
know
think,
that you would know that he's telling the truth at that point. He's still leaving something out, but he's telling the truth about what he showed Silas.
I suppose we will
Aria's
respect
gonna take his
the
hand.
privacy. Or not.
pull it towards her, so
Oh.
he's like, so they're like this,
Oh,
and she's just gonna say, "I know you're leaving
Interesting.
something out.
Right.
I'm going to let it."
This just got a little spicy.
Are you two about to kiss?
We're really close right now, and I feel like I could have heard you speaking perfectly where we were before.
I like to intimidate you. It's fun.
Oh.
And she's just gonna drop her hand.
There is
Okay.
a lot of tension here.
Julian is feeling things like he is not gonna speak to anyone.
Okay,
Theron
so
just
Julian
looked
is
over at
leaving something
Arthros
out.
and is like,
Julian is leaving something out.
Arthros is biting her nails. She's like, what the fuck?
In defense of Julien, I
Yes.
think he is allowed one secret. Everyone here is allowed one secret.
Well, I'm sure we're allowed a lot more, and if this is the secret he wants to keep, fine. But
Also, I'm following Mud's law and rule perfectly. I'm not lying. I'm just leaving things out, so I don't have to tell the truth.
lying by
afterwards.
omission is
Sometimes.
technically a lie by definition.
Well,
Fair.
technically
Sometimes
different
people
definitions.
leave things out
that's fair.
because they don't know how to talk about them at the
Mud just like lifts his can
Fair.
up in a cheers
Fair.
and then eats some more
Is it a
vegetables.
can of
Yeah, well,
corn?
Yeah, probably.
Oh.
That's fair.
He took his
Okay.
can of corn with him.
Fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Arthur steps forward and
He's
kind
just
of.
staring at her.
She kind of looks between all of you and she just says,
Julian is flush red and desperately
Aw.
trying not to look at your direction, but keeps looking back your direction and then looking away.
Arthur steps forward and she looks between all of you guys and she's like, I think that we should settle down for the night. We're all a little bit, I think we're all a little bit tired and stressed
That's
out,
all
it seems.
that you saw tonight.
Okay. Right.
Julian, Was there anything else that caused
Before we-
you to
The
shriek in
What
alarm?
else? There's a thing that said something along the lines of to ultimate concern, newly subject 004 or something has yet to give us any information that can provide us any service to that of our national security, and nor the security of the academy, nor the current
you
case of
did remember this.
disappearances.
How is it
I
getting a
have
symbol
a
out
photographic memory. We will continue administering the necessary persuasive actions. She's not to be spoken to. She is not meant to be spoken to unless
Hey.
under any circumstances, unless given direct permission.
Fortune teller?
Discrepancy, as always, is required. Blah blah blah. Subject 001 is well.
Good for 001.
No issue to be noted. Everything should be working and proceeding as usual. End quote.
Oh, that's good news for.
So they have
001.
spies,
Very
is
cryptic.
what that's saying.
I don't know if there's enough evidence to support that.
Of course there's not. But what else are we supposed to
It's a good theory,
imagine? A
To
game
explore-
theory.
though. A game theory?
I'm so
Seriously?
lost right now.
Me too.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea what that part meant. There is another thing as well as a part of
Another
that
thing.
watch list thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you know the classes that I said before, where it's like a mark of how
Like the
much they
numbers?
watch over you, and the lower the number, the
The more they
stronger
watch
they
you?
look at you.
Oh, that's a lot of deceiving.
Yeah. So I don't think this information is particularly private. Zophiel's is a class 4, and Arthros's is a class 3. But that in the thing I checked just now
Those are relatively low
put both
numbers.
of them down one class, which means that they're watched more.
Wow.
I'm
Those
on
are
the
even
list
lower
too.
numbers.
Nice job, everyone.
Yes, you are.
Great.
Actually,
So my
went
parents
from
just
a-
died
you
and
are
I'm
now-
still being watched.
Yes.
Hmm.
So you're now a class
Okay.
2 for some
Okay.
reason,
It's okay.
and Zophiel is
We'll
now
keep
a
an eye
class 3. And under both descriptions, there's a mention of an FN
FN.
FN.
initials.
Anyone know an
What did it
FN?
say exactly again?
Oh,
I
it
then
said
had like more information about
yes,
like
it
something.
said I'll send them to you. It says distinctly
Hmm?
this.
Good for you.
Yes.
FN has reported newly concerning findings. Keep under observation.
Newly considered.
Said
findings.
FN has reported newly concerning findings. Keep close observation.
Oh, well, that's not comforting.
Great.
That's newly concerning.
So
But that information would have had been found out between the time I checked it the night before the ball and right now.
was there a time that they did the notification came up?
I got the notification
When you
just
were
whilst I
screaming?
was down there, but I don't know if if there's a delay because we're not on
Fair.
Earth.
I'm shocked you
That
even
is
got
very
a signal no matter
It
what.
Yeah,
was
how did
very
it even
finicky,
send
and
the
my
information?
I've no clue.
Okay.
But it
Scientist
did seem like it was
cowboy.
struggling to work.
I mean, there are a lot of devices downstairs. I'm just saying.
Very true.
Maybe it's like a satellite or something.
Well, it's better to know than not know.
And while we're all here, I would like to quietly throw it out there that I do not trust Joseph. And I think we should be careful how we proceed.
I also agree.
We don't need to jump him, right?
No, I don't think that'll need to
Well,
happen.
No, but if it comes to that, I am willing.
Okay.
well, he did say he was going to speak with us in the morning, right? So maybe
Yes.
maybe we can figure something out till we can leave. Or I mean, he has the teleporty thingy.
That would be nice
So-
if we were trying to get.
Yes.
Maybe he'll be
We
really
just have-
nice, and he'll give it to us.
Because now now Arlow, there's so many A names, is missing. So we
need to go and
him
find
at some point
Yes, we should get back.
Oh God.
to Earth.
Why
We
is
didn't
this?
see.
They travel around.
We didn't
again.
see anyone else that we know back in the other realm that we were just in.
We didn't. No, I don't think so.
No one from
Specifically for Goshi, and they weren't. Yeah.
the only one we know that so far
Mimi.
people. Oh, sorry, that was me.
You're good.
The only one that we know so far that can travel between worlds is the blonde guy.
Right. And by downstairs, it seems
could-
like
Seems
Also a
like
theory, but it could
does
stand
seem like
to reason.
Joseph might be
Oh yes,
their
That-
supplier.
blonde man might be a customer.
Right.
But it also seems that since I
Well,
don't
we
know, a
did
working theory, since he's the only one who can
Break his
travel.
we did break his thing, so he might be coming back here to get a new one.
Oh,
The sooner
gosh.
we leave,
That
the
is
better.
an excellent.
Yes,
point.
can we
But
leave?
Okay, so hold on.
he probably has more orbs.
One last
That's-
thing,
Good
along
job,
with
him.
all the ones that I said were missing, we were all on that, obviously,
Right.
Oh,
as well as
Right.
But
10
we
other
left.
students that
We
I
were
don't
not
recognize the
kidnapped.
name of.
But they don't know that.
mm.
There were 10 other students that I didn't recognize the
But
name
they
of
think
as
we're
well on
missing
the set
10
list.
other students?
Yes.
That's quite a lot.
This school is doing a really bad job at keeping people from not going missing.
Yeah.
Making it a total of 22 people that are missing.
Jesus. Oh my
Well,
God. That's insane.
That is a whole class size.
Well,
Yeah, it
take
is.
us off
It's a
the
whole
list,
class.
and then it's less than that.
Of course.
But still. Quite
But
a
still
few.
a lot of kids to go missing and they're just, what, pretending that we're not there? Or they...
I shall return.
Are-
Continue your conversation. I shall return.
Okay,
The,
you're going to
the DM's going piss.
All right, everybody. Start thinking things on the DM pissing.
You're good. You're good. I'll be really quick.
Piss plat.
Juiciest thing.
I hate that.
Piss
I hate that,
platting.
actually. No.
Alright, everyone, dump your backstories right now.
Don't put me in the chat.
wow.
Dump all
Yeah.
your backstories.
In the chat. Well.
That.
Oh god.
I
Well, you
was
see,
thinking, though,
Julien is actually a bird.
Oh, that's why they can talk. Just kidding. Because Andromeda can talk to birds, right?
Birds.
Or turn into a bird or something like that.
And
So
that's
that's why
why
you guys
only
communicate so well.
Andromeda can talk to Julien.
Exactly.
That's
why
it's the only
old
genuine
Deuteronomy.
Very
connection.
true.
Old, yeah. The old trick in the book.
Andromeda is old Deuteronomy.
From
It's
Cats,
like,
the
you
musical.
know...
Stop.
What?
I'm sorry, why? Why?
I don't know.
First off, Old Deuteronomy is my favorite song from Cats the Musical.
I know
And
it
you're
is.
right. You're absolutely correct.
Thank you. I know.
Yep.
I'm thinking blonde guy is probably FN. That's all.
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
That would be nice. That would be simple. That would be easy. That would be wonderful. But
Oh
do
my
I
god,
actually
there
think that
could
they
be a
would
quick
give
way we
us,
could find
like,
out.
How?
We could ask Joseph.
Oh, he won't say. Because,
Confidentiality.
well, he...
We could see if
Andromeda
they
asked.
recognize the initials FN.
We could.
Do the initials
space.
FN mean anything to you?
Maybe not like directly, like in a side conversation. We'll
Maybe
talk to
after-
each other about FN and then see how they react.
Okay.
We
So
could
somebody says it
surround
a
him.
little too loudly and then
Like,
watches
Hey,
expression.
Like our dear friend, FN.
hey, have you talked to FN recently?
Oh, yeah, FN
Say that.
is so insane.
It's crazy.
Everybody shush! DM's back.
Alright.
DM's back.
Oh,
I can hear
And then
Daz talking in the
that's
living room.
why I decided.
And that's why
You don't
I
know what all of
decided.
us were saying.
That's true. I heard what you're planning to do, though.
Wow. And
No, you
that's
didn't.
why our backstory is blah 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 blah.
And that's
that
why
is my
Julian's...
backstory.
That's why Julien made out with Silas.
And this is
For
what you missed on.
20 minutes.
Okay, thank you for the piss stop. I'm back.
I don't know why I said 20
Okay.
minutes. I don't really think it's
Stop.
really that much. Maybe it was.
Piss
I
stop.
don't know. How long did they make out, Julien?
Oh.
James?
That's important information.
What was
Because they
the-
talked and then they made out.
20 minutes, apparently.
Sorry.
Oh, come on.
I mean, they
The world is
did.
your oyster.
It sounds about right.
They did explore each
Yeah,
other's
no, it
mouths
sounds
for a
right.
good bit.
That's
Oh,
that's
but
counting the time
somebody-
that they were talking. Dude,
Okay, what if somebody had
Okay,
to come
so
in
like
and use
18
the
minutes
bathroom?
and 2 for
They
talking.
pause
There's multiple
while someone's
stalls.
There's 2 stalls. There's a couple
peeing? No,
stalls.
but hear the sounds of people peeing. Do you like continue on when people are peeing? In
I
the
guess.
background, or do you
Nobody
pause?
We wouldn't
entered while
know.
they were making out.
Oh, listen, when you want a quickie, you want a
they locked the
quickie.
door, didn't they?
Jesus.
Didn't he lock the door?
they were in stalls. They were in a stall.
Okay, maybe it's
Oh.
noise canceling stalls. Then you don't
Wait,
I imagine
Honestly,
them-
in our
It's
fantasy-
the ceilings
in
of
our
floor.
fantasy
I
bathroom.
imagine them as
One.
those ones, like the
It's
In our
fancy.
fantasy bathroom.
Privacy.
I imagine them as like the fancy restaurant ones that where they're like really
Like,
tall, like from
ceiling to
top to
floor?
bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are so
Gotcha.
nice.
Or like the airport ones that are like full coverage.
Yeah, good shit.
Listen, it's our fantasy
Good shit.
game. We get fantasy bathrooms where you don't have to put the running water on to not hear yourself or someone else pee. That's
Exactly.
how it
Right.
is.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Correct.
Tell me I'm wrong. I'm
So
Did
not.
you
campaign,
guys wanna
we get to do
go-
what we want.
Did you guys want to go anywhere else?
So
with
that's-
the conversation. Oh, okay, yeah. Go
What
for
was
it.
that?
Is that it?
That's
Wow.
That's everything.
Is that
You're certain?
yeah?
Julian, you are really
Yeah.
smart.
Yes, you
What?
are. You're very smart.
Although I do wish you would tell us things as soon as they happen next time.
That's because we
Like
are.
now, this was
we're
an
Good.
emergency meeting. We should keep it as a theme within the party.
Yes.
It is
We
nice.
learn new things every day.
Mm.
We're growing as a friend group.
No.
Oh.
So
A family.
I saw that slide.
A
That was
grove.
good.
Well, from there,
I think we should get some sleep.
yeah, I
I will
feel.
pass
I
out
think you guys
immediately.
probably start to get cozy. And Mud gets cozy in the front room. He's been quiet all evening, but listening in very. He was listening in very enraptured with what you were saying, Julien.
Oh.
But he stayed pretty quiet. He ransacks the kitchen again and gets back huddled on the floor with his knitted blanket. And he looks sleepy now and exhausted, as though emotional exhaustion at this point.
Valid.
And he sits with a can of something strange now that looks kind of like bean-like consistency. And he's slurping it down like it's like water. Andromeda, do you go upstairs with Zephyrus, or do you join everyone else in the main living room?
Ooh, I think she goes up first to Zephyrus to say goodnight. She's not gonna spend the
Valid. Okay, so do you stay up there, or you go back down?
I go back down.
Okay.
after.
Okay. Arthros rejoins everyone in the living room, and I assume you tag along with her, Theron. And she finds it pretty cold in the house now that the sun has officially set on Grimmere. And she grabs another one of the books off of one of Joseph's shelves and tucks herself on a cushion on the floor and reaches for whatever blanket she can find. And she looks at you, and she pats the space beside her with kind of like a bashful look in her eye. Do you sit with her?
Is there any doubt?
I just wanted to ask.
But yes.
So you two sit kind of side by side. I assume kind of get cozy on the floor with like a pillow.
Mhm.
There's a bunch of pillows and blankets around.
Karen's gonna grab like a couple more pillows and blankets and like make another little nest around us.
Cute.
So, just in case we like, slump down or want to get cozy.
Valid. And she does look pretty tired, so it seems like she's probably going to try and sleep tonight. Surely part of her is feeling emotionally exhausted as well from everything that happened.
Certainly.
and a little bit of peace, kind of, that she can sleep with the thought that, like, her parents won't come looking for her.
Mhm.
Julien, do you get cozy anywhere specific? Do you just kind of get cozy in the living room?
He just probably finds a corner on the floor to sleep on.
Love.
So taking a deep breath in after everything that Arya did, and then proceed to not be able to stop thinking about it.
Valid. Falls asleep with the image of him making out with Silas and not telling Arya about it.
Arya's gonna, after the meeting, is gonna go to the kitchen and make a cup of tea. And then she's gonna go and put it beside Julien before going upstairs for a moment.
And do you go
If he's asleep, she just puts it next to him.
Valid. Do you go upstairs
Probably
to...
doesn't fall asleep immediately, so he
Oh,
probably
you're
sees
gonna have a
that.
cold cup of tea
Cute.
in the morning.
Love them.
Is this...
What? Oh, I thought you were asleep. That's for you.
No, I was thinking about... Never mind.
You were thinking about what? Okay, we'll leave it. We'll leave it for now. I pushed a lot. We'll leave it for now. Pushing. I gotta get better at that. Sorry.
The bisexual finger guns.
No, you're fine. I don't have a problem with what I...
Tea?
Yeah, thank you.
Thought I'd return the favor.
Oh.
You. Didn't you get me tea?
You made her strawberry tea.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
Right, yes.
Like second session.
I thought you had. Yeah, I thought you had
Or
a
third
photographic
session.
memory, Julien. What's going on with your memory? Good, a little distracted. Drink your tea, Julien. And she's just gonna pat his
good
head.
night.
Good night.
Okay, good night. This
He
poor
just
boy.
shuts up, drinks the tea.
This poor boy.
She ruffles his head.
No.
Hey,
What?
master.
Yeah?
Could I have Andromeda do something?
Yeah.
Okay. She comes back down from Zephyrus. And she like said goodnight, like, you know, whatever, pat on the back. Yeah, nice to see you. She comes back downstairs and she sees Mud. He's laying on the floor, right?
He's sitting on the floor, like his back's to the couch. And he's got his little
And-
beans in his hand.
She like grumpy look on her face. She goes and grabs a blanket, like snatches it off, and she sits like a good, like, I don't know, like 10 feet. I don't know how big the living room is, but like,
It's,
like 8
yeah.
feet away. 8 feet
Valid.
away. And she like wraps herself in the blanket and like lays on the ground, and then she like lays there, and like every so often she like kind of like adjusts herself, like she can't get quite comfortable, like she's kind of rolling onto her other side,
Oh.
whatever, and she's very like unconsciously getting closer and closer to Mud,
No.
and she ends up like about like a foot away from him with her back turned, and she's just laying there. She's just very still and
Starts shivering.
It's so cold.
That's a little puppy whimper.
He does not spare you a glance in all of this. He just continues eating and then puts it on the table and turns with his back to you to go to sleep.
she like sits
You
up.
got the cold shoulder and the cold hair. Damn! It's frigid up in here.
No.
She like looks at him, just pouts, and she gets up and she goes upstairs and
No.
she gets next to Zephyrus.
If that's not telling, if that's not symbolic. We love... Oh, hold on, let me dim my thing like a second. Alright, so, with all of you fairly cozy, as you all close your eyes, also, you guys tell me when you want to break, okay? Because I don't want to keep barreling on, because I feel pretty good right now, so I don't want to, like, keep barreling on, okay? Okay. So, Andromeda, let's start with you. Once you've fallen into sleep, eventually, probably exhausted after all of the chaos that happened, in your mind, you wake up in a world of turquoise blue. You're standing at the bottom of what you can only assume to be water. There's bubbles floating by you, but you breathe as you would above water, perhaps even better. You don't see anything around you, just the darkness of the unknown, like you've been thrust into the ocean depths. But then you hear a voice you recognize. It says, "A blessed sight indeed. The child became a willow tree, her brother among the trees. She'd love to be 4 times as tall as me and live 3 times as long." And you recognize this voice as Alder's voice. And as you turn in your mind, you see him in front of you now, standing atop the ground, just as you are, a ways away in the dark, gloomy depths below. He's looking away, and his gaze is very far off and distant. He's just staring kind of to the side, diagonal, hasn't noticed you. Do you say anything in your dream?
I will call out to him.
Okay.
And I'll just say, Alder?
And when you say this, you see a look of recognition dawn on his expression. And he shakes his head a moment before turning and meeting your eye. And he looks at you, and suddenly his entire expression dissolves into one of fear. And in a rushed voice, he quickly says, "He's watching." And then suddenly water crowds into your throat, and a stormy blackness plagues your sight.
Oh, no.
Julien. The immediate wince. You're sitting on a bench, facing a horizon of a city you do not recognize. The air is cold and frigid around you, and it bites at your nose and cheeks. And there is someone sitting beside you. It's the man with the blonde hair. His face is angular and pale. And when you look at him, he turns and his blue eyes meet yours. And he says, "One day, you and I, Julien, we will revolt against the world itself." And he fixes you with a triumphant smirk, and suddenly the world falls to dark. Aria. You're in a pitch black room. You see nothing but darkness and the void around you. Beneath your feet, above you, all around you is nothing but black. But in front of you sits a pedestal, a hand-sculpted column as though cut straight from a monument of sorts. A small note sits atop it. Do you approach and read the note?
Yes, but can I take a second? Just a second. So nothing? And
Nothing.
then a hand?
You're in a void. No, it's a pedestal.
Pedestal.
A pedestal. Like almost like those
Yes.
Greek
Yeah.
columns, like one of those things, yeah.
Got it. Cool. Yes, sorry, she purchased it. Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, yeah.
No, you're good, you're good. The note reads in a scriptive, slanted writing style, "My, how you've grown." And then it's signed O.
Oh.
Oh. Now we're gonna move on to Theron.
Oh.
Theron. You're in a dark forest. The shadows are cascading over you, and there's a fireplace warming your cheeks. It's a familiar sight, a place you've been countless times before. A campfire in the middle of somewhere. Cozy. Across the campfire sits Roz. They're looking at you, and their faces blank, and in a moment they murmur, "I'm so sorry," and your world fades to deep sleep once more. Can you all roll a d12 for me?
Could you send me what Alder said?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I stumbled over my
I
words a
want
little
it.
bit too, so it's a little easier for you to see it. Because it was very hard to read for some reason.
That will be an 11.
An 11? Okay.
An 11.
7.
All right,
7?
done.
4.
4?
Okay, so Julien.
I also got 4.
Let's go!
Damn.
Oh, that's rough.
4 and 4, and
Okay.
then
Yikes.
What did Andromeda?
R.I.P. us.
Andromeda,
Joy.
what did you get?
7.
7? Okay. Julien
Must be
and
nice.
Theron, can you both roll again to see for me?
Oh, it's competition.
Is this an initiative? I don't like
No,
that.
it's not.
Ow!
It's just a roll. Are you okay?
Okay.
Oh no.
I hit my elbow so hard.
Wabam. Wabam.
Well, bam.
Wabam
I didn't
indeed.
get a roll yet. Okay.
What'd you get?
What?
Oh,
That was
what?
in fact a nat 1.
Oh.
Oh. If it's a competition, I won lowest number. That's
True, you did.
What did you get?
I got 5.
5? Okay. Theron,
Improvement.
this
No.
actually works out really well.
Oh no.
Is it good? Is bad? What's happening? My elbow
Theron,
hurts.
you sleep poorly to the point where after
Oh,
this
yeah,
little nightmare in your mind, you wake up.
I got like half an hour, man.
Your eyes flicker, and you feel yourself fumbling slightly, waking up after what you only know to describe as a nightmare. A very unsettling dream, if anything. When you come
It was
to...
fun until it wasn't.
yeah. When you come to, you hear a creak from your left where the stairs are.
Oh.
Your eyes are blurry for a moment, but you're sure you see a figure. And the more you move in your place on the floor, the more you realize that Arthros is not next to you.
Oh no. Okay.
As
well,
you squint further at the sight, Arthros's figure comes into sight. And in her hand is the dagger she got from the blacksmith on 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐸𝐽. It's gripped tight between her fingers, and she's about to start ascending the stairs, slowly and robotically.
Ooh.
Do you do anything?
I first wonder which one she would be going for, and then I follow her. Like, if I let it play out, I just am curious which one she would go after. But it's for a second, and then
Yeah,
she
she's going
follows
upstairs.
her.
They're on quick saves, lets it play out, and then see who dies, and then reloads the save.
Oh my god.
No,
This is a video
no,
game, I
she's still
absolutely do
being
that.
controlled.
Yes,
Her
that is
parents
what
are
we
dead!
gathered from that. But there are a lot of other factors at play. We didn't know that it was her parents, or that it could be
we had
broken by their
hoped.
death.
Maybe it's FN.
We did hope. We did hope,
Maybe it's
but
that.
I didn't fully hope. So I'm.
And Arthros
I'm fine
is
with it.
killing Aria, and that's killing Andromeda.
No,
She
but
is
she
the
went
lady.
upstairs.
Yeah,
She's
they're
about to walk
upstairs.
upstairs. No, they slept. Aria
Aria
slept.
slept upstairs, didn't she?
No, Aria went upstairs for Zophiel.
Oh, you said next to-
Oh,
She-
and slept in
yeah,
the same
she's-
bed?
No, she slept in a
Andromeda's
seat.
Andromeda's downstairs.
No, Andromeda went
No,
back.
Andromeda went upstairs too.
Andromeda
Oh yeah, you went
upstairs.
back up. Yeah, right. So Andromeda and
Yeah.
Aria are up there, right?
Are both upstairs with Zophiel and Zephyrus.
Right.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Well,
Curious.
What?
But anyways, Theron
Continue.
immediately
No, he
after
thinks about
that
it.
thought, immediately
thinks
after
about
that thought, okay? Shut up.
Take a moment. Take a moment.
It was like a millisecond, alright? Once he was fully,
Sexy
like,
girlfriend. Sexy murder girlfriend.
he was just
Sexy
curious.
murder husbands.
Alright, curiosity killed
Killed.
the Dragonborn.
Mm.
Killed his party.
Well, killed the rest of the party members.
Yes.
Anyways, immediately shoots up after that, and you said she was going up like robotically, like she's
very
not fully
slowly.
awake.
She's just slowly walking up the stairs. You can't see her face.
Which
at
hand
the
is
moment.
her dagger in?
This one. Her right.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Closest
Okay.
towards you, from where the staircase is.
Oh, so she's right-handed.
Okay. He's going to very quietly, as much as possible, stealthily, like move across the floor, grab her right wrist to twist it behind her back so that like it's pinned
Yeah.
and immobile, and then he will press himself against her and like hold her back, and he'll be like, "Arthros, please wake up."
Theron
And-
does what?
Shut up.
What? She.
It's to save someone's life, all right.
Say
Not
it
that he
again.
wouldn't do it in other circumstances.
What did he do?
Aloha,
I'm taking my
cowboy.
No, we gotta take a pot.
It's that.
exactly
It's
like
that.
that scene.
Take a
It's
pause.
exactly
It's
like
that
that
moment.
scene.
It's that moment from the bloopers of Dean or Cass behind Dean, just like aloha,
where he
cowboy.
like goes like this, and Jensen's like, "Ooh,
He's like,
I see." Shit.
when you grab her, she doesn't tense or anything like you would think someone would if that was happening to them. She doesn't tense up. She doesn't react. It's only when you start to talk to her that you feel her shoulders kind of slump a little bit. And then she immediately falls limp in your arms, and she's asleep.
Can he like pick her up and carry her to like one of the couches?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he'll do that, and then he will gently, since she's not offering any resistance and she is in fact asleep now, he's gonna take the dagger from her. Does she have any other weapons?
It's just the dagger.
Any other possible potential weapons? Any rope? Any
No, she just got the dagger and that was it.
a needle,
You're getting
perhaps?
creative, aren't you? Okay.
You know what? She could do a lot with a little.
Raspor.
So.
Okay,
Um,
Raspor.
And up in her back.
And he will not sleep for the rest of the night. He's going to sit like right next to her. Probably have like have her resting against him. Like one arm over her like stomach or something, and he'll probably just try to like relax and like rest, but he will be very alert and keeping an eye on things for the rest of the night.
Okay.
Which I guess that's good, because if I hadn't slept so terribly, perhaps somebody would be dead.
Eve.
My new girlfriend.
My house.
She's so hot. I love her very much.
She's got so much.
Did I mention that we're together? Because that's true. We are.
Technically, she mentioned it.
I know.
Okay, Mr. Raspor.
Oh, so I
So-
didn't mention it. So I meant to mention this, guys. We're together.
Perfect. Thank you. He's telling this to us telepathically.
All right. So, how are we feeling? Do we want to take a break? Are we feeling okay? Are we good to move
I think
on?
I can go potty.
Yeah, can you go potty? Do you want to do a 5-minute?
Yeah, 5 is good.
Okay. How are we
That
feeling in general overall? Are we
I
feeling
do good.
feeling good?
How much
Okay.
do you think is like? How much do you estimate is left?
Maybe if depending on how much you guys roleplay, I would say an hour and a half.
Okay. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
It's not going to be more than. It's not going to be anything close to the one that we had last time, because I have like 10 pages left of notes.
Nice.
So it's like a pretty rounded off, like you guys got through all of the bulky bits now. So
Okay.
which was like the device and all that stuff. Now it's mostly just you guys figuring out what you're going to do,
Nice.
essentially. So
Oh, I like it.
Look at.
do we want to do a quick little 5-minute break? Does that feel
Yeah,
comfy?
that works.
Comfy cozy? Okay. Poggy. We shall return chat. 5-minute break. We see you soon at 11:30 our time. 30 for everyone else. Mwah. Intermission. I did do it. I did mess them up. Give me 2 seconds.
You did.
No!
You messed it up.
No, our webcams. They're broken.
broken.
He's
Blah,
broken.
blah,
They're broken.
blah, blah, blah.
Oh, almost.
Love is not just a dagger, it's also preventing murder.
Love is a dagger.
Oh, I love.
I love them.
They are very much Silky Loki vibes, though. But not the creepy like incest thing. Not self-cessed,
Yeah.
I mean.
Self-cessed.
They're not that. I don't disapprove of it, but also I do a little bit.
Yeah.
I have mixed feelings, okay? I have mixed feelings.
Understandable.
Like, it's cute, but it's also, I wish they wouldn't have
But
done
also it's
that
a
at
little,
all ever
yeah,
again.
it's a little weird.
Like, the dynamics are fine, but also, no.
Valid. Hello, chat. Welcome back.
Hello, chat.
Hey. Okay, how are you all
Oh,
feeling,
yo.
guys? You good? You good? Ready to jump back in?
We continue to exist.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
I hope that everything has been intriguing so far.
It has.
Good. So,
It's wondrous.
when the group of you wake in the morning, it is to the smell of a type of meat grilling, sweet and salty. The scent filling the air in the room, that surely only causes bellies to rumble for some of you. Definitely for Mud. Well, except he doesn't like meat, so maybe not. But the smell makes him hungry. X is standing in the kitchen, a metal tray in his hands as he finishes piling on a few elements of breakfast. It smells fresh and savory, with an element of sweet, and as you all start to come to, surely, Andromeda and Aria, you guys are still upstairs, obviously, but I'm sure you can smell this from up there. X walks over, tall and proper, to where you all sit and lay, where most of you sit and lay, placing the tray down onto the coffee table in the middle of the room. And as he does this, he takes a step back and places his hands behind his back. And you can see that there are some new damages to his falsified skin. Seemingly a purple dark imprint near his neck. On the tray is an assortment of goods. A few platters of some sort of grilled meat, another containing eggs of some kind, another containing several bowls of otherworldly fruit. It's a nice little buffet for the group of you, and X waits patiently for you all to notice before he steps back. And says, Master Gray would like to speak to all of you as a group. He will be up shortly to talk business with you all. Shall I fetch your friends?
Did Theron ever, like, sleep, or was he just, awake watching?
It's up
X
to
do
you.
this all morning?
If you were awake, you probably would just have seen him come up from the laboratory, and go probably upstairs, check on Zephyrus and Zophiel before walking back down and starting on breakfast.
Okay, yeah.
So
Then
he didn't do anything
didn't
too
sleep,
interesting.
So he just
Valid.
saw all that, I guess.
He just observed.
Yeah. He's just kind of like, I don't know,
Valid.
like in and out, sleep deprived.
Valid. Yeah, he says to you, shall I go and fetch your friends?
Is anyone else awake now?
It's just you, Julien. I don't know if Julien's awake yet. Mud is very awake because he smelled the food. And Arthros has kind of started to stir and, like, yawn and stuff.
Glad she slept.
Yeah.
That whole thing.
You know.
Oh.
Mm.
But Theron's gonna say, yeah, can you grab the others? Or let them know.
He nods his head and he says,
Thank you,
please.
X.
He looks at you for a moment and frowns. And then nods and says, please take your time to enjoy your food and do not hesitate to inform me should you need anything. And he nods and then goes towards the stairs, where he proceeds to slowly just tap on your guys' shoulders upstairs, very gently.
Sweet.
Hello, Rex. Good morning.
Good morning.
X, do you sleep?
He looks at you and he says, I powered down for a little bit, but that's all.
Do you enjoy it?
No, I feel nothing.
Are you sure?
He frowns at you and, like, blinks a couple times and he says, I do not
It's a
feel
free-
when I am awake either, but all I see is nothing when I sleep.
I mean, I see nothing most of the time when I sleep, so we're not that different.
Aside from the fact that I am a machine.
Debatable, I'm sure.
He blinks a couple more times before saying there is breakfast downstairs awaiting you.
Oh, that's so kind of you.
Yes, my master would like to speak with all of you. In one room, together.
Oh. Did he seem any type of way?
I don't understand your query.
Did he seem upset or excited or nervous or anything of the sort?
I'm not quite the expert when it comes to emotions, but it seemed as though he was radiating a sort of excitement.
Sounds interesting. Thank you. That will be all. You are free to do what you please.
I will tend to your friends. Please, enjoy your breakfast.
I think... And she's gonna, like, tap Zophiel. Zophiel.
Zophiel, like, kind of, like, squints awake, and he's like,
She's gonna lean down really, really close to him and just be like, try and tell X to relax. Just tell him all the things that he should do that'll make him free. Just do it all the time. Literally as much as you can.
Zophiel frowns, and he's just like, I will certainly try, though I'm still struggling with that myself.
Maybe this will be a good exercise for you.
Okay.
Help someone else.
Right.
We'll be back up in a moment. I think we're just gonna go grab some stuff. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Andromeda, are you waking up too at this time?
Yeah, after X like tapped her on the shoulder, probably like takes like a few minutes to like fully wake up, and she is probably like laying on the bed with Zephyrus, but she's like on top of the covers, and, like not underneath or anything. And she like rolls over after a second, and she like sits up and she's like stretching. She's like, "Good morning, Zephyrus. Good morning, my Zephyrus. Good morning." Yes, yeah. And she like gets up and like fully like that's so fresh. Zephyrus, yes, I slept next to you. That's
He's
fine,
like
yes.
still half asleep, and he kind of like glances over. He's like, and lays back down.
Feeling any better?
No, everything hurts right now.
Hey, well, I'm probably gonna go photosynthesize in a little bit, so if you want to join me, then that would be good to get some sun in you.
He nods a little bit, and he frowns and says, moving sounds really not nice right now, but I will try, maybe.
I'll come help you get down.
He just nods sleepily and then closes his eyes again.
Okay.
Glanced at the two across the room, and she's like,
And Aria, before you all kind of walk out the room, X kind of double checks Zephyrus and Zophiel, and then he stands by the door as though he's going to accompany you guys out. And before you leave, Zophiel kind of reaches the best he can and grabs your hand. And he looks up at you for a moment and just says, wherever or whatever you're going to do, just be safe, please.
Of course. Bless you. Of course. I'm sure we'll be fine. We're a pretty rowdy bunch. We get out of a lot of things.
Yes, I've noticed.
Yeah. But we'll be safe that way. Just you focus on healing, getting better, and we'll go from there.
Since you fixed my bone, I think that I will heal quite quickly. So thank you.
You tell me if that starts hurting again, though. Aches are fine, but anything worse than an ache, you need to let me know. So
I will. Dr. Lux.
That's me.
He kind of forces a little smile and then kind of tries
That's
to
a cute
get comfy again.
That's a cute smile. And she's just gonna kind of like squeeze his hand.
He like moves his eyes from you and then squeezes his hand back, but then like looks away.
Okay, now we're being shy. Okay, and she's gonna put his hand back on his chest and just like tap it. All right, you heal up. I'm sure X will bring you up breakfast. Then you're going to tell him what?
Freedom is good.
Yes.
Right.
And that he can have freedom.
Okay.
Listen. And then she's gonna get really like she's gonna squat down and just be like, the plan is I think I can get everybody along with taking him with us. Because I don't trust him here.
Okay.
Listen, freedom should be for everybody. I think that we can manage it.
Right.
Right.
I will help with that then the best that I can.
Got this. You've got this. I believe in you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay. She gets up and she goes downstairs right behind Andromeda.
And X leads you all down the stairs.
Let's go focus at the size, tree girl.
And as you walk down,
what is it this house?
Mud is already sitting by the breakfast, like shoveling some stuff in his mouth. Julien, are you awake as well, or are you just kind of vibing?
He's awake, I think.
Okay. Yeah, so Mud is enjoying the food that X brought. Not the meat. He is avoiding the meat. But he's very much enjoying the fruit by the looks of it. And he eats a couple of the eggs as he is a vegetarian. And he enjoys them. Seemingly. But as you two both come down and walk towards the living room, that's when you do notice Joseph begins to walk out of his laboratory door. And he opens it and comes strolling into the room. He turns to all of you and he says, good morning, lovely guests. I see X did as told, made you something to eat, huh? Perks of having a machine cook you breakfast. It never gets anything wrong. And he kind of laughs, like his joke was really funny. And Mud like says something through like his full cheeks, and he's just like, I don't know, my eggs were a little overdone. And then continues eating.
The food was delicious.
And
it's very good.
X like does his little blinky thing for a moment, and then frowns at Mud and says, I am truly sorry. I will be sure to correct my programming and cook them for less time when I do so again. And
they're very good.
As he says
like
this, she says as she's come downstairs and not eaten any.
She's like, I like eggs that are overdone. They're very good. I don't like yolk. Yolk is gross. Yolk is icky. Extra, no.
Joseph only kind of seems to like glare at X for a moment, before he turns to all of you and clears his throat. And he says, well now, shall we talk business? You all are trying to get home, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Walking down the stairs. Yeah.
He looks at you all and says, well, I can help you do that, but I need something from you in return. So I figured we could make a sort of deal.
What is your request? What do you need done?
He looks down for a moment, and for a second, his face, like, kind of dawns a look of grief, and, like, sadness, essentially. And he sighs, and he says, so here's the whole story. My son, his name was Alexander, and he was taken from me just over a year ago by a woman. Her name is Delilah Dex, but they call her Deadeye, which I think speaks volumes. She broke into my home, tried to steal my things, my elixirs, my work, and I heard her break in. And I tried to reason with her, approach her and ask her to stop, but she couldn't care less. And Alex died protecting me. He looks at all of you and then sighs again and looks over at his photograph on the table and says, my grief drove me to use science to bring back the only person that really mattered to me. I created X, used magic to instill whatever memories and personality traits of Alex's that I could, in the hope that he'd come back to me. But what I got was, he gestures to X with his hand, a glorified maid and a robot who simply aims to please. And he kind of rolls his eyes a little bit and continues and says, what I didn't know at the time is that I was missing a pretty vital step. I was recently enlightened on how to finish the job. The woman that stole from me, she returned again. I think this time she intended on killing me, but I wasn't here. Instead, she stole one of the few things I had left of Alexander's. A necklace. And she parades around the town of Ripon Ridge with it around her neck. She's a cruel and hateful woman. I managed to find out her name, eventually. And with it, I was able to cast a location spell that informed me of where she spent most of her time. I know she's there. And I know a band of strangers like you are all the right people for the job. And he kind of smiles at all of you, kind of confidently. Go into town, find the Brown Jackal Bar, find her, and get me that necklace. And do so without issue. And I'll give you the portal to send you all home. Easy, right? So, what do you all say?
Oh, okay, so her name is 𝙍𝙗𝙬𝙘.
That's what they call her. Delilah Dex is her legal name.
And you want us to go have a chat with her?
You don't have to chat. You can steal it right off her neck if it suits your fancy. I just need the necklace.
Is she going to kill us?
Depends on how you go about it, I suppose.
Great.
But it's either that or you're stuck here, right? And you're never getting home.
Right.
So.
Sounds fair.
Arya kind of looks at Julien and then at Theron and Arthros and like,
Can we throw in another part of our deal?
Perhaps. What is it?
Since you are going to be working on the new X after the fact, can we take the old X with us?
Sure.
Cool.
then we would
He
gladly
smiles at you
accept.
guys like he's smiling at you all.
And we gladly accept.
Smile, a nice smile, or a...
It's like a
I don't trust any smile from
It's
this
like
man.
a friendly smile, but a little bit like twitchy, almost.
Twitchy. Love
Yeah.
it.
It's
Right.
forced. Either way, though, we'll get that
Gladly.
necklace.
Oh yes, we'll definitely get that necklace.
Wonderful.
One way or another.
And I will, in the meantime, finish up that portal for you and have it ready so you can take the sphere and go home.
Wonderful.
Cool.
Sound
It's a
like
deal
a
then.
plan? All right. And he says, well then, I bestow you with this. And Joseph reaches into the pocket of his elegant suit slacks, and he pulls out what looks to be a sort of compass. It's a shade of lilac and inscribed with bronze and gold accents. And he looks at you all and holds it out and says, I've enchanted it with her location. Simply follow where it points and it'll lead you to her. I'll even take care of your ride there. And he holds out the compass and holds it out further to you. Does any of you take it? Do any of you take it? Who wants to be in charge of the compass?
Do we get to ride horses?
I'm not answering that question just yet.
You said, okay, take care of our transportation.
Who takes the compass?
I'll take the compass. Or Andromeda will snatch it before anyone else can.
if you
That
let
is
me
her.
do it
That
again.
is her MO. That's her
True.
thing.
True.
I mean, I would prefer to kill, so if anybody else wants to navigate, that's fine.
I'll
Alright.
navigate.
Okay.
Who knows?
As you take that one, he reaches into his other pocket and pulls out another. And
Oh.
it's another compass, and this one is black in hue with silver accents. And he holds it out and says, this one will lead you back to me so you don't get lost on your way back.
Fair
When you have the necklace, simply use this. And he holds it out. Does anyone want to take the other compass?
Andromeda takes the other one.
I'll keep the purple one. It's okay.
She's double fisted it.
Oh.
Oh my god. Okay.
Does she take them both, or do one of you take them?
Does someone else want to take the black
I'll
one?
take it. It's okay.
Black
If
one.
Andromeda's not like going for it, I'll take it.
Okay.
She'll
Mud-
hold back. She'll
She'll
give
hold
someone
back.
else a
Let's
chance.
pull back this one time. Mud kind of steps forward, and he looks a little nervous, and he looks at you for a moment, Andromeda, before he looks at the rest of you and says, I'll stay here and look after the others. Just for safety.
Right. Yeah, I suppose Zophiel
That's
and
good.
Zephyrus won't be coming.
Did you just forget Zephyrus?
Oh.
Zephy.
I
Yeah.
almost called him Zephy a little bit.
You should have.
But it's fine.
Those two alone
That's
are
his
gonna
name.
be a tie.
I wasn't sure if I should
Arya's gonna like look over
bring
at
that
Mud
up right now.
and be like,
He sighs and looks at you, and he's like, I'm not gonna kill him. Don't worry.
What?
"No, I'm not doing this." All right, Andromeda, you have the
He
compass.
said he wasn't going to. What's the problem
Oh.
with that?
That's who you were talking about murdering.
Mm.
Okay, let's
I
not.
mean, I
talk
didn't
about
hear
that.
that part.
No, he said
Okay.
he
Oh,
wasn't,
no,
guys.
wait, we
He
have a
was
trick.
not going to murder.
We have okay.
Key distinction.
Dad, don't kill my fiance.
He
No, I
said
won't.
He wasn't going to.
I'm not going to.
Very magnitude.
It's not gonna
Very
happen.
bad.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Might rough him up a bit, but you know, it's fine.
Don't
Anyways.
ruffle him up. He was in prison. Don't do that, either.
Yeah, he was in
Actually,
prison.
help him get photosynthesizing.
He's probably a
in.
bad guy. If he was in prison.
He landed there on accident.
On accident, sure.
Glad you are taking me off.
That was
Oh
such
my
a like that was
God.
such a like old married couple thing to say, like, you are ticking me off.
You are ticking me
Right,
off
right.
right now.
You are ticking me off right
He
now.
just kind of
Give
goes
me a
like
moment.
he just kind of goes like this, and then like walks towards the stairs and starts to go up them.
Ah, crazy old lady.
Help him
Um,
get some photosynthesizing in.
Arthros looks between all of you, and she's like, "Well, I will be coming with you because I am not staying here."
Good thinking.
Mhm.
Good thinking.
I
Okay.
think that's an excellent idea.
And after this, Joseph waves for you all to follow him. He's smiling very widely at you all. And he turns and heads past the staircase this time, down a little hall that is quite well disguised with the staircase there. And he heads towards the back of the house, where, if I assume you all follow. Okay. And as you all follow, X simply kind of nods at you all and smiles politely your way. And hat tips. You follow Joseph down a hallway that leads to what seems to be the home's back entrance.
Please be a horse. Please be a horse. Please be a horse.
He pushes against the door and holds it open for the group of you. And it reveals a smaller porch out the back, similar to the one out front, with a few small chairs sitting atop the wooden boardwalk. Now that you're all seeing Grimmere during the day, it's surely not half as intimidating as it was before, and more so enchanting. The sky is a rich shade of light lavender, and the world around you is cool tones of blue and purple and everything in between. It's warmer outside now, no more biting cold, and the heat pinkens your cheeks. Outside, across from the porch of the house, sits what appears to be a stable atop the world's sandy ground.
A stable.
Joseph stands on the porch
Stable.
and
That took me a minute. That took me a
You guys,
second.
do you guys know what lives in a stable?
The stable, babe.
What's in the stable, babe?
Are you guys aware
Who lives
what
in the
animals
stable?
generally exists in Red Dead Redemption.
So,
Okay,
what
can I
is
say a
it
note
then?
before we continue? The way
Yeah.
that you were giving this
So-
guy's whole story, it was such a bounty hunter mission,
Yes,
monologue.
I also thought
I
the
was-
same thing.
Was
I was
it
imagining
You're
it
going
like
on
the
a bounty
slow-mo
because you're going
with
on
the
a
Was it
bounty.
okay?
Yeah,
No,
it
beautiful.
was
It was
great.
Okay, okay.
It was
literally just
official.
sounded like the monologues that they do when you get a what is it called? A
Right,
legendary
right,
bounty.
right. The legendary bounties.
Like when
I
we go
saw
on the golden
the
ones.
pressed enter to accept the mission. I saw that
Yeah.
on the screen pop up.
It was so good.
Accept mission. That's
It was like
basically what
the
it
loading
was.
screen where it was like, zoom.
Vroom. Everything goes in black and
My
white.
son Alexander.
My son Alexander. I will make that for you guys. I'll make it happen.
Alexander.
Do it.
Mhm.
I know. I liked that. That was cool. You're missing the owl.
The owl.
The ale.
The
Just give him
ale.
a drink.
Ow.
Ale.
That's
so,
what he drinks.
from the
That's the other missing part.
Joseph stands on the porch.
Stable.
And in a quick moment, he yells for X. He yells out for X.
I just said goodbye to X.
It takes
Well,
no
now
time
it's
at all.
Bye again.
It
takes-
takes the hat tip again, I guess, yeah.
Is he gonna be with us?
It takes no time at all before the tall figure appears at his side. And Joseph turns to him and gestures towards the stable. Joseph says to the android, he says, help them get set up with a ride into town. The wagon should still be in there for their use.
Wagon?
Oh,
Wagon?
Can we steal it?
Wagoon? X.
We're not
Android
stealing
and
it.
his wagon.
We're giving it gifted.
Mm-hmm. X nods in
We can steal
understanding at the order, and then Joseph turns to the group of you, and
Guys, do you
he
know-
never
Do you know what
do you know what
drives
pulls
a
wagons.
wagon? What pulls it?
You open the door and it's just a bunch of cows or something.
Or like oxen? I would cry.
That would be
I
fun.
would cry.
You both
It's a
have horns.
motorbike.
It's a motorbike
Just-
with a wagon
Hell yeah.
attached.
It's an Impala.
It's one of those like back
I
seats
would
that
say
they.
much of that,
It's a
actually.
bike with like those little back seats that have like the little what kids can
The
ride
little
in.
seat.
No.
Oh no, the
It's
seat.
a little like hand pulled wagon.
Yeah.
Someone's
Someone's
wagon.
standing in there with the wagon
One
like.
seat's broken
"Way
and
to
the
go!"
other seat's dragging.
That's why he's
Oh,
calling
God.
X. X is
Yeah.
gonna pull us along.
X is gonna pull you there.
He just shifts,
X is the
transforms
horse.
X
into a horse.
X turns and nods
Yikes.
in understanding at Joseph's
Turns into
order.
a horse.
And then Joseph turns to the group of you, and he never leaves the foot of the porch as he says, safe travels into town, yes? I'll be sure to finish up your little gift on your way out, on your way home while you're out. Shouldn't take me too long,
Much obliged.
and then it's all yours. For the necklace, of course.
Wait,
Of course.
probably shake on it. Right? Isn't that what people usually
I
do?
mean, we said it's a deal, but yeah, if
I
you
mean,
want
yeah,
to
I
do
mean,
the
if you
whole
guys-
spit and then like
You're down for it.
handshake and then
I mean, we don't have to
like-
do spit. I mean, we could if you wanted to. But
He shrugs. He shrugs and holds
Wildlife.
out his
That's
hand.
too much.
He shrugs and holds out his hand and says, a deal's a deal. If you want to shake on it, we can.
Okay, Andromeda.
I'll give you
rips
the
his arm
sphere.
off.
I'll give you the sphere if you bring me the necklace, and I'll let you take X home with you.
If you break our deal, we will kill you violently.
Oh, okay. Maybe we both
With torture
do
before.
that.
Is he shaking Andromeda's hand right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
He nods and says, "Little Spitfire, I like it." Anyway, safe travels.
I do not spit fire.
X awaits you guys, and then starts to lead you over to the wooden structure. Approaching the large barn-like doors. The wood
Stable.
planks are a dark violet in color, and they blend with their cool-toned surroundings.
Sorry.
It's okay. The android. I'm so glad you're excited.
I'm delirious. It's fine.
The android pushes open the doors to reveal the inside of a stable. There are 3 creatures standing
Creatures!
in their respective stalls, along with a
What kind of
wooden
creatures?
wagon, a rich blue-gray in shade, complete with a
Three of them?
matching canopy over the top.
Wow, a canopy.
Some of you have surely seen regular horses before. And while these have similar
noticed.
features, they stand out in stark contrast in their otherworldly details. Their bodies are long and slender and a deep shade of purple. Atop their head, where their ears sit, are large horns that are pointing forwards. Their mane and their long tails glow with a dark hue of blue. They very much resemble, if I could put into context, I do have a picture. It's not my art, but I have a picture. It's slightly not completely accurate, but I will send it. They are very much like the horses from Rise of the Guardians. That
The nightmare horses.
Pitch Black has. Yes. Yeah. This is what they look like.
The literal nightmares. Lol.
Yes.
I always thought it was so clever.
Muff.
Yeah?
Not to interrupt. My camera is slightly off from the frame too, just to let you know.
Oh my god, when did
There's
that
a-
happen?
What is
Uh,
that? Oh.
You were fine the last time I looked.
I used the pure force of my will to
I
me
guess
over-
so. Thank you for telling
When you
me.
did the handshake, it just like
I guess. Let me find it. Okay. There we go. That's so weird.
beasts. Creatures.
There you go.
I will never get the sound of they going creatures.
Did you
Creatures?
see the reference?
Creatures?
Yeah.
They're the most beautiful
Nice.
things I've ever seen in my entire life.
It's so
And
cool.
Can we add on to our deal that
So
we take one
sick.
home with us?
Oh my god.
We'll keep it in our dorm room. It'll be
A
fine.
nightmare horse in your dorm
That's
room.
true.
Love that.
Yes.
Chat, I'm gonna send you.
I got it,
the-
Mama.
Oh, thank you.
We're all three.
Very
Yo.
cool.
Can't separate them.
Very cool. Very cool.
Ooh.
So
Did it work?
Cool.
I think it worked.
Gorgeous.
they are cool. So,
But it's like blue fire, you said?
blue fire
Like
instead of
blue
orange
glowing
fire.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Nice.
Aesthetic
is
The beasts all stand and watch you with very careful gazes as you walk in, and they're very still as they stand in their stalls, aside from the occasional ear flick or swoop of their long tails. X stands forward and says, "These are Master Greys. They're very well behaved and will take you to wherever you need to go. I shall get them set up for you. The wagon fits 4, and there are 2 others who can take riders." And X goes about reaching
Please.
for the equipment for the beasts, placing saddles atop their backs and bridles along their snouts and faces. He does so without hesitation or delay, as though programmed with exactly how. Who would like to ride what?
I am riding one solo. I'm not in the wagon. I'm riding my own horse.
Arya gets in the wagon. She is not going to be trusted to drive one of these things.
I will fight every single other person here if they contest.
I
that,
think they're
okay?
gonna give this to you, Bae.
I think
Don't
we're gonna
worry.
get this.
You are good with this.
You're good, buddy.
Arthros,
Cool.
would you like
Just gotta make
Arthros to
sure.
ride on the back with you?
Oh, is she comfortable doing that?
Yes.
Then yes.
Where's she gonna drive? Sexy driving lady.
She's gonna let Theron drive.
I'm bonding with the horse.
I was
Level
talking
1
about the
horse
wagon.
bonding. We
I was
are
thinking if
I
anybody
love her
knows
I
how
love
to
her very
drive a
much.
wagon, it would be Arthros out of all of us.
Oh, that's
She'll
true.
let you
That's
drive.
true.
I mean, I can drive a wagon, but I'm
Do
not
you
going
wanna
to
drive a wagon?
so-
No, she doesn't know how to drive.
Arthros can drive. Arthros will drive it.
Guys,
Know what this is?
Arthros will
There's
drive
having
it.
his bonding moment.
Arthros will
Wait,
jump
so
up.
There
Arthros is
needs
just
his
sitting
bonding
on the
moment.
horse?
No, Arthros is driving the wagon.
Sitting on the little,
Drive-
yeah.
I mean,
I'm riding the
Theron
horse.
is just sitting on the horse.
Yes.
I got on as soon as possible. But manners first. You greet the horse or beast, whatever they're called,
Both.
and you win
Horse
trust. If there's any snacks, you give them some snacks.
Give 'em
You know,
some
let
snacks.
them know who
As
are,
you
and
greet
then
the horse,
gently get on.
do you do the little
Horse-
hand on the snout thing?
If it allows it. If it's not face shy, then yes.
No, it lets you, and it does that little like horse thing where they go like this on the hand, where they like
Aw.
move their head, right?
Oh.
So cute.
Does it know how much I love it? Does it have a name?
I think it can probably
Will
feel
you
it.
give it a name immediately?
You can give it a name.
Anyways.
Hellfire.
Hellfire. So you're riding a horse. Arthros is gonna drive the wagon,
Midas.
and then you have a horse, and then the rest of you can get in a wagon. Does anyone ride
Are
the
you
other
driving?
horse?
Or are you riding?
Julian and
What you
Andromeda.
doing,
What
Julian?
is-
Do you want to
is
ride the
everybody-
horse?
I think Andromeda's in the wagon with Arya.
Okay.
Gets in the
go.
back of the wagon.
Julian, would you like to ride the horse?
Looks fun.
Or would you like to get in the wagon?
No, he's gonna get in the wagon.
All right.
Is nobody else gonna ride a horse?
Then
with
one
me?
horse doesn't go.
Oh,
We're
okay,
gonna leave him behind.
What's on the horse?
Well, you have to ride the
It's
horses.
a horse.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
You don't attach him to the wagon.
They have one horse attached to the wagon and two other horses.
Oh,
we have a
and
lot
then
of people in the
extra
wagon,
horses.
so maybe we
Got
should
you.
attach both horses to the wagon.
I understand now. I thought Theron was just sitting on the horse that's connected to the wagon. I was like, what?
No!
Why?
Oh my god.
Horse boys, horse boys,
Horse boys, horse boys.
horse boys. Precious.
Yeehaw.
Yeah,
I'll get
it's-
on the other horse.
You want to get on the other horse? Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to
So-
live with all
I
you live with
appreciate
all
that.
your friends. What if you live with all your horse friends, and they all go out and they leave
Go on a
you?
mission and then you leave me behind. And
Yeah.
you don't know what's happening.
Singular
You can't come
horse.
back. And
The
you're very
FOMO would suck for real.
Okay. Yeah,
Truly.
we're not gonna give this horse this nightmare
There might
horse.
be buddy sour,
We're
so
not doing that
you
today.
can never know.
I have a deep connection.
And as you all get ready, he does. X does lead the horses to you, and he passes over the reins. And he connects the horse to the wagon for you guys, and you can hear their hooves, and they make like soft little thumps against the sandy floor.
Best sound of the world.
And they don't seem all that weary of you guys. They seem more so just like excited to get out. And they have this recognition that like more than a regular horse would have, almost as though they know where you want to go in a weird way. You guys have the compass. Andromeda has the compass, so Andromeda will have to be leading the way. Because she's got the compass that leads to Delilah. So,
Theron is just doing what Vay does in Red Dead, where he does not go on the trail. He just goes everywhere but the fucking trail.
Listen,
He literally
me and my
goes,
horse are having a
listen.
grand
He gets on the
time.
fucking.
We're scoping out the
He
landscape.
finds a train track and decides to go over it, especially if there's a bridge where he could fall and die. He wants to go there.
But we don't, and there's
No,
never a
but
train
no.
because we always check because we're very safe.
Yes.
true.
Look both ways.
So,
You know, this horse hasn't gotten out in a long time, and it probably hasn't had a good rider ever. So it's living its
gonna
best
give it a
life
good
right now.
preach.
We're getting
Preach,
some
Faye.
exercise.
So, before you all leave, X kind of looks at you all and says, good luck, and, like, nods his head to you, and, hat flick, and I
We're good
assume
this time,
you
maybe.
all take off into the desert. Arthros is doing the little whippies with the little reins as you ride. Whippies! Fucking hate that scene so much.
Sorry.
Anyways.
Sorry,
I've
couldn't
never
say it.
hated someone as much as I hate Calico Jack, and I will die on that hill. Thank you. Okay.
Whippies!
Ugh. As you all ride, there's not much that you trot by that could be classified as entirely scenic. The world around you is simply a sandy purple. The sky shines in that same shade of lavender, and it almost blends to a pink hue with the sunlight. There are dunes of sand and hills in the distance, as well as a few large rocks on the horizon, but there are no distinct features nor monuments that tell you where you're headed. It simply looks as though you're heading into the oblivion of a never-ending desert. And you are just all following the compass. Do you guys speak or anything? Are you more so just kind of focus on where you're going right now?
I think Aria will probably lean across to Julien and just be like, okay, so what should we do about this necklace thing? I know I do not trust, whatever the fuck his name, Joseph. So,
Cowboy.
I don't know if I want to trust him actually getting his son back.
Hmm.
I mean, maybe it could be a good thing. Maybe it'll be a good thing for him, but given the way that he's been treated,
Very
I
well could
don't
be. It could stop him
trust that.
from trying to make other exes and being disappointed with how that outcome comes and then goes and then abusing it.
Nobody will ever actually, replace a living child that he's had. Maybe it'll make him feel less lonely, but who knows where that'll go. I honestly think whatever happens with Delilah, I think that we should try and see her side. You know? It
Yeah,
just doesn't feel
We're
like simple.
definitely not gonna go in there guns blazing.
But hey, we're Arthros. So, it's a
We
good
do?
scenario.
And I currently have Arthros's dagger knife thing.
That's true. Well, we have Theron. We have
Theron is canonically just riding in circles around the wagon on his horse like I do when I'm protecting you guys. I'm just like going around.
He is having the time of his life right now.
He is literally.
This is
It's
the
what is?
greatest
Oh,
day.
what's the horse's name from? Oh my gosh.
Hidalgo?
Yes, I think that's. Yes, I think that's who I'm talking.
Helgo.
From
Yes, I
He's
think
so
so.
good. The
From
movie?
Eldorado?
Wait, no, I'm thinking of Home on the Range.
Oh,
The horse,
Oh,
what's the really fast one? You know,
I
who's supposed
love
to go?
him so much.
What's his name?
I haven't
I don't
seen
know.
it since I was.
I'm gonna
so
find
young.
out
I'm gonna
right
look it
now.
up.
I'm gonna
Keep
find
going.
out.
Keep going.
I got it. I got it.
I will name my horse.
Anyway,
though.
so at least we have Theron. So if anything,
Buck.
Who has
Buck!
twice as
Oh, I
many
love
weapons?
Buck.
Hopefully, it shouldn't have to come to that.
That's a terrible name.
probably
for a
not.
horse.
But I don't know how
Buck.
aggressive this Deadeye Delilah will actually be.
She definitely sounds very intimidating.
Very much so. But maybe she's not sweet. Sweet, but I'm just a little anxious. There's a lot riding on this.
Valid.
So we don't want to talk about what you're still hiding from me yet. You want to still have some time on that? I was a little surprised you actually sat in the cab in the wagon with me. To be honest.
You want me to talk about, like, the
Anything you want to talk about, Julien. Anything at all. Anything at all. Whatever you'd like to talk about. Whatever you want to talk about. I'm here to listen. But I don't want to push. I'm trying to learn boundaries. So let me know if I'm pushing boundaries.
I feel like there's this specific thing
I
that you're
Is there a
looking to get information about.
Is there a specific thing?
I don't know. Were you wanting to know about that when you? No, you're definitely not thinking about.
What am I thinking about? What are you thinking about? Okay, fine, whatever.
No, it's definitely not that.
Okay.
Andromeda rides up alongside Theron, and she's like looking back at Julien and Aria because she's super nosy. And she like
Yes.
goes over to Theron. She's like,
He's just going.
No. Do you think they're going to kiss?
Theron kind of like pulls back a little bit and just like squints at them.
I can
No,
see
they
it,
look far too uncomfortable.
but if I can see the tension there.
Well, the tension is there, but I don't see them kissing right now.
Okay.
They're
Okay.
very awkward people, so it might take a while. But the potential is there.
Just like the springtime.
and she rides off.
Woo!
So, with that,
Want to race?
Yes.
Arthros
is gonna win.
Andromeda, would you like to race?
has a whole wagon just to pull.
Exactly.
So
She's hot.
Go.
I will.
it isn't.
Oh, okay. You're racing.
With that, as you race on the way and
Roll to see who wins.
as you have this conversation. Oh yeah, go for it.
What do we roll? What are we rolling? This is very important.
D12.
2d6. Oh, okay.
2d6?
Either.
D12?
D12
Which
is
one?
easier technically.
D12. Okay. Yeah. Come on. This is the horse, so. 10!
No!
Won by a hair.
was
Oh!
close.
Theron wins by a fraction.
Beautiful.
Tiny fraction.
Fucking
As
go.
you guys finish
so
your
satisfying.
race,
I'm sorry.
you get a little bit
Finish your race.
you get a little bit farther forward from the wagon, and from where you are, it isn't too entirely long before you see this view come into view, I suppose, on the horizon, and it's in the direction that the compass peg is pointing to. You see the silhouette of what looks to be a town, rectangular structures that speak of buildings, as well as movement on the sandy plain, seemingly people and more of these horse-like beasts. All of you grow nearer. Arthros, with the wagon eventually catching up to you two, who ran forward, and as you near it, more detail comes into view for you all. The town is average in size, but minuscule in comparison to anywhere in Ostradel or on Earth. Ravenwood is surely 10 times the size of this place. A path leads straight through the small arrangement of buildings, and on either side is a number of shops and interesting structures. From what you can see, there's a tailor, a general store, even a blacksmith, and an elixir shop. Town-goers walk in and out, and others tie their horses to posts outside. A man with a small outdoor shop selling a strange meat from his window, a butcher knife down beside him, sits at the edge of the town. It's full of a more colorful range of creatures that you can actually see the diverse nature of and faces of, unlike Aviosis. As you trot in past the town's edge, many of them glance at you and stare, their faces open and curious at your arrival, even when there's plenty of others roaming around the town. They're an array of dresses and suit-like garbs, western hats, and laced-up boots. The further you walk in, the more you can hear the slight tune of upbeat music becoming more and more loud and raucous the further into the place you get. And sure enough, it seems to be coming from a building across the way, entitled the Brown Jackal Bar, with a carved image of a strange, otherworldly dog beneath it. The compass is pointing directly to it. Where do you all go?
Ooh. We have options.
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to go guns a-blazing in there?
Oh.
No.
Well, not actual guns a-blazing, sorry. I just meant,
Well, we
like, go
don't have
straight
guns,
in.
but also, yes, I know what you
True.
meant. But, Theron wants to put the horse somewhere safe first, and, like, tie it to a post, have some water, maybe brush it a little bit, because I'm sure we worked up a sweat because we're racing.
Valid.
Love you,
Maybe
May. I love
feed
you so
it a
much.
snack or so.
I love
There's
you
definitely
so
some
much.
Horse
in the
deserves so much, all right.
definitely some in the saddlebags for you. So
Are they like sugar cubes or like the equivalent thereof?
the equivalent.
Hey,
Yeah.
A handful. I know I shouldn't, but just this once, a handful of sugar
a little
cubes.
tweet.
Little
treat.
treat.
A little tweet.
A sweet treat.
A little tweet.
And with that though, do you head directly into the Brown Jackal Bar? Do you go to the potion shop, to the blacksmith? Where do you go?
I'm gonna probably wait for the rest of you guys to catch up, obviously, but
Arthros
I'm
starts
not
to
exactly prepared.
trot up and parks the wagon the best she can, kind of outside the Brown Jackal Bar, and ties the horse up as well in a way that's comfortable enough for the wagon to be kind of behind the horse.
Good. Well done.
And she like jumps off with a little bit of like a very western like what's the like
That's my
flair.
girlfriend.
Yeah, thank you.
Delightful.
And she like tips her hat at you, Theron.
That's my girlfriend.
And then
Theron's gonna do a fancy bow.
oh my god, the fancy bow.
The fancy bow.
The fancy bow.
From Red Dead.
Tell Arthros that she tried to kill one of us last night.
Nope.
No.
No, you
Does
don't
she?
plan to tell her that.
The laugh,
No.
just that nope.
Nope.
Valid. That's
Has
valid.
she noticed that her dagger is not with her?
She has not
currently?
noticed yet. She hasn't been looking. She's been
Well,
too
fair
caught up
enough.
with everything else.
Cross that bridge when we get there.
Mm.
Yeah.
We'll burn that bridge when
Yeah.
we get to it.
Yeah.
She's in a good mood right now. Maybe
Let
you
her,
know,
let her enjoy it.
let her enjoy
Like, one
it.
night's rest for the first time in like a
Exactly,
millennia,
exactly.
possibly in her entire life. So we're gonna roll with this, all right?
So as you all roll up, where do you go?
Hold up.
What do you decide to do? Roll up.
What do you think we should do? There are
I'm
a
ready to
fair amount
potion
of places.
shop. Potion shop that
No.
sounds cool.
Do
The
we
witch
want
shop?
to ask
Not opposed to
around
it.
about this person and see if people have advice on
I
how
was
to
gonna
also
say
ask
we could gather
parlay
intel.
with them?
Could go in one of the other shops and ask. I think. Did you say you wanted to go in the potion shop, Andromeda?
I'm
That'd be
also
cool.
not opposed to this idea because potions are
I'm
fun.
also not opposed.
Valid.
Potions.
Going to the potions?
Potions.
Julian, how do you feel about this?
Ask the shopkeeper in the
Potion
potions.
seller.
Potion seller.
Alright, we all
Sorry.
go. We go to the potion shop.
We're gonna
Okay.
put
We
them
sure
in the
do.
potion shop.
You park the horses and you start to walk over, and you all look pretty badass in all your looks and your hats and everything, walking
Orange
across the
stuff.
sandy floor. The potion shop ahead of you is called Cures and Curses.
Ooh.
And curses.
And as you walk in,
I wonder if we could break a curse.
as you walk in,
Oh,
it's a
curious.
very basic looking shop, much like the little general stores in Red Dead, if you're familiar.
I sure am.
Yeah, and there's little like areas that are laid out with potions and elixirs and things of that nature. And there is a goblin behind the like little register area essentially, and he's got a little Stetson hat on, and he's dressed in some chaps, and he looks pretty spiffy.
He's a dapper guy.
He's
I
a
like
dapper
it.
guy. And he's like a weird shade of like purple mixing with like green. It's like it's not a nice color, but it's not Chuz color.
Okay.
So, he's like the scale of icky color.
He use the X color.
And I assume you guys all kind of browse the shop. The potions and elixirs that you see are probably not what you would expect or what you were expecting in terms of being kind of badass. Would you like to know some of the ones that you see around the shop?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh yes.
Every
NyQuil.
Certainly. Night
every
NyQuil.
little bottle
Pepto-Bismol.
of potion and elixir, they all have little notes on them that say temporary. Like a
Ooh.
temporary fix, essentially.
Rattlesnake oil.
The first one says love spell. And in description, whoever drinks it
Disgusting.
will love you. But they're all temporary. The next one says working smarter. And below, in description, it says makes you 1 IQ point smarter.
Temporarily.
Temporarily.
That's still good. You need it for something.
So they're
like,
like
to be smart, like for a
Low
moment.
dose drugs, basically. It's like Adderall and roofies
Yeah.
and stuff like that.
The next one says
Hurrah.
whispering weirdo. And
What?
in description below, allows you to talk to animals temporarily.
Ooh.
Do I have? I don't know. Do I have any? Can I? Do I have any money? How do I? purchase a
You guys do
I
not
know
have
some
their
are good, but
currency.
I need to talk to my
The
horse.
desperity.
Right? I have. Whatever
There's
we have.
more. So
Desperately wants to talk to
the
the
next
source.
one, another one that you might see is inner peace.
Ooh.
Makes you feel inner peace
that.
temporarily. There's
He
another
just
one.
downs it.
There's another one that says dick defying.
What?
Oh.
Oh?
And in description with no censorship, it just says makes your dick bigger temporarily. Below that is one called Dumb Drunkard. And it says in below, gets you instantly drunk temporarily.
Oh.
Oh.
There's another called
Alternatively, you could just drink. Like
Yeah.
it's just a bottle of alcohol, but
There's
it's
a-
like a shot. So it's like probably just concentrated
Intense.
acid that gets you drunk really fast.
Another
Temporarily.
says sleep juice.
Oh.
Helps you sleep better temporarily.
I like it.
Some melatonin, guys.
There's another one that says ache be gone.
Ooh.
Gets rid of any aches and
Some
pains temporarily.
ibuprofen. How
Mhm.
nice.
There's another one that says CCB oil.
Oh,
And beneath it, it says chill your cowboy boots. Relaxes you temporarily.
I need that. I need that currently.
Sweet.
Chill your cowboy boots.
Chills your cowboy boots.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Chill your
Wow.
cowboy boots.
Incredible.
CCB oil. And then in the place as well, chewing tobacco, bourbon and whiskey.
Great.
And beneath the chewing tobacco, it just says chewing tobacco. And beneath bourbon and whiskey, it says sippies.
Sippies.
Why? Why have you done this job?
And those
Sippies.
that's the range of things that you see in this store.
Picking up one bottle of Dictify, please.
I would like one wacky weirdo, please.
Whispering weirdo, talk to animals.
Whispering weirdo. Thank you.
I will inform you, none of you have the currency at this in this
we
round.
don't have money to pay them with.
You've never been to Grimmere before.
We'll see what their money
This is
is.
I need it. I need this in my life.
I'm gonna walk up to the guy.
Maybe we can get
The
some
goblin.
Delilah.
Yeah.
Okay. The goblin just looks at you.
Does he have any extras that he's willing to give away for free?
What can I do for you?
Oh,
What?
What
It's the
can I do for you? What?
What is the money currency here? Like, what do you take for?
What kind of question is that? Why would you be in Grimmere if you don't speak the currency?
What if I am a
What is
tourist?
currency?
What?
A tourist before?
Oh, you're cutting out for me, anyways.
Oh, you are a little bit. You froze.
Frozen.
Oh, you're back. You're back. You're back.
Okay.
He stares at you, and he's like, "We don't get those here.
Well, now you do. Hi.
What am I supposed to do with that information? No, you don't. You don't know the currency here, and why would you be here?
I do not know.
We use
Why?
grims. They're a form of coin. Maybe you should have done your research before you went on vacation.
Whims?
Grims. You're in Grimmere. We use grims.
Well, kind of narcissistic, don't you think?
I have my
really
own
know how to
shop.
strike a bargain.
I own a shop. Takes a special kind of narcissist to own a shop.
I guess you're right. Do you take other forms of currency?
No.
Or payment at
No.
all. In the form of trades or goods or services.
I got a business to run here. I
Um,
need the money to feed my 5 children. So if you don't
Wow.
mind,
Jesus.
You've been busy, haven't you?
you've been using that dignified heritage.
Oh,
do you say that?
I was not using Arya's voice, but and he was using the dignified.
He
Yeah,
turns to you and
how is
says, "Yeah, it works the charm. Do you want some?"
Yeah. Would you let us get some?
No, not for free.
Exactly.
Can I do anything for you before I?
What if we say, like, please?
Nah, manners don't do nothing for me, Queen. Sorry.
Do
Quite.
we have anything on us that we
He
can
respects
sell?
his women. He respects women. That's good.
I don't know.
Do you have any respect women
I
juice?
stand.
Respect
Thanks,
women, Juice.
respect women. Yeah, are you out of respect women juice? It seems like you do respect women.
I drink my juice every day. The sleep juice every night, actually.
That's good
melatonin.
to know. I'm glad to know it works.
It works a charm. Would you like some?
Would you give it to us for
We've been
free?
through this.
No.
I don't have.
All right,
I don't
then we
have
gotta take it.
for it.
Is there
Unless you are-
anything
What if
I
I got it?
can I do
What
anything
if I
else for
really
you?
want to talk to a horse?
That's unfortunate.
Like, what
you
if we
need
need
grims
to?
for that.
How does one acquire grims? Are there jobs or like
It's money.
listings?
I mean,
or
you can go kill someone for their grims if you want. I mean, hell, if I care. But if you don't have money, you can leave my store.
Have you ever seen a wood carving so magnificent? I'm just gonna reach for her back and pull out a little-
She doesn't have any of
wood
them
carving.
with her.
I
Yeah.
don't.
No.
Look at me.
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything. I go, oh.
Oh, never mind.
I guess you'll never see it.
Ah!
We'll
Do
never
you
know.
do you have any enemies? Do you have anybody that you want
Okay.
found alive?
First,
or,
he looks at you,
stolen
Andromeda,
from?
at your invisible thing, and just says, "Wow, I'm so disappointed." And then he looks at you, Theron, and says, "No, everybody loves me because I have the best potions in town. So,
I can see that. Good
Yeah.
quality all around.
thank you. Now, are you gonna buy something, or are you gonna get out?"
What would you do if we just drank this in front of you right now? Like, what would happen? what's the judicial system here?
Well, we do have some
Really
authority
didn't
down the
anything.
street. I'll just call them, I guess.
Okay, valid and fair.
Mm.
Here you go.
Does the name Deadeye mean anything to you?
He looks at you and he's like, what, Delilah?
The very same.
Yeah, I mean, she's a weirdo. Kinda. She's kind of the town weirdo. You know what I mean?
Does she drink the whispering weirdo juice?
No.
Oh my
She,
God.
Could've had 2 for 1, guys. Could've had 2 for 1.
nah, she's just a weirdo.
Get the necklace and also get the juice.
Why is she weird?
She does this thing, and no one really knows what to call it, so everyone just calls her Deadeye.
What kind of thing?
It's like a that kind of thing.
Like a
That
what?
was not. That wasn't anything you just did.
Okay.
Are you looking for, or what's the deal? What do we? Why? What's with the
Just
first
very
That
degree?
was an odd I don't know, explanation.
Not many people like her. Is that enough information for you?
Aw.
Why?
Well, yeah, that's
she's
apparent,
weird?
But
Because she's weird, and she's suspicious.
Suspicious.
Ooh.
Why is she
Sus.
suspicious?
She's quiet and don't talk to no one.
Okay.
And about a
Maybe
year
she-
ago, she just showed up and started drinking a lot at the bar.
Oh.
Yeah.
About a year ago.
And everyone that talks
hey,
to her,
group,
she
can I
always
talk to you guys
scares
outside
them
for a
off.
second?
Oh.
What were you saying?
I'm gonna talk to the group at some point
Right.
later outside.
And what were you saying?
Man, he's like, I need to talk to everyone outside in a second.
He's like stage whispering right in front of him.
Guys. The goblin just kind
Far
of
more subtle than that.
looks at you for a moment and then looks back at you, Aria, and it's just like, if you're looking for her, she's literally across the street.
Yes,
Well, yes.
that wasn't the issue. I just
What?
was curious if you knew them.
Y'all are really stressing me out. Can I do anything else for you?
Maybe you can take
One
your
last-
CCB juice then or whatever.
What?
Whatever the hell you call it, CCB.
The chill your cowboy boots.
Yeah.
I'm not going to touch the merchandise while I'm working. That's bad ethic.
I respect that.
God.
Don't take from your own supply.
Yeah, exactly. I make my own when I need my own CCB.
Wow.
You are a businessman.
Are you willing to share the ingredients of the whispering weirdo?
No, I'll be out of a job.
But
Get
Get out of my shop.
Alright,
One
alright.
more question.
But all right.
What's one more question. If I drank this juice, this dick juice, what would
Dick
happen?
juice.
That feels really intimate of a question, so I'm not going to answer that.
I mean, the
Okay.
answer's on the bottle.
Well, but I do not possess one, so.
Oh.
You know, I don't tell the secrets of the merchandise, so I suppose you'll just have to purchase one, and then you can find out.
Businessman move. Mystery. I like it.
Yeah,
Okay.
but-
I'm gonna put that down.
Arthros is at the door, and she's just like, I hate
Yeah,
this
I'm going
place.
to leave.
Okay. She's just like nervously looking at all of you in the shop. She's getting that like secondhand like, oh my god, my friends are embarrassing me thing, like
Yes.
like
I
the
just
social
really wanna talk to
anxiety,
the horse.
like the social anxiety, just like, oh my god, like I just
Why are they
wanna
talking
leave.
this much? Please
yeah,
shut up.
yeah, please. Oh my god.
Okay, we can leave, I guess.
Julian has given up being embarrassed about it. He's come to terms with it. This
Yeah.
is what they're gonna do.
Valid.
I just want to input that Theron is not usually like this in the stores. This is not
He's
his,
giddy.
like,
He
usual
got
thing.
to ride a horse.
Yeah, he's
But
in
he
love.
really wants
He's
to talk
in
to this
love,
horse.
and he's got to ride a horse.
Yeah, he's
having
having a
a
good
good
day. He's having a
Just
good
You know, maybe
day.
he
wants to
didn't
talk to the
sleep.
horse.
But he's in love.
Mhm.
Oh, he's also probably delirious. Same.
A little
same.
bit, a little bit.
A little bit.
So you all walk out, I assume, after this.
What was his name again?
You didn't ask it.
Sir, what was your name? Are you
Yes.
asking?
What was your name?
Theron
Yeah,
pushed his head back in.
He goes like this. He's like, Big Bo, don't come back.
But what
Thank
if
you,
we
Mr.
have
Big Bo.
Grims? Can we come back if we have Grims?
Bo.
Yeah, you can come back if you got Grims.
All right,
Thank
thank you,
you,
Mr. Big
Bo.
Bo.
Money.
We'll see you around.
Very cool.
I hope not. And then
This is bad.
the door closes behind all
He's
of you.
gonna like double his prices for us if we have Grims.
So
raise the price.
with that, I know Theron. I think you
Is there,
wanted to
like,
say
a wishing
something.
fountain or anything that we can get.
What was it that-
from?
You wanted to say, Theron? In there?
Oh yeah. Developing theory. It could be wrong, but Joseph had a wife. I think Delilah is the wife. That's all.
That's
Because
what
she showed up a year ago,
Did she
and his
didn't
son
he
died a
say-
year ago.
The wife was late?
I mean, I assumed, but he could
Did
be
you
lying.
say?
I guess
You said he
he
had
totally could have lied.
Did you say he had a wife?
Yes.
He said it like really
But
briefly.
he said that he
Okay.
only cared for one person, his son.
That's
So,
true. Maybe it was.
It could be incorrect, so let's
Kinda
not move
sus.
I like
forward
the theory. I like the
on
theory.
let's
Saucy.
keep it in mind.
Your
Alright, let's go
Hey,
find-
Fury,
let's go find-
thanks for watching.
your compass Andromeda is
other-
still pointing towards the Brown Jackal Bar.
What other places were there other than the
That
potion shop?
blacksmith?
There's a
Butcher.
there's a blacksmith, a general store.
We're gonna need rooms for all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have anything to
We need
barter
Grims.
with or sell to get
We're-
rooms.
I mean,
like,
essentially, the reason you're here is to get the necklace to go home.
yeah.
Yeah.
But you know, you're just
We are
you're
getting
just-
sidetracked.
you're being quirky with it.
I wanted to
Thank
talk to the
We want
Horde.
the shiny
Who knows?
things.
Maybe
now.
Delilah's nice.
I mean,
Maybe
I'm
she'll
not.
go-
I'm not judging you.
We want the dick potion.
Dick
No!
Dick potion.
We don't need it.
Dick
Dick
potion.
potion.
To the Horde.
Dickies, dickies, dickies.
Dickies.
Stop it. Swear to God.
So
Should we go towards Delilah then, or should we go to the other ones?
it's up to you guys.
I mean, let's just go to the, what is it?
The Brown
bar?
Jackal Bar.
Tavern? Bar.
Brown Jackal Bar.
Jackal. Yeah.
The tavern.
The tavern.
The tavern.
Who's gonna kick the saloon doors in? Is someone gonna kick the saloon doors in?
What? Say again? What'd you
Are
say?
you guys gonna, the
Who's
swinging
gonna
doors?
kick the saloon
There are
doors in?
swinging doors. Who's gonna do it?
We're not gonna
kick
kick
them
them
in.
open like some
Bow.
trashy
I'll
movie.
first do it.
We're going
Let's all
to,
first do it.
we're gonna blend in.
We all
Yeah.
stand
We're
out
gonna
front
blend.
and decide who's gonna kick the doors in, and everyone can hear us talking back.
All of us
No,
all
you
go
go.
through
No,
at the same
after
time.
you.
Oh,
We all try to fit in. Ah, pardon me.
Arthros is just shyly following
my
behind
foot.
you guys.
So is Julia.
Valid. Arthros and Julien are just like,
It's just Theron, Andromeda, and Aria all like pushing in at the same time. Like, oh, okay, sorry.
Oh, hey, watch the tail.
Right. Oh,
Oh,
shit.
okay.
So right.
It's fucking adorable. When you push past the saloon doors, eventually, rambunctiously, you're met with the immediate smell of alcohol and tobacco.
Woo-wee.
The room around you is
Sorry.
brimming with creatures of all kinds, and it's noisy and raucous, but it is also decadent all the same.
Fancy.
There's a
There's
long
somebody
bar.
riding in a mechanical bull.
No.
Damn it.
Oh
There's
my-
a long bar with bar
Is there a pool
stools
table?
and purple cushions atop them. And behind the bar sits an array of different drinks, all mostly glass bottles with dark brown or hazel brown liquids within them.
That we cannot afford.
Along the walls are the heads of
That's
various
best.
creatures that you can only assume are native to Grimmere. And they sit lifeless and staring at you as you walk in. Lanterns decorate the space and cast a cool hue over the tables, and there's wooden tables placed throughout the room with barrel-like chairs beside them. A number of creatures and bar-goers are sat in the space, laughing and lifting their drinks to cheers, some even playing what looks to be a card game at a table in the back. The walls are wooden and scuffed, which speak of age and the place's popularity, and they're covered in posters and paper, some showing faces on wanted posters, others simply relaying messages to customers. It is a world of chaos, and the compass is pointing directly through the middle of the space towards the bar. What do you all do? I have a little photo as a sort of reference for you guys.
I'll approach the bar.
Yeah. Arya's
Even
gonna...
if I can't buy, I will
gonna
admire
pretend.
from afar.
Valid. Here's a little
She's
reference for you.
Ooh!
should probably put that compass away and drop it up.
But I think it makes us look cool, like we are
Yeah, but
seeking you out.
If someone
Nice
sees
place.
it, know who made it. It's a stealth.
As you all begin to approach the bar, stealth. As you all begin to approach the bar, a woman stands between you all and it. And when you had the compass out, it seemed as though it was pointing directly at her. She's leaning against another bar-goer who seems unamused by her presence, but she's rather beautiful and dressed in a hitched-up skirt and flowy blouse, and her ears are pointed at the ends. Her hair is black and a mess of curls, and it's all spiraling over her shoulders and her back, bouncing with her every movement. Around her neck hangs an array of black jewels, attached to a decadent chain. And as you all walk towards the bar, basically directly in her direction, she turns to face you all with a wide smile. But her brown eyes especially fixate onto you, Julien. And she says, "New faces, I've never seen you folks before." And as you all see her, she's very clearly drunk as she stands in front of you, if her slurred speech isn't enough to prove such a fact. And she looks at you, Julien, for a moment. She says, "You're quite cute."
Thank you.
Do you want to step outside with me?
Oh wow.
Wow.
Uh,
Arya and Andromeda at the same time go, oh wow.
oh wow.
Julia just looks at the rest of the group.
He would love
Julian.
to.
Want to?
Wait to
I would love to.
Wouldn't you, Julian?
I'll go get us
Yes.
a drink first, then. Does that sound good?
I love drinking.
Okay. I'll buy you something that I know you will like.
You could just give us the
Oh,
money,
goodness.
actually, and
No, I want one for myself too. And she
Okay.
immediately turns, and her hair whips you in the face, Julie, as she turns. And she stumbles her way towards the bar in a completely opposite direction. She's no longer in front of you, but instead walking to the side.
Arya leans over and she's like, I just realized we don't know what the necklace looks like.
Yeah.
Julian leans in. What the fuck are you making me do?
I don't know. What
Do you want
Like,
to check
you
the
have to get
compass?
close, and you need to
I'll check the compass again.
He looks like,
just pulls it out.
looks at her boobs.
The compass does not point to this woman anymore.
Oh,
It is
Oh,
still
okay.
pointing directly forward.
God damn it.
And where it is
Never mind,
pointing,
Julian, you're fine.
there is
Yeah.
no other people blocking the path. And instead, there is one person sitting at the bar top, directly where the compass is pointing.
Alright, think we got a lady.
It remains fixed. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
oh no, I was gonna say it's not her. It's not her. She was like,
Thank God. It remains
Julian
fixed.
almost went on a hell of an adventure.
A hell of an adventure. It
This
remains.
man-
Almost went on. She's going off to get Drake. She's gonna come back.
Well, you're
Sure.
suddenly too
Sure.
busy, all right? You're suddenly too busy.
You're
We're
suddenly
gonna
so
stop.
busy. Oh my gosh.
sorry.
Sorry, darling.
The only other
Mm. You have
person ahead
more
of
to
you, in the direction that the compass is pointing, is another woman sitting atop a bar stool, nursing a bottle of what looks like whiskey. From what you can
A lady
see,
of-
her hair is cropped and reaches to just above her shoulder blades, and her skin is a shade of light gold.
Woo.
And the fingers that hold the bottle of alcohol are clawed and sharp. You can't quite see her
Ooh.
face from here, but you can see her silhouette sitting at the bar. What do you all do?
Got a necklace on.
Not that you can see
You
from
can
where
only see
you
the
are.
back of her.
Mm-hmm.
Andromeda's
You
gonna-
will. I will say, because I have a reference for you, but I'm going to show it if you get closer, obviously.
Okay.
But the dress that she is wearing is one of those that covers the neck.
Like a turtlenecky.
Yeah, turtleneck
like those,
type
yeah.
dress. Mm-hmm. So
That was
if
so
she's
cute.
wearing a necklace, you can't quite tell right now.
It's probably
Kind of like the
hidden.
one I'm wearing.
Yeah, very similar
Oh,
to
yeah,
the one you're
actually.
wearing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Very similar.
Somebody's got to change.
somebody's gotta change.
Well, if
It's
the colors
more
are different, it's
more
fine.
of a one-piece dress than like a two-piece dress.
Andromeda's gonna walk up.
Ari's gonna
Theron's
walk up with her too.
Sit at the bar,
Okay.
like slide into
June
one of
will walk
the
up.
You're all gonna slide up?
bar
Okay.
stools.
She's gonna poke her on the shoulder.
Is she?
The lady.
Okay.
Oh,
Um
okay.
I guess we're doing it this way.
Guess
Here
we're
we go.
going.
Found the wrong
she-
lady the first time.
valid.
Make sure it's
From
No
where
point
you
being
are
around the bush. Might as well.
Yeah. From where you are, Andromeda, do you want to check the compass from where you're sitting? I assume you're the closest one next to her.
like pull out her pocket like.
From where you are now, the compass is pointing directly at her. And
Bingo.
she turns to look at you when you tap on her shoulder, and I will show you the reference.
Weapons.
Weapons.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I have to. Oh no, I have it saved already. Okay.
Whoa. Oh, okay.
Okay. 1 second. I'm gonna send it in references real quick. Okay, and sending.
Ooh.
The necklace
Oh
that
my
she
God,
has
oh.
on, I forgot to mention this. She has a necklace on,
Okay.
but this one seems to be kind of a simple little wooden, like a little wooden necklace. If she has on another one,
Another necklace.
you cannot see it.
We
that
didn't
is the
get him to describe the
Yeah,
necklace,
we did not get
we?
the description. That's what I was saying.
Honest, honestly.
Take all the necklaces on her then. If she's wearing another one,
Take
we'll
them
that
all.
one, too.
Take it all. Strip up
Um,
all the necklaces. All the jewelry. Might as well.
The
I guess we're
way
doing this the friendly way. Let's go.
And buy
she has these horns on her head, and to give a little bit of a perspective, she looks like one of those horned lizards that live in the desert.
I love.
And her hair is
Little
brown and in
beardies.
little like ringlets, and she's got slitted eyes. And it looks as though she is like a humanoid version that maybe is a mix of like lizard folk and human.
It's like go.
Yeah,
Ringo, Ringo.
that's what she's
Ringo.
inspired by.
Oh, that's actually very sweet.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And yeah, she looks at you and she just says, what do you want?
Hello.
Hello. And Arya's gonna go on the other side of her
Mm.
and just like, hi.
And she turns and looks at you and she's like,
Sorry, didn't mean to scare you.
she brings the whiskey closer to her and she just says, I'm not interested, ladies. You can move on. And she
In
goes
what?
to drink.
No, actually, I'm confused.
She looks at you and she said, your
Theron
proposition
also
and me
says
are
hello?
not-"
Oh no. What? Oh, yeah. I mean, you're very lovely. But, I.
But I am not.
I think she's betrothed technically,
Yes.
and I don't know. I'm something. Anyway.
Yeah.
Can I help you then? Is there a reason why you're over here?
We're very awkward. I'm Aria.
She looks at you and then lifts her hand and says, Delilah.
That's a beautiful name, Delilah.
I am Andromeda.
Yes, she is.
Right then. Can I help you?
Maybe.
I'm not really one for company.
Why's that?
Do I need to have a reason?
I mean, no, I guess not. Technically not. No. No. That's completely valid. She kind of looks around. Is Theron and Arthros and Julien also at the bar now?
Arthros is sitting at the very end, like, kind of just, like, nervously, like, twiddling with her fingers, watching everything.
Theron is like on the right, probably like whoever's on her right, like the stool, like the second stool down.
Okay.
Julian's probably somewhere in between Arthros and the two of you.
Okay.
listen,
We're all just like crowding this woman.
we have, we're not from here, if you couldn't tell. And
Yeah, that was very clear.
I'm not surprised. And we just have a few questions, if you're okay answering them.
She frowns. She's like, I don't like questions. Where is this going?
Well, it could go a few different ways. We just have, we're trying to get help, okay? That's the bottom line of this. And there's a person who said that they can help us, but we don't exactly trust them. And they had questions and things about you, and we just wanted answers.
Lots of people have questions and things about me. You're gonna have to be a little more specific.
Okay,
necklace you have.
yes.
My necklace, how dare, and as she goes to respond, she says, how dare, and she immediately freezes. Completely still.
Delilah. Oh my god.
You ask about my necklace like that?
You just froze.
No, it's a
Are you
defense
okay?
mechanism. Lots of lizards have it. I couldn't help it. I'm sorry.
The fact that so much makes it into the campaign that's like reference from other stuff makes me so unbelievably happy.
I'm so glad.
It's like little cameos and little nods to things that like that's so cute. Stop, I love her very much.
And she's frowning at you, like kind of embarrassed now.
You don't need.
No, it is. It is perfectly natural.
No, yes, completely. I'm sorry that you had to feel like we were trying to offend you. We are very awkward, like I said. But we just have some questions, and you're the only one that we really know of in this town. And so, if you want,
Then
maybe we
ask
could help
away.
you.
I suppose I'll have answers if they're not too unkind. Bless you! Oh my god, I heard that in the background.
Sorry, it came out of nowhere. Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Amazing.
Oh my god. Right, okay. Well,
I'm gonna close my door real quick because I can hear a little echo.
sorry.
No, it's okay. You're good. You're good. It ain't your fault.
Aw. Did we ask what the name Joseph Gray means to them?
Ooh, yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Think of it.
Right. Okay, well, I guess that, we'll just do this here. So the person that we met, their name is Joseph Gray. Does that mean anything to you?
She turns to look at you and she freezes again.
Oh no, that's not a good thing. That's not a
Is
good
that a
sign.
reaction,
Oh,
or
no,
is
that's a reaction. Delilah, are you okay?
Joseph
Do you need water?
Gray.
Do you need something? Are you okay?
What?
What happened?
You have
I'm
defense
fine.
again. Okay.
Why are you bringing
Okay.
that name to me on such a day?
That's-
You're ruining my night.
Okay. On such a day, what happened? Are you okay?
Any day is a bad day when that name is brought up. What do
Oh.
you want to know?
How do you know him?
Everything. Yes. How do you know him? Good question.
Or if he can be trusted, honestly.
I should have known.
Yes.
That no good piece of horse shit.
Mm.
He's
know.
been awfully silent, I will say. He's been awfully silent. But that must have just meant that he was plotting and scheming, and he is an evil son of a bitch.
We kind of got that vibe.
You know
Would
what he
you like to
plans to do, right?
No.
What?
Well, he
Possibly.
wants to bring his son back. Put a
Yes,
few.
okay, we
yeah,
know that.
Know
Yes.
that, but
He's
He
gonna
wants
put a
us to
few
help.
pieces of metal together and make it look like him and call it a day, and that's not right. It's unnatural.
Right. It seems like it. And
so how do you know that whole thing?
yeah. What happened?
She just shakes her head, and she kind of says it more to like herself, kind of tuning you guys out a little bit. And she says, Alexander Gray, he deserves so much better than that. He doesn't deserve to be immortalized as a heap of junk so his father can put an end to his guilt.
he said that you
Guilt.
killed him, Alexander.
He said that I killed him.
Yeah.
He
Well,
did.
That man
I'm
is a
guessing that's not the
pathological
whole
liar.
truth.
No, far from
So
it.
what happened with all that? Like, what was the truth?
So he didn't tell you at all then?
He lied through his teeth.
Yes.
So I'd like to get your story, if
Yeah.
that's all
Yeah, we
right.
got
That's Theron, by the way.
I'm Theron.
He
Nice
looks.
to meet
He
you.
looks at you and
Very
she,
cool.
she just nods, and she frowns and she says, he killed Alex.
How?
Can't say I'm surprised.
Not good.
Haley, it just reminded me of the cat from the Puss in Boots movie. That's like, ooh,
Ooh.
ooh.
Like the dance battle?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, so cute. Yeah, she looks at Joel and she says, yeah, he didn't like us being together, Alex and I. We were in love.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, you and Alex.
Yeah. He was my
So
other
sorry.
half, but. And she like shakes her head.
Can I,
as
like-
her- sorry. Yeah.
I was like, can I just insight check just
Yeah.
to see if both of them are potentially lying to us
Valid.
and we're just
True.
being
Valid.
thrown around?
You can insight check. Just do a wisdom roll or whatever. Roll for wisdom with 2d6s.
Which would be good.
In the meantime, she is kind of wiping at her eyes a little bit, and then she drinks another bit of her whiskey.
And
So,
A 10?
oh.
Good.
She is being blatantly honest with you.
So why did he kill
Pog.
Alex if you were unhappy with you being together?
She looks at you and she says, potential trigger warning here, just thinking it's a word. Just so the chat is warned. She looks at you all and she says, well, we were planning to leave, to run away and never look back, and Joseph treated Alex like shit. He beat him down, roughed him up for no reason. I mean, he was an awful father, and that's coming from a lizard lady who never knew her own. So, well, Alex and I, we planned this whole thing, and while his father was sleeping, Alex was gonna take his elixirs, raid his lab of anything wealthy. We were gonna rob him, so to speak. We planned to sell whatever was in good condition to a potion shop, and then we're gonna leave. We're gonna move on to something new, somewhere new. Ostradale or Subnara, anywhere else.
Lovely
And
place.
something went wrong. Joseph woke up, and we tried to run, but Joseph had this strange gun, and he just fired. And she sighs, and then she lifts up the sleeve of her dress, and there's a little starburst scar there that almost would look like from a bullet, of a type of bullet. And she kind of pulls it down self-consciously, and she says, I froze up, I couldn't move, and Alex took most of the damage for me, so. The last thing he said to me was run, so I did, and I managed to get out before Joseph could kill me too. And she looks down as you all are looking at her with these and she takes another sip of her alcohol before saying, I didn't know what to do afterward. I didn't know how to exist, and I couldn't tell anyone what happened. I couldn't go to the authorities here in Rivenridge because it's not exactly known for quality crime handling, and also Alex and I committed a crime that night too. So Joseph would have just said it was self-defense or some bullshit like that. And, yeah. A few weeks passed, and then a month, and I grieved, and then I was angry. So angry. I had to do something. Anything. So, I went back to Joseph's house, and, I stayed there, and I waited, and I wanted to get back at him in some way. I didn't know how. I wasn't going to kill him. I never killed anyone in my life, except for Alex, I suppose, when I froze up. But
you didn't kill him. That was his father.
You can't put that
not in a manner of speaking, I suppose. Anyways.
Not in any manner of speaking.
No.
She looks between you guys and just kind of nods. And then she says, I hid the best I could for a while, and I saw him talking to some tall guy when he showed up, and within moments, Joseph was stepping out of the house. It was like he had a meeting of some sort, so I took my chance. And she glances at her whiskey, but decides not to drink anymore. And kind of tucks a little hair behind her ear and says, I snuck in. I planned on destroying his lab. And then
Nice.
I came face to face with some metal man that looked so much like Alex, and I couldn't.
Oh.
And then it clicked what the bastard was trying to do. So I took whatever I could, and that's when I saw the vial. And she
Vial.
reaches down to, like, underneath her collar and pulls out this necklace. And it's a clear vial containing a thick maroon liquid, like that of a small potion bottle, that you can all assume to be blood. And there's a thin leather band wrapped around the top and looped around her neck. And she looks down at it and then back at you guys and says, it was labeled as Alex's blood. He didn't deserve to have that. He didn't love Alex, not like I loved him. And so when I left that night, I made sure to pull as many wires out of the clone on the laboratory table as I could. I destroyed some test tubes, some bottles, poured out colorful liquids. I did damage. And then I left. And that was that. And I haven't seen the man since. So why are you strangers here talking to me about Joseph Gray?
Well, evidently, he needs that vial of Alex's blood to create a better clone/copy of Alex.
And so he asked you all to fetch it.
Under false pretenses, but yes.
So what? I'm here and you're here planning to give a bad man what he wants?
No.
Unlikely.
Why would we do that?
I don't know you.
I mean, valid.
Why haven't you gotten rid of the blood? Why have you kept it all this time?
It's all I have left. Why would I get rid of it? I could never properly bury him. I can't go to his grave. The only way that I can cherish him a little bit is with my necklace.
I mean, valid.
You can't let him have it. You can't let him tarnish Alex's memory more than he already has.
I mean, given the way that he already treated his one creation and his own son, I don't think I would like to do that.
He treats him worse than he ever treated Alex. What is he gonna do when he gets something that's not quite Alex, but looks so much like him?
I agree.
We know the answer to that because he already, is not very nice to X. So.
She nods and she says, you can't let him create another poor creature just to fight off his guilt. He deserves to stew in it.
I have an idea.
Idea?
She nods
What
at you.
if we get another bottle and we pour his blood into that one, and then we fill that vial with a red liquid. Ooh, what red liquid is it? We don't know. And we give it to him. And we're like, here is the blood. Now give us the stuff we want. We take it and we run, and he's like, oh, you tricked me.
And you could come with us.
And you can come with us.
So you're
If you
not,
wish.
if you wish.
To another world.
She looks
That
at
would
you
then-
all and she shakes her head and she's like, no, I'm not leaving here. I've got memories here. I ain't leaving. And I ain't letting you
I
take
got it.
this vial and put it in another. It's not going to happen.
Well, what's special about the bottle itself?
I'm not going to risk losing any of this. You understand? And she
I
kind
mean,
of
we
like,
could just find a double. Something
Yeah,
that
we
looks
could
so
do-
similar. And then you keep yours as is, but we make something that looks almost exactly like it.
this was his. He's gonna know.
Mm.
Unless you can make an exact replica, he's gonna know.
or the illusion of one.
In the back of the bar, Arthros just goes.
Theron does glance at her like.
Wonderful.
She kind of like steps forward a little bit and comes, like, she gets off the bar stool and comes around to the conversation. She goes, if I could look at it for a moment and get its exact everything, I could potentially create it. Although I will say that if I hand it over to him, it will probably dissolve after 5 or so seconds, so we would have to be quick.
We get our stuff first, and then he gets his.
If we can manage it.
I think we could all take him at once.
Also, while we were discussing this, can you tell us more about his special gun that he used?
She...
What made it so different?
She looks at you a moment and she shakes her head and she just says, he's got his... Oh god, I'm going British, sorry. It's a defense mechanism.
Cool.
It was just... He likes to Frankenstein everything. I don't know much about his technology, but I'm sure it was a normal gun once, and he made it into something far worse. Probably. By the looks of it, it seemed like maybe it had some sort of magic poison in it, something like that, a toxin. When he fired it, it made Alex look all weird, and I had to see a cleric afterwards to help me, because I felt not great.
Did they ever figure out what exactly it was?
No.
That was...
Our clerics here aren't very advanced, I will say. Joseph lives off in his ranch house, and he's smarter than all of us, and he acts like it too.
Oh.
Do you know anything about the people that he sees? Clients, buyers, anything?
I remember Alex saying that he had some. The man I saw I remember quite clearly.
What did he look like?
He was very tall. He had blonde hair.
I knew it.
Wore this big cloak of sorts.
Any other features? Anything else that you remember about?
He was eerie, creepy looking.
That's him.
Had this air of confidence that was very unnerving.
Did he ever mention a name?
No names. I just saw Joseph walk out. Joseph had a bag. He handed it to the man, and they spoke. I wasn't close enough to hear their conversation.
How big was the bag, would you say?
Could fit probably like a pack lunch in it.
Not very big.
Maybe a decent size.
Interesting.
Would you be willing then for Arthros? This is Arthros, by the way.
Yes.
She nods her head at her.
Examine your vial so that she could create a copy.
She looks at Arthros and she says, can you examine it without taking it off my neck? And Arthros is just kind of like, yes, but I'll need to touch it a bit. I'll just look at every angle, you know, if that's all right.
Like, turn it around and stuff.
Yes.
She's very gentle.
I am, I swear. Except for sometimes I'm not.
But most of the time she is, and
She
that's
is
what
very
matters.
gentle.
Very soft hands.
When she is intentionally
Yes.
aware
I
of
am
what
when
she
I
is
am
doing.
aware of it, yes.
Theron can confirm she has very soft hands. She will not break it.
I do. And she lifts her hands and you can see the long claws on her hands.
Very soft.
But gentle.
And
Can confirm.
Delilah just nods her head for a moment, and Arthros steps forward and starts to kind of like look at every aspect of the vial. She scopes it out, and her eyes are like concentrated, like intensely looking at this thing. And after a few moments, she steps away and looks at you all, and she says, I think I can do it. Like I said, we'll just have to be quick, because once it's out of my hands, my magic can't sustain it for very long. But it could work. It's better than bringing the real thing, I suppose.
No, of course.
So, according to our deal, We have to make sure X is close enough to the radius of
And we
the
have to
sphere
have-
when we crash it.
As well as Zophiel and Zephyrus.
We have to bring them down.
Zophiel and Zephyrus. We'll have to find some way for us all to be in the same area without causing suspicion. Perhaps in a mealtime.
Mm.
In the
I
living
say,
room.
trade off, break it immediately, and we all just dive in.
Yes. With
And
X.
hope he doesn't have a gun.
Well, he does have a gun.
Well,
But on
if
him.
I hand him the necklace, then hopefully that will distract him while
Distract
we do
him
that.
for
And then
5 seconds.
I think we'll have enough
And then yes.
time to jump through a giant hole in the room.
Yes.
I think I have. Yeah,
I think
I have
so.
a good feeling about this.
Okay.
A good-
I'm glad that you do. Because I do not. But I would try to.
I think it's our only option, to be honest. I don't know if any other, like, we could try and find a bottle similar, but again, they'll know it's different.
Right.
Arthros, are
Yes.
you capable of making more than one copy of, like, a copy of a thing and then also a copy of yourself or someone else?
Ooh.
When it comes to things and people, it's a little bit more difficult. I'm good at doing multiple objects at once and multiple people at once, but both at the same time can be kind of tricky. And I would be worried that if I did
That
two at
is
the same time, the magic wouldn't sustain half as long as 5 seconds.
That is fair.
Right.
Okay. And she, like, steps back and she just waits patiently, staring at you guys for a moment.
How best to stall him then?
Um,
So we will play along with his story, and we will give him the vial, but we will get the sphere first, and
make sure that the boys are with us.
Yes, and then and only then will we pass over the vial, crash the
Which is
sphere.
valid, because, I mean, he needs that.
Is there any chance he could follow us into the portal?
Yes.
Also, do you remember that we have to say the name of where we want to go in order for the sphere to take us there? Are we all set on going to Earth and not anywhere else?
We should
I
head
think-
back.
I think that we need to.
Arthros looks at you all and she says, I mean, you could go to 𝙍𝙘𝙗 if you wanted to.
Well,
Return
we need to
to-
go back for Arlow.
Find your
I would-
families again.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass on that one, but I personally think that we have a little bit more going on at Ravenwood that we need to figure out.
It's funny, isn't it? How we all ended up on Earth and now we want to go back, even though we did not want to be there in the first place.
Yeah.
But I suppose that this
Funny.
is not a time to be selfish and we should return to your friends. So
It's the right thing to do.
Delilah the entire time is just like listening to this conversation completely confused, but she's like, are you done now? You got everything you need?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes.
Right.
I wish you peace and happiness.
Thank you. I wish you
And I
the
hope
same.
that Joseph does not come after you.
Yeah.
I hope if he tries to jump in that portal, he chokes on his own magic.
That would be satisfying.
Right.
That would be cool.
And I think that maybe, should he still live in that house after you guys leave, I might pay him a visit, get a gun of my own.
I think
Or
that's a good.
steal his.
Yeah.
Or steal his.
You go, girl.
She smiles at you and John, and she
Gasping.
just like, she's like, okay. And she like pushes her hair behind her ear.
What a cutie. She's bi. I know she is.
Oh, absolutely. So with that, because I don't want to keep you guys too long, also, because we're getting very close to the end here.
Yeah. Pretty close. Oof.
Very close. I assume that from there you all are very
Enough.
business mind, hive mind.
Me and
this
Hellfire
works.
are
I
speeding back.
So
really hope this works.
you all don your horses and your rides once more, and the horse-like beasts, they snort and gear up to run. And if any of you are to glance back at the tavern as you leave, you would see the woman from earlier with the long curly black hair that was flirting from Julien. And
She
she's
never came back
leaning.
with the drinks, though.
She's leaning against one of the wooden railings of the bar's outside porch, watching you all leave with a very intense stare that is slightly unsettling.
That's actively terrifying.
Bye. LM. Damn it, we didn't ask her name. God damn it.
I have a zero trust policy.
She was staring
now.
specifically at me.
You!
What does it mean?
And she wanted me to go outside, and she thought we were cute.
God damn it, we should have just asked her name.
Should we go back?
Leave me alone.
You
Good.
can.
We can't go back.
Arthros, can you remember the image hard enough for a little bit longer?
Should we go back?
You
I
asked,
mean,
you asked
I
for
don't
that?
think there's a time limit on that.
We felt
Is there?
bad.
She's got it in her mind.
We felt bad that we forgot to have a drink with her.
We go
The
back?
last-
Wait,
Poor
we go
lady.
back?
We go back.
around?
We turn in this compass
Are you
around.
gonna turn?
Incredibly
You can.
Are we turn
suspicious. Are we going
around?
to?
I'm
What's the
very
worst that could
curious.
happen?
I mean,
More
you guys,
shit?
yeah.
We are in the deep shit.
All right.
Let's go back around.
As you wish.
I don't know.
Do you
Maybe
want
that's a
to?
mistake.
Or
Also, I absolutely love just random people just flirting with Julien and Julien having
I love it.
Just like,
no
no
idea what to
idea.
do
I love
about
it.
no
Okay,
idea.
okay, so
All right.
we go
push you
back.
towards her.
Let's go back. Let's
Okay,
go back.
wait, no, question though. Do we actually notice her? Like all of us?
It depends. You can roll for
Because like,
perception.
if we all notice us, then I
Theron
think...
does not look back.
Okay,
Okay.
so that's the thing. Like, why would we go
Mhm.
back unless it was like
We roll?
specifically like we would notice? You know, like it's important.
You can roll if
Yeah.
you want to.
Maybe like somebody in the wagon was like looking backwards or like sitting like, like facing back and like saw it.
Yeah.
Uh,
I mean, that
I
happens
can roll
sometimes,
for it.
depending on where it's
Yeah.
facing.
They're the one that interacted with me
Yeah.
specifically for some reason, and
And you're on the wagon.
I'm trying to also probably determine if there's more intent to that stare
Mhm.
Yeah.
than just, oh, this person ditched me when I asked to drink with
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Roll.
Because the worst case scenario, we waste time, and or she is a spy, and it's gonna go bad. But
At least
Then
we
we
get
get
intel, I
more.
guess.
You want me to add wisdom?
Yes.
11.
Ooh, that's a good stare,
Ooh.
That's a good
You definitely
number.
notice then.
and it feels weird.
It feels like she particularly is looking directly at you, Julien, and
Is she not drunk?
is very, very fixated on you for a reason that you do not know, but you can tell that she's intensely fixated on you. But I mean, that's up to you if you want to stop for that, or if
Or
you
if
want to go
Julian
back.
actually would go back for
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, would Julien? That's a good question.
Some stranger having some reason to have some particular interest in him? Probably, yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
we're turning this horse around, girl.
All right.
Motherfucker wants answers.
Yeah.
And there's so
Valid.
much shit that's just beyond him.
He's got a zero trust policy now.
could we turn it back around to that thing real quick?
Theron
Arthros-
is very far ahead. You guys are gonna have to shout.
It's okay. He'll realize Arthros isn't behind him, and then he'll be sad.
Well, yeah. I mean, Andromeda's probably like close to me enough to.
She'll like screech to get his attention, and then she'll come
I
back
have
again.
the compass to go back.
True.
True.
Well, it's not like they don't know where
True.
they're going. Just follow the hoof prints.
Valid.
It's
You
a
are
dusty
running out into the
trail.
desert, but yeah.
Fair.
The open desert.
As if he couldn't run in circles just for half an hour.
Fun.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back.
Okay,
But
Yeah.
he'll turn around. We're going back. We're going back.
We feel bad. We felt bad. We left the
Confused.
pretty lady.
Well, none of us know why we're going
Alright.
back. What's up,
No.
Julian?
So, as you approach, she doesn't seem perturbed by the fact that you're turning back around towards her. She's still leaning against this wood post, looking at you intensely,
okay.
but this time she's smiling instead.
no.
Oh no.
Julian hops out of the wagon,
I
beelines
thought-
towards her.
I thought you were about to say he honks.
Honks.
Um,
Freaking wagon.
When you
I know.
approach her,
Theron's
she
just
smiles
like, "Oh
at
my
you
God,
and
why?"
she says, "Oh, did you miss me that much?" Never had a man turn around to come see me again. And there's
Aw.
there's no slur in her voice this time.
Oh,
You sober
This
up
isn't
fast.
Sounds
about
familiar.
me
Does she
being
sound
cute and
familiar?
wanted to have a drink with me. What's going on here?
You're going to make me say it. I thought you had already kind of caught on. She sighs and she's like, I was playing drunk. I was going to invite you outside and then I was going to hold you at a knife point and try to rob you.
Oh, that's hot.
But it's like
Oh.
5 of us.
Well, yes,
that's
but
why
I was going to
trying
get him alone.
Maybe we were there too.
I was
Ah, we're there
propositioning
too?
for sex.
Yes, maybe we are all weirdos.
I mean, fine by me.
Okay. Did you only want to rob him? Was that it? Was that all you needed?
Yes.
We
Why are you
don't
robbing
have
him?
anything of value.
We really don't, darling. I wish we did.
We went to a potion shop and I couldn't even buy a talking
So
animal
why were
potion.
you? So what was the whole? Why did he turn around? What was weird about him?
I noticed that you were
I-
looking a little inept, so I
What?
just let you leave.
Julian is as smart
that is
as
fair.
anything. Now that she's getting off the horse and she's walking toward Don't you dare talk to our
Wait,
friend
inept in
like
what
that.
way?
You walked into a bar and didn't order a drink. There was already something
Julian?
weird about you.
Julian,
We
just
don't
give
have
me the
any
word.
money.
Julian,
Exactly.
Arya's
Yeah.
holding
I'm more of a water person.
Julian,
She-
I'm winding up. Give me the word, and I will.
Arya's holding on to Andromeda shirt. Just it's a let me at him, let me at him. Oh shit!
She
Thoroughly confused right now. This is a riot.
she looks
This
at
is
you
worth it.
again,
This is
Julian, and she's like, I mean, the offer still stands if you are interested.
Can
Of
we?
course.
to be robbed
In
or
getting
sex?
robbed by you?
Your business model
Maybe
is
both.
very.
I do love roleplay.
Oh dear.
Julian, the types that you attract specifically
Yeah.
are on a whole nother level, I gotta say.
We do not have any money, by the way.
Oh yes,
You did mention
like
that.
I said, I noticed because you walked into a bar and didn't order anything. So
Well, then what do you want?
Can we roll to see if what her vibe is? What the fuck this is? If she's actually
which one of
just
you? Which one of you's rolling?
Arya is looking at this woman so confused, so I'm gonna
Okay.
do it.
Okay.
Andromeda's still winding up. Girl.
Yeah, she's holding Andromeda, just like,
Valid.
is this what we said about for?
Third is slightly more confused, slightly impressed that Julian manages to get himself into these situations, and
Wisdom, babe?
Yeah,
kind of impressed that this lady is, sticking to it.
a 10.
She's
You can tell that she's putting on an act.
Oh, good.
Okay, listen here. And Arya's just gonna let go of Andromeda and just walk up next to her and just look at her.
Your job is
Are you okay?
She smiles at you and she says, "Yes, are you?"
No, I'm very confused
Hmm.
and a little unnerved. To be honest, I'm a little unnerved.
Your face is so familiar. I feel as though we've met before.
Your voice is familiar. I don't know, and we have definitely never met because I will remember that.
Hmm. Would you have?
Probably, I have a quite okay memory.
Hmm.
Mostly. What, you think you know more about me than me? What's my name then? Huh? What's my name? What do you want to do? What is this? What is this energy you're giving me?
Aria Lux. I know quite a
Okay,
bit
so
about
you-
you.
Oh, so you do know about me. Okay, this is fun now. This is fun game. And Arya is just like looking fucking crazy right now.
She
She's
starts
just like,
twirling her hair in her finger.
okay, good. See, this is a good thing. This is good. You know me, okay? So, Arya Lux,
Well, what is
what's
her
your
name?
name?
Darling, I overheard you say your name to that lizard lady at the bar.
Oh, did you? Okay, well, what's your name? I still didn't hear that.
Oh,
Well,
Quinn.
she didn't say Arya Lux.
Nice to
She
meet
said
you.
Arya when she was
Quinn.
introducing herself.
Quinn what?
You need to know her last name too.
You know mine. It's only fair.
𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙘. Quinn 𝙍𝙖.
Survey. Are you lying or are you being truthful?
No, that's my name.
I think I have a spell for this.
Okay.
Ooh,
I think so.
you have an instrument.
Yes, so I have Charming and Open.
Okay.
So let me see. When you speak frankly with someone, we didn't make a list of questions, so we updated it to just say that we can ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
They must answer it truthfully depending on how well I roll, I think. If I
Okay.
roll a 10 or higher, I am particularly charmed
Okay.
them into being open and honest with me. If I roll a 7 to 9, they will tell me something, but not the entire truth, and a 6 or below, no secrets for me, thank you.
Okay.
Oh.
Come on!
I believe in you. Heart of the
Okay.
dice.
Can I give Arya help and give them
Oh, I got a
advantage
10! I got a
because-
6 and a 4.
Oh.
Never mind.
Oh, wait. That's not as nice.
I see
Go
that
down,
for. Okay.
Oh no. Hold on. You cannot see her.
You're
I see
good.
it.
You're good. We see
You're
it.
nice.
You're Gucci.
I got a 9.
Then,
No, I did. Of course not.
her,
I think.
as you cast the spell,
Yes.
her entire expression, like, drops almost, and she just looks at
Okay.
you, and she's frowning, and she's looking around, almost as though she's, like, confused on how she got there, in a weird way, and she looks at you, and she's like, I'm sorry, what were we talking about?
Your name, who you are, and
My name is
why.
Quinn 𝙍𝙬𝙫𝙚.
Okay, that's good. Do you know that person? And she points to Julien.
She looks at you, Julien, and she says, No, but I was told to watch him.
By who?
And she, like, goes to say a name, and she's like, She's, like, struggling.
Can you not say the name out loud?
No. Okay, what's
Okay.
happening?
Can you think it?
Yes,
Do you think you can write it?
I can try.
And she just puts her hand out and she just like think like
Do you have a pen?
Just trace it, and then you
Just
can
trace
feel
it.
the you can
I
feel
can
the
feel it.
letters.
Okay.
I can feel it.
Okay.
I'll
And
watch.
she starts with a T,
Okay.
and then an O, and then a B, an I, an A, and an S.
Tobias.
Bias.
Like
And
the
as
serial killer.
soon as you say that, Julian.
Oh, I didn't actually say it.
Did you say it out loud?
No.
Oh,
I
okay,
just-
okay.
I said it
You're
in
good
my-
then.
in
No,
my-
you're good.
sorry.
I was
You're good.
saying what I wrote
You're
Yes,
good.
because I.
Sorry. I wasn't in
I mean,
voice. I'm
I-
sorry.
You're good. You're
Obviously,
good.
You guys don't know how.
But she just like thinks it like. Okay. Good. Very good. And is there something that how do you know this person?
I don't know.
Oh,
Who's the person that was told this person to watch me?
Can you say it?
How long have you been following Julien?
yes, that's a good question. Before we.
Only since he walked into the bar.
And do you have all your memories?
Not
What
of,
day is it?
not of how
We
I
don't know
got
what
to
day
the
it is.
bar,
Not of how you got to the bar.
but I remember what just happened.
Okay.
But I don't know why I did it.
Okay. Interesting.
Are you from this world?
Yes, I've always lived here.
Okay, that's good. Do you know of? Okay.
Can you describe the person whose name you wrote?
Did you see them?
I didn't see anyone.
So it was in your head then.
I think so.
Do you
Did
remember when you
cats-
first made contact with this person?
I don't remember.
It's okay. It's okay. She seems truthful. Still, because
She seems
regretful.
distraught.
Oh, poor girl.
Mm-hmm.
Poor lady. Make sure you're telling the truth about her name.
Yeah.
That's true. Little
um,
victories.
So, would you say you were feeling like you kind of got like possessed? You didn't know what you were
Oh
doing?
my god. This is because I cheated on my husband, isn't it?
Oh.
I doubt that somehow.
Maybe that's your.
Are there demons following me?
I don't know about
Yes.
that. Okay.
Oh god.
Probably not.
They are
Probably.
after you, probably.
Can I leave now? I need to have a
Okay,
drink.
well,
Okay. Do you know a Tobias? She says it out loud.
And as you say it out loud, Aria,
No.
Julien, your mind immediately clicks where you've seen this name before.
Ooh.
As it is written in the front of Napoleon.
Oh, right. Didn't you say this?
immediately fucking
I said
throws
there
his
was
bag
a-
Said this
out.
at one point.
I said there is a name at the front
Oh.
of Napoleon. Never said the
Oh.
name, but there has always been a name there that Julien has had in the front that he has not understood.
He just
Oh.
basically throws his book to the side, taking out Napoleon, flips to the front.
And it says there, property of Tobias Tenebrae.
Ooh. Napoleon is belonging to Tobias.
The woman, what did you ask again?
Tenebrae.
Sorry.
How do you know Tobias? I think is what I said.
She shakes her head and she's like, I don't know them. I don't know them.
You don't know them.
I don't know.
You okay?
I don't know.
That's not a good answer.
Well, you seem awake now, but there's no guarantee you won't fall under that control again.
She looks at you, Julien, and she says, you have recognition in your eyes.
Julien?
Is it a demon?
Julien?
No,
I don't think there's... No demons.
I don't know. Julien
There's
is a demon.
no demons. There's a lot of names, people that I'm suddenly remembering, and who I don't still really know. So there's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's go.
Can I go drink now?
I think that would be best.
Okay. And she turns immediately and just barrels through the saloon doors into the bar.
Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
No response. She's gone inside.
Bye.
We traumatized her. She's gonna think demons are after her for the rest of her life.
Truly.
Fine. Well, she'll never cheat on her husband again.
But you got some information.
Yeah.
Ooh, I wonder how many
Tobias.
people have been like that.
Mm.
Especially if it's short term,
Yeah.
based on each world.
Location.
You kind of knocked her out of her,
Stupor.
stupor too, by using another spell.
Mm. Yay. I'm glad I
But
did
the
that.
spell would have had to be placed upon her before we went to the
Yeah.
bar, so they had to know that we were going to the bar,
Which could have been done
which
If-
not many people knew
if
we were going to the bar.
Mr. whatever the fuck his name was knows blonde guy. If blonde guys do
Well, we should have asked if they passed any information on, or if they because if they heard your name at the bar talking to the lady, then it's safe to say she might have heard our whole conversation. Which means we could be compromised, but I hope not.
But, to be fair, she said Aria Lux, and I'm pretty sure that you told Delilah just
We only said
Aria.
Aria.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And she was
Yeah.
still in her
I did.
before you put the spell on her when she said that.
So she probably didn't hear the whole
Let's
You
conversation.
can hope.
We can certainly hope.
Well, let's
Hope is the one thing that we got
Also,
in this.
maybe they have to report back in person. Possibly. I don't know. If they have to be controlled in person, maybe? I don't know.
Let's hope.
Wow, that was a detour I was not expecting you
lot
guys to
of-
take, but that's
I'm
fine.
really glad we did. Good job, James. Good
Yeah,
rolling.
I'm glad you went back.
We got some story.
Yeah.
Who the hell is
Julien,
Tobias,
just
though?
without a word, just goes and sit in the back of the wagon.
This man is going through so much.
Arya's
right now.
sitting next to him and just like,
having a moment.
Theron's gonna
truly.
get
She
back
sits
on
still the other
Hellfire and think a lot about what just happened.
With
From
that,
every side.
we are
all right, let's
basically
take our babies and get the hell
we're
out of here.
basically at the end here, so we'll kind of we won't breeze through this, but we'll get through this. We're
Hopefully that
making
means
we're
we'll-
making good time. We're making casual, normal session time.
Yeah.
The ride back, surely feels like it takes a lot longer. Or perhaps it's just the nervousness that is coming from your ruse that you all have in your mind at the moment. Julien, I assume that you are fixated on this book and the information that you just got from this woman. Poor Bobby. It still isn't too entirely long, though, before the ranch house comes back into view once more, tall and looming and intimidating. I assume you all drop the horses off in the stables. Theron, I'm sure you give them a little, some sugar and some sugar.
I don't want to leave him with Joseph.
No.
I should have asked Delilah to take him.
Valid. And so with that,
Maybe she'll save them.
Yeah. I mean, she wants to try and kill this man, so
she's gonna go save him.
She'll just take the horses.
I hope, yeah.
She'll need an escape.
Take over the whole house.
She'll be the lady of the house.
When you all approach the house once more, you walk in through the back door, and it seems like everything's very still. And when you all walk in, Mud hears you enter from upstairs, and he starts to kind of descend the stairs, kind of looking at you all curiously, very obviously curious about what went down, what happened. And there's a note sitting on the coffee table, and it's written in a dark ink, very like boxy letters, like not very well written. It's very like chicken scratchy kind of. And it states, in laboratory, come downstairs when you return. And it's initialed JG, for Joseph Gray. Arthros looks around at all of you a little nervously. And she says, I think it might be wise if someone fetches the others upstairs. This will have to be a quick process. And I do not think there will be enough time to grab them once it's begun.
Okay. Aria walks up, and is X upstairs or downstairs?
You cannot see him right now.
Damn it.
But
Julien will also go with Aria to help.
Okay. And Mud also accompanies you guys up the stairs to help as well. And it's not long before you guys are guiding Zophiel and Zephyrus down the stairs. And they do look a lot better, as though some of this magic ointment and these medicines did have very good healing properties for them. They are still beat up, but in a matter that they can still kind of hold their own weight up. Maybe not well, but better than they were before. Especially for Zephyrus, who can more or less hold his own now. They all nod at the group of you, as if they're kind of inaudibly saying that they are ready to follow your lead, because they assume that something is about to go down with the fact that they are coming downstairs. So, do you all descend the stairs to the laboratory?
Do we have everything we need?
Arthros is holding on to that image of the necklace.
I mean, other than X, who we presume is possibly downstairs. Yes.
He was not upstairs when you went upstairs, so.
Hopefully. Okay, that's good. This is scary.
Yes.
Hmm?
Andromeda, did you want to say something?
Is there any kind of like knives in the kitchen or anything like that? Or
Just
there are.
Any more weapons?
I mean, if you wanted to grab one to hide, you can, but
I'm gonna grab a kitchen knife and slip it in my.
Valid.
Mug just watches you do this.
You all head
real quick.
Yeah.
Wait, real quick.
Mhm.
I'm sure this is gonna cause questions later, but that's fine.
Good. That's good.
Theron's just going to take Arthros's knife from like his belt where he had it, and then like just quietly like pass it to her so she can put it on her person again.
She looks and she's like, Theron, did you steal from me?
I did not. Well, I did, but
Gentleman
I also
thief,
did not.
living up to your name, I suppose.
But you should have this just in case.
Thank you. She seems kind of confused, but she accepts it. And she's like, I will ask you later about this, when we are not in a life or death situation.
Yes, later is.
When you're in your dorm room.
If you're in your dorm room.
We're going back there.
Right? Yeah. Somebody has to say Earth.
Can you
Earth, Ravenwood.
Can you all roll 2d6s for me?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Oh,
We have to say where we
no, I
want to
don't
go.
want to, but also
I also don't want to.
Plus your oh no, never
do
mind.
these ones.
Never mind.
Just 2d6.
Just
straight?
2d6s.
Oh Lord, help me, Jesus.
Wait, 2d6s.
11.
11.
6? 6. Alright, Evie, don't let me down. Oh, I mean, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, what'd you get?
What'd you
I got a
get?
5.
Okay.
10.
Okay.
10?
10.
Julien, what did you get? You good?
9.
9?
Okay.
Okay. Theron. What did you get again, Aria?
11.
Oh, okay, okay.
Nice.
Oh.
Hmm?
You good?
Not me.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
I also heard someone cough, but it wasn't me.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought you were talking to someone, sorry. Theron, as you're all walking towards the staircase that leads down to the laboratory, Theron, you stumble slightly on one of the floorboards. And
Oh, good.
when you look down, you notice that it is loose. Would you like to
Can
look
I
under the floorboard?
inspect it?
Mhm.
I would love to. I would love nothing more
Inspect
than
it.
to inspect this.
As you lean down to lift the floorboard, it comes loose pretty easily, as though this has happened before. And beneath, you see a sort of hollow ground. And beneath the floorboards, you see bones. And they look to be the bones of a person, skeletal and in perfect condition.
Of all the places. Well,
Um,
okay. I guess we know where Alex is, I guess. We should, well, we probably won't get the chance, but we should tell Delilah.
mm,
That we
Maybe
should
you will get
bury
the
him
chance.
properly. Possibly.
realm to
Did the
realm
others notice
communication.
this, or should I say something about it? I guess I could audibly say, I
Yeah.
guess we know.
They
where
probably saw you
Alex ended up.
stumble. Yeah.
Yeah, and lift up the floorboard if I was the first one going down or last one.
Arthros looks down. She's like, "Oh God, that's gonna be us.
No,
It's gonna be us.
will not be.
It's gonna be
Arthros.
us. Oh my God.
We got what he wanted. We got what he wanted. We have it.
You're right. I have it in my
Our
possession."
mission succeeded.
And she goes like this, and she has the necklace in her hand,
We're fine.
and she's holding onto it.
Yeah,
It's fine when it's in her hand. It's only when she passes it to him.
When she lets go of
Yeah.
it.
okay.
She can
okay,
sustain
okay,
it,
okay,
but
okay. I was
yeah,
like,
yeah, you're good.
the
You're
5
good.
seconds start now. We gotta move real fast.
She looks at you
So
all.
what's the current plan again? Just
You're good. You're good.
Yeah, we didn't say what we did with Delilah to get it. We didn't think about that.
can say
I
whatever
was
you
just gonna
want.
say it was a smashing success
Yeah.
that we got it without too much trouble.
That's
if you
perfect.
know what I mean.
That's perfect.
You could have
Hint, hint,
stealthed
nudge,
it.
nudge, wink, wink.
Yeah, perfect. But let's go.
Stealthed it away and ran.
I am
Yeah.
a gentleman thief
There you go.
Yes, you are. We
Um,
call him the gentleman.
sometimes.
so, I assume you all are just going in, balls
Yep.
to the wall. Okay.
I replaced the step and put it back into place how I found it, but maybe more secure.
It was
And
just
continue
bones,
down.
right?
Yes.
Oh God, he's
Just a
gonna
full
try
skeletal.
and remake his child in front of us. Okay.
He's
I know, very
nasty. He's so nasty.
Just to beat them again, like his first child.
He's got
something
guilt.
else.
His guilt is probably eating him alive, but this is the only way that he knows how to deal with it. Through
This
his
is
science.
insane.
Through
I
his
say we
science.
just dogpile tackle him. We can. It was 8 versus 1.
Valid.
I mean, I
If
could
it
go
all
behind him and
comes
slit his throat, but
Although it seems like he has some friends in high places, so maybe that wouldn't be
But
too
it'd be
smart.
kind of fun to
Valid.
dogpile tackle him.
Valid.
but
Anyways.
also if we kill
That's
him,
plan
then
B.
nobody else can make the spheres for blonde guy.
Valid.
But anyways, we can just see how it plays out
Valid.
if you guys want.
Yeah.
Let's just do it.
Plan
Just do it.
Okay.
Plan B, kill him. Plan A,
We're D&D in it.
we're sneaky.
As per usual,
We're D&D
always
in it. Let's
D&D.
go.
you all walk down the stairs,
this is a dungeon.
and you've entered the room, and you
Drop it.
see
Dungeon.
Joseph and X
The-
standing towards the back.
X.
beside the robotic body that lies on the slab. X has a strange wire connected to a slot on his arm that's plugged into some sort of socket. His eyes look sad in a way that doesn't quite feel alive, but still looks devastating. Joseph lifts his head when you all walk in, and he smiles wide at you all, and he says, my new friends. I'm so glad to see you all return in one piece.
Of course.
And he smiles at you all and then glances at X for a moment before turning back to you. Don't mind us. Just getting X ready for his procedure.
What procedure exactly?
And he starts fiddling with the wire attached to his arm, and he says, well, I'm removing his central unit.
For?
Well, I need that piece to put in the new one.
Why don't you just make a new one? I thought that's what the whole thing was with the new X.
You don't understand.
Implied that we
no, I don't understand. That's okay.
Intact.
He like pushes on like almost like a portion of X's chest, and the skin and clothing there kind of just dissolves away, and you see like a metal chest plate. And when he pushes down on it again, it opens up, and you see an actual beating heart inside.
From
and
what?
he turns to you all and he says, use magic to keep it alive. It's my son's. But you all said you wanted X to come with you, right? But you didn't specify in one piece, so I do be needing this one.
It was implied that we wanted
It was
him intact.
implied. That is kind of against our contract.
You shook on just having X go with you. So, did you get the necklace, though?
It was a smashing success.
It was.
As you said, we were the perfect group.
I see. Well, I have finished the device that will take you home.
Wonderful.
May I see the necklace? Arthur's just nervously holds it up but doesn't give it to him. She just holds it out in her hands.
I'm still a little confused about our whole deal thing, I thought that when we made the deal it was just as it was, nothing different, right? With X?
Yeah. And he
now
can
you're putting
still
conditions,
come with
that's
you.
what... Yes, but you were
X
putting
will not
conditions
be
on
X
things.
if he is
Yeah.
just his parts.
That's not fair. Don't you say?
Where's the sphere?
He reaches behind his back almost and kind of does this and it appears in his hand.
Damn, you did that.
Years.
And he says,
Give it.
where are you going to then? I gotta tell it where you're going.
Couldn't we speak the words and have
I
it to
suppose
us
you
then?
could, but before I hand it over, I'd like to do that part for you.
We never said an idea we had to tell you where we're going.
No,
Give us the sphere.
but I have to tell the sphere where you're going.
Not necessarily. You just said that we could tell it ourselves and also get there.
What did you do with Delilah, by the way?
Well, let's just say that you won't be hearing from her again.
It's simpler that way.
But don't worry. It was quiet. It won't cause issues for you down the road.
All right, then. And he holds the sphere again. He says, I will consider giving you X attached. But you gotta tell me where you're going.
It's called Nanya.
Mud is standing behind and he is looking at all of you and he seems like he's getting frustrated. He's getting antsy. And he steps forward and he's like, you have the necklace. Why don't you just tell him where we're going so we can go home? And he looks at all of you.
Agreed. Let's just keep it simple.
Yeah.
We're going to a place called Earth, if you must know.
And he says, all right then.
Specifically? Should we say specifically? Because it seems pretty big.
It's it's a place
London?
called London. thought with
Right.
something.
England.
England. They all have accents there. I don't know.
You will need to say where in England, otherwise it's just gonna take you to that city.
London. That's it.
What's the main city that's right by the school?
I think it's just
London.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
London.
think we go to
Yeah.
London.
then yeah,
Yeah.
London's fine. We'll
Yeah.
take a train back.
We'll
It
go
doesn't
in
matter.
London proper.
I think it's called London. London.
He
London.
frowns and looks at all of you, and he's like, "Are you sure? Because once I say it, it's not gonna go away."
Mm-hmm.
That way we can also bring X directly to the Cardinals, because we're sure as hell not keeping
Cannot
them
have him
in
at
the
school.
Very
No.
true.
London it
says-
is.
All right, and he says, London Earth into the above the sphere, and the sphere kind of glows for a second, and he holds it out in his hands, and you guys can see Arthros beside you all, getting exceedingly nervous. And
Theron, do something.
Theron,
Oh
like, squeeze her hand, like, grab her hand and, like, just squeeze it. Come.
and she looks at you, Theron, for a moment, and she nods, and then she closes her eyes, and you see behind Joseph another version of her appear. And her hands are kind of shaking a little bit, but she's focusing. And the other version of her quietly is looking around and looks at X and slowly closes the chest portal
plate?
the best that she can, quietly.
Yeah.
And X kind of looks at her for a moment, and she nods at him, and then slowly grabs his hand, and he's just looking down, frowning. And the other version of her looks back at you, Theron, and the other Arthros, and is just and then within an instant she grabs for a bunch of things on the table, on the lab table, and she just tosses them at the guy. And
Fair enough.
he looks behind, and he's still holding the sphere in his hand. Do any of you make a move as he looks behind
Theron
at
will
the distraction?
run, lunge forward and try to grab.
I'm
it.
sure
Okay.
all of us kind of do a
Valid.
jump to do something.
Everyone just
Valid.
dives for it.
For the ankles. Andromeda's going straight for the ankles.
Go to the ankle.
Valid. And as you do, Andromeda, the man falls, and Theron,
There
you
you
are
go.
able to grab the sphere.
Grabs the spear.
And Arthros, the real Arthros, she turns and she looks at the man, and she just goes, "Here's your necklace," and she throws the necklace at him, and he he desperately reaches and grabs it and looks at it, and he's holding it. And Theron, what do? Do you break it?
You break it? You break it?
Do you break the sphere?
Smashes it on the
Okay.
floor immediately.
And the entire room lights up in this white glow that you guys are used to at this point. And it's this whirlwind, and there's wind blowing everywhere in every direction. And immediately, Mud lunges forward, and Zophiel does the best he can to lunge forward, and Zephyrus lunges forward. And I assume...
Aria just pushes to get everybody in there, but
Valid.
she's still standing.
And Arthros'
Is
other
Arthros
version... Arthros' other version starts running with X in her hand, and then you see her other version merge back into herself,
How cute.
and
Cool.
she
So cool.
grabs his arm and she lunges the android in. Yes,
Yeah.
Julien,
Julien wants to do a really dumb thing
do it.
Do it. Do the dumb thing.
Do
before
it,
he
please.
leaves. Just to buy him a little bit more time to do this, he's gonna
Mhm.
cast the light cantrip right in front of Joseph's eyes to
Okay.
hopefully
Put him
blind him
blinded?
for a couple
Okay.
more seconds.
Smart.
Nice.
And then he's gonna shout out in the most serious and good, try to be the most convincing tone that he's ever tried to do.
Okay.
He's
believe
gonna
him.
say, Tobias wanted me to tell, Tobias, oh god, wrong accent, Jesus.
You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. We're all just
Tobias wanted me to tell you that he has no further use of you anymore, as he has gotten a replacement, and that the next time he comes to see you, you best be ready to fight for every inch of your life. And then he's gonna leave.
And as you do this,
Nice.
you see, like, he's holding the necklace in his hand, and he looks at you, and he frowns, and he's like, how in the hell do you know Tobias?
I'm his apprentice, and you are no longer needed. He's gonna
Andromeda's
jump through the portal.
They all jump.
And the last thing that you hear behind you is, as he glances to the necklace, it fizzles out in his hand, and he says, wait a minute. And then he looks back at the portal right as it closes.
What incarnation?
What incarnation?
What incarnation?
Andromeda just goes,
No, all of us in different poses, just like. Oh, that was good.
My
So-
main idea is I hope they fight, and then he dies.
valid,
Yes.
valid.
He starts fighting Tobias, who I
Now we know.
assume is Tobias.
Valid.
Now we know that Tobias is most likely
Yeah.
blonde guy
yeah.
because
Because
He
he gave you
He
recognized-
confirmed it.
Napoleon.
I was against Maya.
Oh, well, he gave him Napoleon, but also Delilah recognized blonde guy as the person getting something from him, so he has to be at least one of the buyers.
Mhm,
Oh yes.
So we can basically infer that that is the blonde guy.
mhm.
Hopefully Joseph is dumb and he shoots first, and then Tobias gets mad and kills him.
True.
Bless.
Fingers
Which is the
crossed.
intent
If
of doing
works
that.
out, that would be great.
That was so.
Or Delilah will get him first, which is also fine.
Yeah.
I love her. So
Um,
good for her.
Where do we land? Where do we land?
When the portal closes, and
Please.
you fall through, you
Please.
meet the
Ugh.
Please.
My heart
My stomach.
is...
the gravel
My
floor.
stomach.
You meet the gravel floor, and the light around you is bright, bright sunlight. And when you kind of blink the blindness out of your eyes from that white portal, you see that familiar bookstore that you once went into with,
Some dirt for your troubles.
with the little spray paint of the red cardinal on the wall.
Oh, thank God.
And you see a bunch
Beautiful.
of humans moseying about, going on their way. You see the same familiar city that you saw all those weeks ago now, basically.
We're gonna be in so much trouble.
Weeks ago. We're dressed as cowboys, guys.
Yeah, we
In the
are.
middle of
We are.
3,000 something London.
I love it.
So, with that,
No shame.
somewhere that you are all not aware of, Arlow is still struggling to come awake from the drugs that are coursing through his system from the night at the ball when he was jabbed
been
in the
weeks.
neck. It's been a couple days,
Oh,
technically.
It's been like
Um,
4 days.
It's been weeks
Okay.
since you've been back at that city in London.
I see.
Mhm.
So there was
Um,
no time skip. It's just been like a couple days.
Yeah.
That you guys know, yeah.
Fair enough.
He's still trying to come to from the drugs in his system, and his vision is blurry, and he can hear some things going on around him, but the voices are muffled from time to time, and some of them are unfamiliar. And he does hear Fennel's worried voice, and he hears Fennel say, "Well, why are you doing this?" And then he hears Silas's voice. And Silas says, softly and muffled, "You're next up. Come on." And he hears the rattling of a key against a lock and the opening of a metal gate. And then he hears footsteps walking away. 2 pairs of footsteps walking away. And from there, we're gonna leave the session.
Oh my
Oh.
My stomach hurts so bad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just 10 minutes
Better
My
not
of intense.
find
heart.
Fennel, or hands
My
will be
heart.
thrown.
You can't hurt Fennel. If you killed 𝙍𝙬𝙫𝙬𝙤𝙀, I would be so
Silas,
upset.
you have some stuff coming for you. Just throwing it out there. I like Silas, and even I am.
We're coming back for your boyfriend. We're coming back for your boyfriend.
Yeah.
We're coming back for your
Oh,
boyfriend.
Julian doesn't
And
even
he's
know
gonna
yet.
get fucked up. Mm-mm. He's gonna get
No,
fucked
Julian
up.
would 100% be on the same page if you fucking found
Yeah.
out what Silas did.
Yeah, be like, hey, that was a nice makeout, but also, you're in trouble.
Did you guys like the session?
That was so good.
I'm so
Yeah.
glad. I'm
Just
so
impressed that we made it
glad.
out of there.
Oh my god, I'm so happy we made it. I was so worried.
That was a dub.
And we got X with us too. And now we get to
We
go to
do.
the Cardinals.
And he gets to be free.
And we'll see if Arlo's dog is still there.
Oh yeah, we gotta check and see if that dog's still there.
Yikey.
I don't have any of my credits
don't have
though.
my-
I will say
You don't
I
have your
my
pigeon.
PCB.
Yeah.
I don't have my credits.
My pigeon.
Yeah, your pigeon.
Okay. Let's hope our TCDs are in our rooms. As well as
Or that they
other
haven't
things.
But
I
you
hope
made
our
it
rooms are still our rooms.
home. You
We
went
made
on
it
a
back
little
to
little
Earth.
vacation.
We're gonna get Arlo back. We're gonna get Arlo
made it
back.
back to dirt.
Y'all
We're gonna get
survived
Sophie back.
it.
Sophie's gone too.
Yeah, we'll get Silky
No, we gotta
and
go
Fennel
rescue her.
and Gauche.
Gosh.
Go
Julian's gonna be alone in his room.
And
Till
Beacon
So is
and
Aria.
Allison.
So is
Okay.
Aria, that's true.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and Koo, you get a visit.
And
Koo
who
again.
knows,
know,
maybe
I know.
Andromeda will be too.
Maybe Andromeda will be by herself too.
Ooh.
You also have Zephyrus with you now. Don't know what you're
Yeah.
gonna
Ooh,
do.
yeah, where's
True.
Zephyrus?
Where are we
I
gonna
guess
put him?
Zephyrus is not a student. They have
Technically,
to-
he's already a student, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
someone
but he's
appearing
not
as Zephyrus as a
imposter.
student.
Oh, was he actually though? Because he wasn't on the missing list, right?
Who knows?
I mean,
We know.
imposter one might still be there.
Well, I
The
mean, you
imposter
don't
one's
know
probably
if he's
still
actually
pretending to be.
a student or not. I suppose.
Yeah.
Could
we don't know.
posing
I mean, if he
too.
was an imposter and he's not a student, then he snuck in somehow, which is
Well,
we need to figure out how to do that.
Spin snuck in somehow.
Mhm.
So
Well, yeah, but that's
Sin's
Sin.
able to
So
do that. You're right.
Sorry. Oh my
That
we
was
need
god,
to figure out
Vishal.
her. Maybe we'll see her in the cardinal.
Huh?
We need to
You
talk
did
to
such a
Sin
good
first and
Thank you.
First and foremost.
That was so good.
Thank
was-
you.
You really did put your whole DMSC into
Oh,
that.
You
thank
really
you.
did.
Thank
Truly.
I gotta ride a
you.
horse, guys. I gotta ride a horse, and it was really cool.
You did. You did, in fact.
We really had this.
They said D&D.
We'll get you to talk to
dead.
a horse at some point.
Please.
That's next. That's the next step.
I'm really
I'm
curious
genuinely sad
to
about that.
see what you guys think about the subject 004 and subject 001 and stuff.
I'm
That
terrified.
Julien
of where
got
this is gonna
in that
Yeah.
message. You guys have a lot of names now and a lot of
001 is doing
a lot of
well.
initials, right? You have FN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have
Aria,
the
you
VP.
saw O in your
Yep.
Tobias.
dream.
Oh my god, I have to
Tobias.
remember that. Yeah. Oh.
You saw O in your dream, and then we have
note, yeah.
Tobias Tenebrae.
Oh,
Tenebrae.
Tobias Tenebrae.
Mm.
I love that name.
Who
That's so
gave
cool.
you
Yeah.
Napoleon, suppose.
Which makes sense now why he kept writing in my book about how good I was doing, because he's apparently been watching me through other people.
Mm.
Bruh.
I
So
guess
maybe
you
he's just
can
a concerned
assume.
mentor. Maybe he's not, maybe he's just fine.
Maybe
he's
he's
just
not
an old
blonde
teacher trying to
guy?
get in touch.
He tried to kill us last time. I'm sorry.
I mean, only if he is in fact
But
blonde guy.
yeah, that's if he is blonde guy, I suppose. But blonde guy does look familiar to
If
you.
he is.
So.
He
But
definitely
also,
is.
like, for old
There's
time's
no
sake,
way
he
he's
wasn't gonna kill you.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't really go with. I'm really
Yeah,
proud of
unless Tobias is just another person that
you, Julian.
Joseph-
And you
knows
had
as well.
you had a dream about blonde guy too.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and you remember some vaguely maybe.
About you both
Oof.
revolting against the world.
How many blonde?
Yeah, which I mean,
Blonde
Tobias
guys.
or blonde guy or both of them are in fact rioting against the world.
That whole bit with the lady, I'm so like impressed with you guys because like I didn't have anything like. I mean, I had like in my brain why she was there,
Yeah,
but I didn't expect you guys to actually do anything about it. I was like,
and you snapped her
Yeah.
out of it, which was really cool.
mm-hmm.
I'm really glad that I did that.
We got a lot of info from that, which is
You
nice.
did.
I would.
I thought saying the word.
Way. She's just here to rob Julian, and that's it. Like.
That was
Yeah.
that was her cover story.
Okay, but sometimes I can totally imagine Bob just putting that shit in there just to be like,
Just for fun.
or just for us to
I
be
mean,
like,
I technically did that with Sin Shadow, right? Where Sin was like, "Here's my card,"
Oh,
and
yeah,
then she was
it's
just like,
cool.
"I was just
Sneaky
promoting
bit.
my business."
That's
Yeah.
true.
Julian was
Technically.
so upset.
literally.
She was like,
That's why I wasn't
Literally.
really like, I had to do like a roll for it because I was like, there's totally a way you're fucking with us, and I just cannot.
mm,
I can't deal with it right
"You
now.
did it,
That was
and you
good,
used
though.
your
You
spells.
Dug
Cool."
deeper
That was
and it
very good,
worked.
though, that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That was so good, bub. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
So satisfying.
So
Yeah.
good.
Not me, probably going back to like rewatch it all like usual. But
Oh no,
As per
same.
usual.
we had
'Cause
some
there's so many little things, there's so many little
emotional shit between Mud and Andromeda. Goddamn.
I love it.
I was so tempted to send you Haley, but I was like, no, I gotta wait. Because I was really proud of like 2 lines that I made Mud say. Because I was like, the fucking thing he said about yeah, the do you want to be caged with him or will you be free with me type thing.
Oh,
And then the
horrendous.
after
I love
kissing
Is
it.
that like a reference to like the bird stuff? Because or also freedom in general? Because it was nice.
and
We have a big freedom thing in our campaign. It's cool.
That's what I was
Yeah.
about to say. Like there's
Team
a
Free
big
Will,
theme of,
the
like,
initial Team Free Will.
well,
We are Team Free Will.
I don't think we're the initial, but we are Team Free Will.
True. And then the after kissing you, I can't be anything less than yours. I was like, this man, he's in love.
Pan. Gotta
Him
love
being
some
petty with like Aria not getting anything, and then him with like Andromeda, where he's like, "You're a bird trapped in a cage," and also like, "I can't not love you, and I can't
Listen.
be with you," and all this stuff.
Arya just wanted
the
Arya just wanted
dichotomy of
the
this
anger.
guy.
Arya just wanted him to rant.
He's going through it.
Rant bubble.
He was
Truly.
still
Going
is.
through it. Well,
I'm
thank
so
you
good.
guys. I
Thank
love you.
Oof. That was so
Love
good.
you.
Always good
Thank you guys for
time.
watching.
Yeah, thank you
That was so
everyone
much
for
fun.
watching.
Oh my god, it was
Yes,
so
thank you guys
good.
for watching.
I'm gonna be going.
So good.
I'm gonna be like riding this high all night and tomorrow.
No, we
so
can
good.
talk also soon whenever we want to
All
have next
weekend.
session because we're.
Yeah.
I know that Haley, your schedule, you kind of have to just figure out whatever.
Yeah, we'll
to-
figure it out.
Darian, yeah.
You just let me know because I'm down if we want. I can get another episode written in like 2 weeks probably. So if we want to do another one, let me know because I know that's what we
Yeah.
wanted to kind of do.
Every 2 weeks.
But if we need more time, then that's fine too. But
Yeah.
Chill.
yeah, you just let me know. I'm here. And
That's
you
fine.
guys have an exciting next couple steps coming up because you're back.
Oh my god.
You're back.
Oh, I
Made it
got to
back.
go see you.
You gotta find Arlow now that you know he's missing.
We also have to find
Yeah.
Arlo and Silky.
And Silky.
All
Is
of them.
Nari okay? Nari's okay. She's not kidnapped.
She's just probably heartbroken because she doesn't
And
know where freaking Arlo
You
is
guys don't know anything about Silas, so
at all.
So
No.
yeah, at
I
all.
want to find silence.
I mean, 90%.
I
of the
have
party
to
hates him,
flirt with
but
that man.
Yes, you do. Go get your
Because
man.
Julia knows
as if you
nothing.
don't want
yeah,
to.
I know it's
You
hard.
gotta go flirt with your man. You gotta go find your man.
Shut up, Faye. Don't sell me out.
As if you don't want to.
As if you don't want to.
Go get your
Yes.
man.
Go get your
I'm
man.
not wrong. I'm not
Go
wrong.
away.
Go get your snaky
No.
mans. Hey, I made Boff's wig
You
for
can,
Silence now.
Yeah.
So we can finally cosplay them.
I'm gonna cosplay that boy. I'm gonna cosplay that boy.
Cosplay that boy.
Excited.
I'm
so
gonna
good,
do
so
it. I love you guys. Thank you for a great
I love
session.
you.
I love you.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Have a good night, okay? Have a good night.
Have a good night. Get good
We love
sleep.
you.
Not, not.
Get good sleep.
night.
Not.
Get good sleep.
Thank you for the good session.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you guys for making it so much funner than it was written down to be. So
Oh, it's so
No,
good.
you wrote it
Yeah,
to be fun, and it
I
was
mean, you
also
guys
very
add
fun.
so much hilariousness and improv to everything. It's great.
There's a lot of good moments.
It
There
was
is.
really good. There was a lot of good moments. This was just a filler episode, but it had so many good moments. So
I
It's
mean,
honestly-
was it though? Because we progressed like
We learned
storyline a
Oh,
lot.
yeah.
that's true. That's
so-
true.
I wouldn't
The
say
you
side
wrote it as
mission,
filler.
the side mission, I guess, was like
We-
filler, but
You wrote it as a
Yeah.
filler, but it was not a filler.
it wasn't.
We
You
went on a
guys
bounty
uncovered
hunt,
lots of
but-
shit. So
Sort of.
yeah. Bye,
Let's say-
Hi,
Lexi.
Lexi. Hi, Lexi.
Bye.
Bye, Lexi.
Bye, guys. I
Bye,
love you.
Lexi.
Mwah.
Bye, bye. Love you.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
What?
Okay. Oh, chat. Hello. Give me one moment. Let me put myself on the screen real quick. I'm just gonna put myself on this real quick. Oh. Okay. Maybe I'll just, I'll just talk like this. I'll just talk like this. We'll let you look at Lady again, okay? I'll just talk like this. Thank you guys all for being here. I hope you had a good night. Thank you, Soren. I believe you had donated earlier. Thank you so much. And Xander, thank you so much. I think it's funny that your name's Xander because we had a character named Xander, technically kind of a character that didn't come to be but was going to come to be, hopefully. Well, not hopefully, unhopefully. Thank you so much for super chatting. And everyone for subscribing. And Issa, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it so much. And I hope if you are watching this back later that you enjoy it. I hope there wasn't anything triggering in here for anyone because I wanted to make sure that I put a little trigger warning for the abuse aspect. So I'll make sure that that's in the bottom part of the description of this video, just so people are going into it and they have an idea. Because I know I didn't like dwell on the trigger warning too much or say specifically what it is. But I find, for some reason, like, I find just like listening to trigger warning better than like someone telling me what the trigger is, because then I kind of get triggered by learning what that trigger is. Anyways, going down a spiral. Anyways, session went really great, so I appreciate you guys all so much. Thank you guys so much. You're so sweet. It's that boy. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see the memes that come out of this one. I've already been seeing some in the chat, and it's giving me so much serotonin. So thank you so much. I hope that watching it back you guys enjoy and like the characters. Definitely learned a little bit in this one and had some different sights. So yeah, but I hope you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much for all the love and the support constantly. I really appreciate it. And just so you guys know, again, if you're not in the Discord, please do join, because the Discord has a lot of fun information and references and all that good stuff. So, Bourbona, thank you for being here like the entire fucking time. You're crazy. And thank you for moderating a little bit for me. But yeah, I appreciate you guys so much. Thanks for being here. And we will let you know when next session is. I'm sure that it will be as soon as we can have it. I know that we have a little bit of time before Theo is back from his trip, so I know that we're planning on kind of leading up to the whole Arlow arc soon, so we'll get there eventually. It just depends on how many sessions we have in between. But yeah, thank you guys so much. I love you all. I hope you have a great night. Thank you for spending your day with us and your night, your evening with us, and being patient with the slow start and everything. We really appreciate it. So anyways, I will give you the cute end of session music. I hope I changed the color. I think I did. But I will give you the cute end of session music, and I will see you for the next stream. Definitely going to be streaming a lot more soon, just regular stuff, because me and Jazz are getting set up in our new place, so that's cool. But yeah, I'll see you guys soon. Have a good night. Mwah!